Okay, now that's weird. Where's the load save screen? Minigame directional, hide window. The hell? Alert? Okay, and you're not. That's nice. That's real nice. What the hell is going on right now? Okay, so it's being weird. Can you stop being weird? And you just started. Okay, you started. Okay. You could stop being weird. That would be appreciated. I'd really appreciate it if you stop being weird. Now, is there no way to load a save here? Like, it's a visual novel. You're supposed to have a save and load thing, right? Hmm. I don't know about this. Seems to have problems with that. Okay, but we have it here. We did save last time, right? I thought we did. Okay, yeah, we did. Yeah, there is. It's just not there. It's just like the very first beginning sequence, you don't have a save spot thing. That's weird. That's okay. As I walk the streets towards the Institute, I notice it's eerily quiet here. I wonder where everyone is. As I round the corner, I instantly know where all the people from Main Street had gone. A crowd had amassed around the gates of the Institute. It seems to be a demonstration of some kind. There is even a media van here covering the story.
Tell us the truth!
What are you really doing with those freaks you've created?
Created? What are they talking about?
Zeke, come over here.
Miss Keller approaches from behind me to my right. She ushers me over to where a bunch of our classmates have gathered, including Jace, Hila, and Eris. It seems none of us can get inside with this demonstration blocking the gate.
This is terrible.
Who are they?
They call themselves Viren. They are a radical group, united under the belief of several conspiracies.
So this is them. I have heard of Virum. They are a group who have been very vocal in spreading messages against us with special abilities. Genetic resonance. The report from Dr. Crane's office reveals that our values are determined by how close one's DNA matches Phi, the golden ratio. Therefore, it is one's genes that determines if someone will have a special ability, and if so, its strength. Resonance structures. Dr. Crane's report, based on Dr. Madiro Ventra's earlier findings, contained analysis of many ancient structures that align closely to Phi. The report suggests certain structures can increase resonance and create resonance events. Security tag. Zeke took Dr. Crane's security tag from his lanyard, enabling access to the staff corridor from the educational building. Swapped card. The card Chase put into the lock on April 23rd was the Ace of Spades, though the card Zeke retrieved was the Joker card. For an unknown reason, somebody had replaced the card, but not stopped them getting through the door. The group speculate it was likely done by someone wanting them to know they were being watched. Virum are a group of rallying and protesting various causes, the epicenter of which is the emergence of SCPs. They hold a belief in the convergence of conspiracies and hold that the emergence of SCPs are signs of a coming apocalypse that can only be averted via swift societal action away from its current path. We've already got 42% of the tips. That's interesting. I see. They view us as an ill omen of some kind, as if our emergence is some form of harbinger of apocalyptic doom. Yet, as my understanding goes, they are not explicitly religious. I'm not sure of the ins and outs of their beliefs, nor do I intend to find out. From what I've heard, it seems like an incoherent mess to me, so I never looked deeply into it. What do they hope to achieve by doing this?
They're protesting the Institute. They think it was the Institute that gave us our abilities.
We hear the ongoing jeers as one voice in the distance to our right cuts above the rest.
If you have nothing to hide, then prove it to the world. Reveal your research. Or will it just prove what we already know to be true? That rather than just researching them, you're really creating them. What is it you're trying to do to humanity?
That guy looks familiar. I remember he was one of the kids that used to pick on us. Years ago, he was one of the kids Ela defended against us against before back. And looks like he has taken his idiocy to a whole new level.
I don't know where these people get their crazy ideas from. As you well know, we aren't creating anything like what they're claiming. You all started emerging with your gifts long before you joined the Institute.
You may be right, but you can't blame them for being suspicious of everything that's happening.
Eris.
They may have gotten the particulars wrong, but that doesn't mean there's nothing suspicious happening around us.
If you're going to make an accusation, you'd best have some evidence of some kind.
Oh, I don't recall making any specific accusation, Miss.
Eris's statement drips with sarcasm. This is getting way too frosty for my liking. It's time to divert their attention. Anyway, are we really just going to stand out here like this? What about class?
Unless something changes and it's deemed safe to go in, we may well have to cancel lectures for today.
I see. Even though I have mixed feelings, a day off does sound good to me.
Hey, I remember you.
Suddenly, the voice from earlier spears into us, as it seems we have attracted his attention. He steps forward to confront us as he eyes Ela, who is to my right.
Didn't you used to go to my high school before joining here? You never used to have an ability when you were there, did you?
Who does this guy think he is, speaking to Ela like that?
Tell us, do you have an ability now that you attend here?
Well,
Huh, I should have known you'd try to protect them after they augmented you.
The snarky punk raises his voice to all around him like a street preacher.
See? What more proof do you need? An ordinary girl transfers to this institute and now suddenly happens to have a special ability. I told you all, this place is trying to augment humans. If it has started here, where will it end? What are they really plotting?
no, I didn't say that.
Well, enlighten us. What are they up to with you freaks?
Back off. I take a step forward. I've had enough of his jerky face speaking to Ela like that.
Oh, and what are you going to do about it? Use one of your augmented powers on me?
All right, that's enough.
Miss Keller raises her voice, jolting me out of my advancement. She then backs us up and away as she wedges herself between us and the golden-haired punk.
Go home, all of you. I'm making the call that it's unsafe to hold our lecture today.
But
I said go!
she leaves no room for argument.
Come on, let's get out of here.
But he...
It's not the time now, Zeke.
I take a breath. They're right. It's not worth making this situation worse over a guy like him. Fine. Let's go.
Cowards!
His final comment stings as I swallow my pride and obey Miss Keller's request, leaving the scene in frustration. It took me some time to cool off after the events of this morning. That punk kid and the protesters in general really got under my skin. How can people be so passionate about something that's so obviously stupid? Yet after the dust had settled, I was reminded of the large gap between people like us and the sentiment of the rest of society. We are in our own little bubble at the Institute, so we often forget the broader climate out there. The reality is, although most aren't as militant or misguided as this group today, most people out there have a level of suspicion or fear towards our abilities. It's days like today that I'm reminded why, for the most part, we put so much effort into keeping our abilities a secret. After the events of this morning, we didn't stay out for very long. There was an unsettling feeling around town, and I got the sense the girls felt unsafe to be out. Or maybe I'm just using them as a cover for how I felt. As we had already agreed to meet up tonight, we decided to go home for the day and decompress, and use the time to get on top of our college work. Well, I'm sure that's what the others did anyway. I ended up wasting most of my time. Did they have to make the Fate franchise so addictive? The door to my right opens as Jace walks in, having returned from his room. Did we really need the candles again?
It's tradition now. Who knows what bad luck may befall us if we break with it.
Whatever.
They're here.
Jace opens the door and leads the girls inside.
Did you really need to get the candles out a second time, Zeke?
Me? I won't remind her this is actually the third time the candles have been out.
Now, Eris, we should at least say hello before berating him for his inadequacies.
My inadequacies? It was Jake.
We shouldn't waste any time. Let's take a seat.
Jace cuts me off in typical Jace fashion. What a nuisance. Whatever. There is no winning against him in these situations. How are you all feeling after this morning?
Fine. Something like this was to be expected in this climate. I'm surprised it was the first incident this year.
I don't blame people for feeling on edge. None of us understands why our abilities appeared, or what they signify, if anything. Add on to the fear a nice conspiracy theory or apocalyptic message, and it is bound to suck some people in. Fortunately, we haven't had too many incidents at the Institute. I only remember one other protest happening, and that was several years ago, though I get the sense things are heating up again out there.
What about you, Isla?
I'm okay now. I sure hate that Trace guy, though.
Trace, is that his name? Trace is part of Verum, a group that holds various antagonistic views towards those with SCPs. Trace is actively engaged in trying to uncover the truth behind the Institute's research.
Yeah, and thanks for sticking up for me, Zeke. It means a lot.
It's okay. I hate that jerk too.
Anyway, we've wasted enough energy on those protesters. Let's leave that behind us. We need to decide what we do from here. We've hit a dead end.
I'm not sure I'd call it a dead end. Not yet, anyway.
What do you mean, Jace?
What I mean is that we learned a bunch of new information from that office. Plus, we now have a security tag to get us into the research buildings. I wouldn't call that a dead end.
You didn't lose the tag, did you, Zeke?
No, why would I have lost it? Jace has sowed the seeds of distrust amongst the group. He is a cunning one. I don't know what we should do with the tag, though. I don't think wandering aimlessly through the research building is a good idea.
Okay then, let's quickly take stock and come up with a plan. First, we discovered an office with the symbol of the golden thread on the door, confirming that there was some validity to the hint in the letter.
Yeah, and not only that, but Zeke's color thingy kicked in to get us through the door.
It's called Synesthesia, Isla.
Yeah, that thing.
I'm still confused as to why it kicked in for us at that moment. It wasn't showing up on any of the other security panels.
In the office, we learned that our abilities and our values are linked to our genetics. That is, how closely our DNA matches the golden ratio.
Yeah, And we learn about those monuments too. They've been researching ancient sites that match the golden ratio, searching for. What was it called again?
The chromatone.
That's what they called it. Not that we have any idea what it is.
And finally, from the card that was switched in the lock, it appears someone may be keeping their eye on us. The real question is where to from here?
She's right. Although we found out some pretty interesting information, I don't see what we can do with it. But that can't be right. There must be some way forward, given what we know. The clue they left us ended up checking out. I doubt whoever it was just led us to a dead end.
Yeah, maybe there's something we're missing. Another clue or something? That's what normally happens in those detective shows anyway.
Isla really is enjoying this.
Well, there's no point just sitting around here with your creepy candles. Let's go.
Where?
Where else? The Institute.
Are we really sure this is the best option right now?
I'm sure Jace is keen to explore it, but there's been a lot of commotion around there recently.
We hadn't finished looking around that office before we had to get out of there. Plus, we have that security tag. Who knows how long it's going to work for, if it's even still working. They could well cancel it if they figured out it was stolen.
This is an important call. I think we should. Oh, what should we do? What should we do? Let's go explore the Institute. What could be wrong here? Eris is right. If we are going to use the tag at all, now is the time.
Zeke?
I can tell Isla is surprised at my response, but this is way too intriguing an opportunity to pass up. I don't want to regret missing this opportunity if it is as important as that letter suggests. Some things you'll never get a second chance at.
I see. Okay, Zeke, you've convinced me. Let's do it.
All right. If you're sure, I'm with you too.
In that case, we'll follow you, Zeke. Lead the way.
Okay then. Okie dokie. I guess we're going to the Institute. Entering the building using the security tag, we make our way to the top floor. Okay, now where do we go? I guess the far hall. We approach the locked passageway.
Okay, Zeke, use the security tag.
Right, let's just hope nobody else is around. I take out the security pass. I quickly scan it and head through to the hall on the other side. I begin to head down the dingy passage when I abruptly stop. The hair on my neck stands on end as I sense something approach from the darkness to my side. And that is when, for perhaps the first time, no, for the second time, all the color in my world completely faded but for one. The torture of red. Jace. The fuck? I bend down in confusion, cradling Jace's limp body as it begins to pool, a thick, warm, and dark red liquid. This cannot be. My hands begin to tremble, my vision blurry. Over my shoulder I feel an imposing presence, but for the shock and paralyzing fear coursing through my body, I can't bring myself to turn and face them. The voice begins to sound in ominous tone.
Oh, so it was you. How unfortunate. Though this wasn't what I wanted, this must be the path.
No, we didn't mean to. A pain thunders through my chest, rendering all my senses to chaos.
All must be as the spiral wills it. None can escape its grip, not even you.
I feel life rapidly leaving my body. The girls, what is happening to them? I can't keep my eyes open. Why? Why? Like this? It can't be the end. Not now. Not like. And so we died. Okay then. Jump back to the nearest diversion point. Yes, sounds like a plan. Apparently we're going to have to find another way in. We almost just got caught. I think we'd be trying our luck to go in there blind
What else
again.
are we going to do? Just give up?
Not give up. Just hold off until we actually have a good plan. A tense silence descends upon us. We all want to uncover if there is anything founding our suspicions, but going in there is a substantial risk.
I can feel how much this means to you, Eris, and I feel a similar way myself. But we can't let that lead us to making a bad judgment. Maybe Zeke is right.
Then what else do you propose?
Jace pauses with eyes to the floor, his brows furrowed before he eventually lifts his head to give his reply.
We were very close to getting caught last time. If we find a concrete reason to go back in, then let's do it. But we should plan it out first to avoid any run-ins.
I like that idea. I don't want to get in trouble again.
Eris doesn't look too happy, but I don't get the sense she is going to fight us all on it.
Then we shouldn't just waste this time. We should all actively look for any information we can find.
Eris is clearly tense. She seems a little too eager to push us along. Even still, her motivation is certainly going to keep us on track. Okay, that sounds good to me. Our third night meeting ends with an air of disappointment, as what seemed a promising start to our search for answers has now hit a dead end. Though this hasn't dimmed our motivation to uncover the truth. If anything, I get the sense this will only cause us to push back harder. And lectures are finally finished for the week. Classes resumed yesterday as normal after the disturbance the day before. Fortunately, I haven't seen that Trace guy around since then. I can't guarantee I wouldn't lose my cool and try to clock him in the face, so that is definitely for the best. There is something depressing about heading straight home on a Friday afternoon, and the others were busy with other things. Before I knew it, my legs had taken me down to the seaside. I look out over the glassy water. In it, I am lost in a sea of thought, though I'm abruptly pulled back out by an emerging figure in front of me.
Zeke,
Miss Keller?
why do you look so shocked? You know, us lectures aren't just avatars of the simulation chained to the Institute.
That's a weird way to put it.
I mean that we are actually real people who have lives outside of your classes.
Yes, miss.
We aren't in class. You can call me by my first name. It's Audrey.
Audrey. She doesn't seem like an Audrey to me. She's probably only 4 or 5 years older than I am, but I still would feel weird addressing her by her first name. So what brings you down here, miss? I never know what to say in these awkward situations.
I just had some things on my mind. I find the ocean holds with it a certain form of clarity.
What do you mean that it holds clarity?
There is something about the seemingly endless blue, the untamable nature of it, that puts everything else into perspective. We can know logically that it doesn't go on forever. We can measure it, describe it, sometimes even predict its patterns, although we aren't very good at it. However, the sheer experience of it silences all those efforts and thoughts. I could swim forever and never reach its end. In its vastness, I am powerless and utterly at its mercy. One wave easily holds the force to spell my end. And there, I can feel how small I am, and so I can put things into their true perspective. For all we scientists have discovered, we are still at the mercy of all kinds of things we pretend to be masters of. And in that experience, there is clarity.
I think I understand. At least I think I know the feeling. When I was younger, I used to go scuba diving off the Otaru coast. Scuba diving. Scuba diving is a form of underwater diving where the diver uses breathing tanks to sustain longer periods under the water. Scuba stands for self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. Zeke used to go scuba diving for a time with a diving school in Otaru. Still missing 2 more characters, I think. Interesting. Bad End 1. As Zeke and his friends explore the Dark Institute halls at night, Jace is suddenly shot down in cold blood. Before Zeke has time to process the gruesome sight before him, he is likewise shot down without mercy. There is a strange feeling when you are so far under the water, weightless, drifting and clinging to the life given by each breath from your tanks. I guess it feels humbling, calming.
Scuba diving? I didn't take you for the sort to do that.
My parents signed me up to the diving school at my psych's suggestion. I guess it was a form of therapy to get me out of the house after she... Damn it. I hate talking about stuff like this. Why am I even saying all this in the first place?
It's okay. I understand. You know, Zeke, after your R value scans the other day, I decided to look into your files.
I see. I should have assumed she would do that at some stage.
You are a lot more intelligent than you let on, aren't you?
I don't know. I hate these kinds of conversations.
I had a look at your academic history, as well as your aptitude and IQ tests. You are highly intelligent, but you never put in the work. I've also watched you in lectures. You seem to let your friends, Jace in particular, take the lead for you while you just sit back. It almost seems like you're playing dumb just so you can coast along without worry. I would assume that if you put in the effort, you would outachieve him and most of the other students.
Who would know?
Listen, I hate to be the lecturer bringing up your grades outside of class time, but you have so much potential. Be honest, what's holding you back? Why do you act like that in class?
Nothing is holding me back. I just don't really care about looking good for everyone. Why does being the best really matter? Why should I feel the need to try to impress everyone around me? I would prefer to just enjoy these simple days with my friends. They won't last forever, so why would I want to torture myself with all those annoying expectations and ruin what little time we have? Why should I live in a way I hate for people who don't really care anyway? Damn it, I hate speaking like this. Did she really have to put so much pressure on me?
So this is the real you, huh? I understand. That certainly is one way of looking at life. Sometimes I wish I could look at it more like that too. Maybe we both have something we could learn from each other. Anyway, I'd better keep moving. My upcoming report isn't going to write itself. I'll see you in class, Zeke.
Sure. See you, Miss Keller.
Out here, it's Audrey.
She shouts her parting comment over her shoulder as she begins making her way back towards the city. In response, I look out to the ocean and am enveloped by its endless blue. The weekend came and went almost before I knew it. I've been a shut-in basically the whole time. I can't even remember seeing Jace around either. There's something depressing about Sunday afternoons. I always feel unsettled. I have spent all my mental energy trying to piece together a clue from the information we found, but to no avail. I might head outside, clear my head from this fog. There's nothing interesting happening here. I don't feel like a milkshake or coffee either.
Oh, hi, Zeke.
Hey there, where's the fan club today?
Never mind that. Where were you yesterday?
Yesterday? What was yesterday?
Don't worry about it. I've got to go.
Wait up. She doesn't wait. She shoots straight past me out of the door. I wonder what's up with her. As I arrive, I find Eris leaning over the rail, gazing into her own reflection. I catch the corner of her eye as she turns around to face me. Eris?
Oh, Zeke,
What's happened?
don't worry about it.
You can't say that, just tell.
I said back off.
What's up with her?
I just want to be alone. Don't follow me.
And just like that, Eris departs. I hope she's okay. The ocean, it's refreshing to be beside on an afternoon like this, though after what just happened with Eris, something about it is sad. I might head elsewhere.
Zeke,
Jace, what are you doing out here on a Sunday?
I could ask the same to you.
I don't have a plan. I'm just going where my feet take me. As for you, let me guess you've been snooping around for more clues.
Guilty as charged. You still got that security tag? I could have used it earlier.
Yeah, but I feel giving it to you would be a bad idea. You'll go trigger happy on it.
You're probably right. Well, I'm going to head back home. It's been a big day. Let me know if you find anything.
Will do. I can't explain why, but I spent the next while walking the halls of the Institute in thought. Eventually my wandering feet find their way up to the rooftop, where I'm greeted by a familiar face.
Well, fancy seeing you again, Zeke.
Miss Keller, what are you doing here on a Sunday?
You know when you grow up, much more is expected of you than just working 9 till 5. Also, didn't I tell you to call me Audrey outside of class?
I'm just going to ignore that second one. You mean you get forced to work on a Sunday?
No, not at all. I'm just expected to deliver a certain amount and quality of work. When that happens, or if it happens at all, is up to me, even if it takes my time on a Sunday.
Isn't that just the same thing? If you don't deliver, you would get fired. So what's the difference?
Oh, Zeke, so naive. It's kind of cute. I'm the one who chose to be a research scientist. I could always get another job if I didn't like the work. Which I do. I love exploring the truths of the universe. I can't say I love all the expectations I have in this job, but overall, I'm privileged to work in a field I love. There are no worthwhile jobs without challenges. I've just picked one where the challenges are worth it to me.
I see. So what challenges are forcing you to be out here on a Sunday then?
Perhaps I should be asking you the same question, shouldn't I? You aren't supposed to be here on the weekend.
Well,
Loosen up. I'm not going to get you in trouble. To answer your question, I've got a paper I need to submit for a project I'm part of. There are people waiting on me, and it's already overdue. I need to complete it by tonight.
I get it. I guess that's the nature of the job. What's the paper on?
You're very inquisitive, aren't you, Zeke? When did you become so interested in me? You're far too easy to tease, Zeke. I already told you to loosen up. We aren't in class now.
Yeah, right, sorry.
To answer your question, the paper I'm working on has to do with the nature of consciousness. I have to do some final checks to ensure the methodology behind our computations was correct.
If the paper is on the nature of consciousness, why would there be computations involved?
Oh, is this the true Zeke showing himself? I knew you were smarter than you were letting on.
I can't help but feel that comment was more condescending than a compliment.
I can't disclose the application of our confidential research, Zeke. You should know that.
Right. It was worth a shot.
Tell me, Zeke, have you considered deeply the nature of our consciousness?
Well, I've thought about it, but I don't understand it.
Nobody does fully. Understanding the brain and its relation to our conscious experience is by far the most challenging frontier in all of research science. Let me ask you a simple question, Zeke. Do you believe that consciousness arises from within the brain?
Wadiani said, best viewers on asterisk asterisk.
Is this a trick question? The answer seems obvious, which tells me she's going to contradict whatever I say. I would normally say yes, but I doubt you would have asked if the answer was so obvious.
Indeed.
Though I'm going to have to stick to that answer. Whatever sophistry you're going to throw at me, I'm going to say yes. Consciousness arises from within the brain. I've put my stake in the ground. Let's see what she has to say in reply.
This is the popular view. It states that due to the way we evolved, we developed more and more complicated neural connections within our brains. Eventually, in order to make higher order decisions between the sometimes competing parts of the mind, a consciousness arose. In this view, consciousness is an epiphenomenon, meaning the experience of consciousness is just a strange byproduct of the executive function in our brain, which mainly takes place in the prefrontal cortex.
Epiphenomenon. An epiphenomenon is a secondary experience that occurs as a byproduct of primary causes. Prefrontal cortex is the portion of the brain most active in higher order decision making and is said to play the executive function in consciousness. It is the part of the cortex located in the front of the skull behind one's head.
Put it this way, tomorrow is Monday. Should you skip school or attend class?
I guess I should attend class.
Wouldn't you prefer to stay at home?
Yeah,
So why don't you?
I don't want to get in trouble,
And why don't you want to get in trouble?
so I can graduate.
And why do you want to graduate?
She is like a kid that just won't stop asking why. Where are you going with this?
My point is, with the sheer volume of information your brain processes and all your competing desires, your brain has to somehow limit it all down to one single most important action at a time. Weighing up the present and the future of immediate biological needs against the long-term impacts of our choices, all these are not simple computations. Your mind needs a boss who will weigh up all the different bits of information it has access to, which all come from different regions of the brain, and then take a single course of action appropriate for each moment. In this view, this function of the mind creates the experience we call consciousness.
That sounds about right to me. It's quite simple. I can't think of what other option there could be to explain it. But you don't believe this theory.
It's not entirely incorrect, obviously, but it is extremely lacking as a full explanation for the sheer magnitude of what consciousness really is.
I thought you didn't believe in the transcendent, miss.
Oh, I certainly believe in the transcendent, just not the supernatural, as it's popularly known anyway.
Is she just playing a game of word salad? What is she talking about?
There are almost certainly laws of nature and of the universe that go beyond our understanding. To us, they would seem supernatural, and in a sense, they are. They work on levels above what we would call natural. But really, this is just a limitation of our perceptions and understanding. There would still be laws, rules, and logic they abide by.
Kind of like the old saying, Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Ah, you've read Arthur C. Clarke?
Arthur C. Clarke is a well-known science fiction writer and futurist. Among his many great works, he is most known for writing the screenplay for 2001: A Space Odyssey, and coined the often-used phrase, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Nope, I just heard it quoted on an anime. I'll keep the illusion of my intelligence going, though.
Well, yes, it's a similar idea. It's my view that consciousness is a core part of the universe. It's not just some fluke or chance epiphenomenon. Though some may think this to be some fantasy or hocus pocus, it only appears this way due to our own ignorance.
Consciousness is a core part of the universe. Are you saying the universe is conscious?
Not exactly. Well, actually, kind of.
Then what are you saying?
Let me put it to you another way. Just then you said consciousness arises in the brain, yes?
Yeah,
What if the brain was just a receiver for consciousness?
like an antenna? No way, that's ridiculous.
Oh, and why is it ridiculous?
There's too much we understand about the brain. Even if we don't know everything, we have been scanning the brain and understanding at least the basics for ages now.
Then consider a computer monitor for a moment.
You mean like the computer screen?
Yes, it requires some fairly sophisticated technology to take the signal and display it. Yet the information doesn't originate in the monitor. Your brain could be like that.
So you're saying our consciousness comes from elsewhere, like the computer tower, and our brain is like a computer monitor that takes the signal and runs it through our body.
Yes, essentially. In this theory, the brain is responsible for anchoring consciousness to this physical body. It doesn't create it. Consciousness is a fundamental property of the universe, and us humans are a unique expression of it. It's a theory that's worth considering, isn't it?
I've already put my stake in the ground. I've got to find a counter. But what about things like brain injuries? Don't they prove our brains affect our consciousness?
Of course they affect it. If a monitor gets damaged, it can no longer take the information sent from the computer and display it properly. The same is true with the brain. The consciousness behind it remains intact, but due to the damage, it cannot sync with the host body effectively. But isn't this already what we know to be true? When we see someone inhibited with these kinds of injuries, we naturally intuit the meaning. We feel something is getting in the way of them being their true self. To us, that's the greatest tragedy of such injury. We treat people instinctively as if they are more than just the physical processes governing them, as if there is something more behind the physical veil. This idea of a greater transcendent reality that shapes our material world goes back millennia. Such ideas were made famous by Plato's cave, but spans far further back in history than that.
Plato's cave is an allegory from the famous ancient Greek philosopher Plato, whereby he highlights the limitations of human perception and the often foolish attitudes towards the existence of higher levels of reality. Plato describes a group of people who have lived chained to the wall of a cave all their lives, facing a blank wall. The people watch shadows projected on the wall from objects passing in front of a fire behind them, and gives names to these shadows. The shadows are the prisoner's reality, but are not accurate representations of the real world. The shadows represent the fragment of reality that we can normally perceive through our senses, while the objects under the sun represent the true forms of objects that we can only perceive through reason. Three higher levels exist: the natural sciences, mathematics, geometry, and deductive logic, and the theory of forms. Socrates explains how the philosopher is like a prisoner who is freed from the cave and comes to understand that the shadows on the wall are actually not the direct source of the images seen. A philosopher aims to understand and perceive the higher levels of reality. However, the other inmates of the cave do not even desire to leave their prison, for they know no better life.
To assume such a universal experience is purely delusion, without having exhausted all lines of inquiry, is completely unscientific.
I had never thought about it like that, and I had never thought I would be hearing it from Miss Keller of all people. Has she always been this open-minded? Does that mean souls exist if there is something beyond the mind?
Perhaps, though maybe the idea of a soul was just the word we used because we didn't understand the nature of consciousness. If you look at the universe, it is full of stable laws and patterns. These patterns somehow resulted in us conscious beings who can decipher these inbuilt languages. Languages such as maths, geometries, reason. Through us, it's like the universe is experiencing itself. Like a fool who finds hieroglyphics carved into stone and concludes it was just randomly created by erosion over time. It'd be foolish to assume these complex patterns written into the universe, and our role to observe them, hold no greater meaning. Us humans, for all our intelligence, are so damn foolish.
For a moment, I think I see the crack in her mask resurface. Is there really something more going on here? I'm not sure I'm following your meaning.
Don't worry, Zeke. I'm sure you'll get it one day. Anyway, time is getting away from me. From all of us, really. I have to get back to my work. Thanks for the chat. It was a nice brain break.
You call that conversation a break? I think I need to lie down after all that info. I guess she is just built differently.
I'll see you in class tomorrow. You'd better get going before you get us both in trouble.
Yeah, you're probably right. See you in class, Miss Keller.
I told you, it's Audrey.
I begin to awkwardly slink away from the rooftop, unsure of what I just heard, but intrigued by the passion of the one who shared it. Is there something more behind what she was saying than she was letting on? I leave our apartment with no sign of Jace. At this point, I can't even tell if everyone is intentionally avoiding me. There is a very weird atmosphere around this week, something I can't quite put my finger on. Maya, there she is. Last time I saw her, she was angry at me. And she's gone. I think she spotted me. I should follow her, see why she is so upset. I finally managed to catch up to her in the second floor hallway. Maya, wait up! After I call out, she halts, and in response she turns to face me. About the other day, you know I didn't prank you, right?
It doesn't matter now.
Why?
It is too late.
What is too late?
I already told you. It doesn't matter.
Come on, don't be like that. I promise I gave you the correct address. It was just a mistake. I'm sure we'll be hanging out again soon. Why don't you come over next time instead?
None of that matters now. Goodbye, Zeke.
No, wait. Aren't you at least going to tell me what is going on? Like I said, it was just a misunderstanding.
No, it is beyond all that. I'm going. Don't follow me.
Once again, Maya leaves, leaving no room for me to pursue her. Just what is going on this week? Running a few minutes late, I look through the glass door into my lecture room. I see only Jace among our friends in the room. Where is Eris and Isla? I look to the right and notice our lecturer is staring straight at me from within the room. I have been spotted. It's not Miss Keller, though she is usually the one teaching this class. It must be a substitute. I guess I have no choice but to go in and sit through this lesson. After class, Jason and I stand at the gate in silence, looking out over the golden afternoon sky. It's strange, though, as if there's some distance between us I can't put my finger on. It could just be in my head, though. It's best if I try to act normal. Finally done. That day went on forever. One lesson without Miss Keller, and it makes you appreciate how good a lecturer she actually is. That was so boring.
Yeah, it sure was.
Jace responds in a distant tone of voice. Okay, out with it. What's going on?
This is too much. Everything is all wrong.
What do you mean?
The vibes I'm picking up on are so wrong here, I can't even put it into words. Then there's Isla and Eris. Something weird is happening on that front too. Have you even taken the time to notice them recently? From what I'm sensing, it seems you don't even care. Just what the hell is going on?
Jace is being really weird. What? Of course I care. I didn't even know something was happening. Why are you getting angry at me? Is there something you know that I don't?
No, it's just...
Jace suddenly pauses with a weighted hesitancy. Maybe I'm being too harsh on him. With his ability of sensing emotions, perhaps everything around him is getting to him. Now that I think about it, that must be what it is. Jace is normally unflappable, but there is so much happening right now that only he can sense. Jace, I think you should go home and take it easy for a little while. You've been on overdrive trying to solve those riddles. You need to give your mind and emotions a break.
But...
Rest and come back at it clearer. You're not going to get anywhere like this.
For once, you're probably right. Who would have thought the time would come where you would be my voice of reason?
Again with the backhanded compliments.
Alright, I'll head home and get an early night then. Don't do anything dumb without me.
Would I ever? Why do I feel like I just jinxed myself? Following my conversation with Jace, I decided to try looking for Isla and Eris around town, though without luck. Neither of them were home, nor at our usual favorite hit spots. Before I knew it, the sun had disappeared beyond the horizon, bringing with it the veil of night. They have probably made it back around to their houses by now, though now it's a little late for me to show up at their doors. So now I find myself aimlessly standing on this roof, having taken advantage of the security tag in my possession, as I stand looking out over the city. There is something both serene and melancholic about the city at this time on a Monday night. So many souls, so quietly going about their lives. I wonder if there's anyone else out there, standing alone, looking at these stars as I am. As these strange thoughts waft in and out of my mind, I'm interrupted by a voice that draws my attention.
So you came back for more, did you, Zeke?
Miss Keller.
You're not going to stop calling me that, are you? Anyway, you sound surprised to see me? Who else did you expect to find here? Or maybe you've already forgotten our conversation from yesterday.
I don't know who I expected to see here. I don't even know what I'm doing here myself.
So you're not the only one, huh? I like it up here, although I don't make it up here too often. When I do, it's almost like my feet dragged me here, to give pause to everything else in my life.
I guess we were both brought here the same way.
Yeah.
She looks troubled, just like everyone else around me in recent times.
Listen, Zeke, you should stay away from here.
Why?
There isn't much more I can say, but you don't want to get caught up in this.
You weren't acting this way yesterday. What happened?
Nothing. Just listen to me, okay?
Why is everyone shutting me out right now? What the hell is going on? Did you find something out after finishing off your research paper? Let me guess, does it have to do with the golden spiral?
What do you know about that?
So I'm right. Just tell me. I'm sick of being left in the dark with all this stuff.
I don't know what you've heard, but I've told you before you're playing with fire. You need to leave.
But just...
I said go!
Miss Keller burst out in a loud, cutting
You
voice.
have no idea what's going on, and I wish I didn't either. It would have been so much simpler that way. But that isn't up to either of us. You should leave. Enjoy this week while you still have it.
What do you mean? Suddenly, someone begins to approach to my left, calling out in a deep tone.
Well, what manner of meeting is this?
Dr. Snow!
Care to tell me what a student and lecturer are doing atop the roof of an evening?
It isn't what it looks like. We just bumped into each other here.
Oh, though I have caught you where you shouldn't have been before. Haven't I, Zeke?
He remembers me in the last incident. There is a stern look in his eyes as they survey me carefully.
I see. I suppose it is time then.
Dr. Snow reaches into his pocket with slow and methodical movements. Stop. What is it you want? Darkness and fog envelop me. Where am I? I hear dull, muffled voices as a sharp pain charges through my mind.
Don't hurt him.
I only do what I must, Audrey. I've told you this.
Audrey, that's right. I was on the roof when. Why won't my body move? And why is everything blurry?
No, this can't be right.
No, such actions aren't, so I won't attempt to justify them. This is simply my role to play, as you have yours. We are all but actors in a grander plan, and onward we must dance. Unfortunately for us, despite what I had hoped, this seems to be our part to play. Goodbye, Zeke. By your death here, there will still yet be some meaning in it. After all, though death may be our end, it is also the means to their ascension.
So my feet led me to Audrey, and though I never spoke her name, with her lay the end of my path. What a senseless and abrupt end, before it had even begun. At least that is how it seems. Oh, okay. We've reached the end of the Miss Keller route. What? Okay. Not sure what's going on still, but we're getting somewhere, I guess. We end up dying once, we end up getting one end. Resonance has shifted, a new condition has been met. Jump to the nearest diversion point, I reckon. Hmm. Okay, flow. Hmm. Interesting, interesting. Chapter 3, and there's a puzzle there. Okay, okay. As the date's over there. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to jump to the 18th. Can we do that? No, we can only jump to here. Confirm. So we're going to jump to here. And we'll auto skip those parts we've seen. And we'll go to the arcade.
Zeke?
Entering the building using the security tag, we make our way to the top floor. Okay. I probably should have gone to class. I don't know why we're here. I know there's nothing to see here. Far hall. Then staff passage. Seek, someone is coming. From where?
I don't know. I just sensed something shift.
Damn it, I've got no time. What should I do? Run and hide. Quickly follow me. We have to hide. We double back around the hallway and quietly enter the dark lecture room. We hear footsteps approaching, followed by the muttering of a deep voice nearby the hall.
How strange. Could this mean?
The dark figure lingers for some time, before eventually we hear his footsteps recede down the steps, and presumably out of this section of the building.
That was way too close.
That's what you're here for, Isla. We were never in danger.
Great job, sweetie. You really saved our skin there.
It's amazing how warm Eris can be at times, and she couldn't be more right here. We owe Isla once again.
I think he's gone now. We should keep going.
You think that's a good idea for what just happened?
We're here now. It's even safer knowing that he's just left.
I'm with Jace on this one. Let's keep going.
Is that okay with you, Isla?
I'll trust you guys, if you're sure.
Then let's go. We move through the security door and into the staff office hallway. I'm pretty sure I remember the code from last time. Entering in the passcode, we bundle through the now unlocked door. As we enter the room, we are surprised at what we see. Inside is a musky and old-styled office, like something you would see in the photos of yesteryear. It is completely at odds with the appearance of the hallway we were just in. Strange philosophy books, old trinkets, and accessories mark the shelves. A smattering of things ancient and modern adorn the style. Whoever owns it is clearly eccentric.
What is with this room? Are we even in the same building?
It seems a lot different to last time. Now we can actually see it.
But why are all the lights on in here? We didn't turn them on?
Wait. Emerging from a shadowy corner advances a figure we have seen once before, though never in the flesh. Isla lets out a short shriek as the weathered man steps forward.
Well, well, look who has managed to wander their way in here.
What?
We take a step back. The shock of the man before us sends us onto the back foot.
Were you hiding in here waiting for us?
How didn't I sense you coming?
Dr. Javier Crane.
Indeed, that is me. And judging by the fact you've appeared here, you must be the lot that managed to break into my office and take my security tag.
The room is tense. We look around at each other, not knowing if we should stay put for the moment or attempt to run away.
Don't worry, there's no point trying to run. You've been spotted now, after all. Plus, you'll be glad to hear I don't intend to cause you trouble. In fact, I'm delighted to see you here, I must say.
Delighted? Why would you be delighted?
There will be time for that. Let's not be hasty. Take a seat.
We once again look to one another, an uncomfortable tension sticking to us, rendering us to slow and cautious movements. His erratic manner and smooth voice, alongside the bizarre circumstances, have us on edge. Eventually we do sit, as the man does likewise before us.
Do you intend to get us in trouble?
Oh, is that what you're worried about? Oh, I see.
The man is clearly eccentric, though in his own, almost disarming way.
I'm not one of your lecturers. I don't care for that kind of thing. In fact, to make it here, you have done rather well. You have passed the test indeed.
Past what test?
Yes, this would be quite confusing for you, I could imagine. Indeed, my delight gives good reason for you to doubt me. Though I'm not against you, I promise. I'm on your side.
The man implores us in a pleading voice. He comes across as innocent, his tone like a man uttering each sentence as if he is earnestly communicating some truth. Yet that in itself is strange, given the sometimes over-the-top nature of such cadence. Is he a bad liar, or just a recluse out of touch with social cues? Either way, he comes across as strangely desperate, whilst also seeming to hold a strange power in the conversation.
How are you on our side, sir? We haven't even met you before.
As reward for your efforts, let me tell you the truth of why you find yourselves here this evening. Then the next steps forward will become clear.
I look to Jace. There is something clearly concerning him. He has been quieter than usual. He finally speaks up.
Why can't I sense your emotions?
Now that he mentioned it, my synesthesia isn't kicking in, and Isla didn't sense his presence in this room either. He has taken us entirely off guard.
I understand it must feel exposing without your usual abilities, but try to understand it from my perspective, young man. I, someone born without abilities, feel very intimidated speaking to a group of you all. This is just to level the playing field, so we can have an honest discussion as equals.
Sure you just don't have something to hide?
Of course not.
The man again pleads in his submissive tone. He is acting as if he has no power, whilst we are all aware he carries all of it. Whether he is also aware of this dynamic, and if he is trying to manipulate us, that is the question. No doubt this impasse is frustrating Jace most of all, who usually can see through such situations using his abilities. For the most part, though, the man before us does seem genuine and rather shy. It's okay, Jace. For now, let's just hear him out. We can make up our minds later.
Yeah, okay.
And don't worry about your abilities. I just have a device turned on that's disrupting all resonance within this office.
Alright. Well, just a moment ago you told us we passed the test by making it into this office. What did you mean by that?
Yes indeed, I can barely believe it myself. You have done well, and have earned the right to learn the truth.
What truth?
I'm happy to tell you what I know. If we're going to work together, you're going to have to understand all the basics at least.
Who said we're going to work together?
The eccentric researcher ignores Eris's question and begins to unravel his thoughts to us.
This whole office scenario was actually an experiment I ran. And you students were the key participants.
We were the participants in an experiment?
Yes, but don't fret. This will come to benefit both of us, though let's not get ahead of ourselves. Back to my experiment. There was something I needed to ascertain, but I realized either nobody else had discovered it, or I was never going to be told the truth. So I had to set up circumstances that could test my hypothesis, so I could figure out once and for all if my suspicions were true.
What hypothesis were you testing?
That the nature of your abilities was what I had suspected it to be. That we were caught up in something much larger than we first realized. I knew Dr. Ventra was onto something. I will honor his legacy and complete his work.
A spark of passion pours from the strange figure before us.
Dr. Madiro Ventra, yes? We have read about him.
That's right. Back on that website, the author was Dr. Madiro Ventra. And he was also referenced on Dr. Crane's research papers we found in here last time. I guess Dr. Crane is a fan of his work.
Yes, Dr. Ventra was well ahead of his time. Nobody realized how groundbreaking his research was. He is my intellectual hero, and to think all these years later I have finally proved him right. I just wish he was still around to see this moment.
Dr. Crane pauses momentarily before suddenly launching back into his explanation, locking into my eyes with a fixed gaze.
You managed to get through this door using nothing but your abilities. Isn't that right, Zeke? How do you think that is possible?
His question hits me forcefully, not because I hadn't considered it before, but the way he asked it hit home the fact that something very strange is taking place around us. I don't know.
Common logic dictates it shouldn't be possible, correct? Yet, here we are. Let me explain how I set up this experiment, and what it really shows about the truth of this world.
We grow quiet. He has won our respect and attention, as our doubts and hesitations give way to curiosity. Our role is to be attentive and weigh up the information presented.
To understand the experiment I set up, you will have to understand the true shape of this world. It is not what you think. Have you ever considered that reality may have a shape? A structure beyond what we see?
As in the universe has a shape? Of course it does.
No, not the universe. All reality. Every set of possible outcomes in the multitude of universes.
Like a multiverse? You mean there are other universes different from our own?
Keller and, having been caught by Dr. Snow on the Institute roof with Miss Keller, Zeke is suddenly rendered unconscious. Awakening in a dark and strange room to a blurry eye, Zeke is met by cryptic words from Dr. Snow before he meets his end. Multiverse. The multiverse is a scientific theory that postulates the existence of many universes that exist in parallel to one another. The multiverse hypothesis gives an answer to many quantum-related phenomenon in a deterministic fashion, known as the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. Each different universe as it travels through time is known as a world line.
Yes. And the best way to understand the relationship between realities in the multiverse is through something like higher dimensional geometry.
You've lost me already.
Yes, I thought this might happen. You see, Dr. Ventra made some startling discoveries about the nature of reality, many of which have become the basis of what we do here at this institute. Through my recent findings, I am worried our current reality may be on a collision course with disaster.
What? What do you mean?
I can't be sure yet. Without more information, I can't be sure my calculations of higher dimensional convergence are accurate. This is why I led you all here. I need your help to find out the truth, to see if what I'm saying is correct, and if so, to figure out what we can do. If you want me to tell you any more about this research and the true nature of your abilities, I'm going to need your aid.
And this is what he was playing at. He has got us. Even Eris, who for once was the measured amongst us, has now cracked under the realization of his ploy.
Don't worry, I promise I am not here to extort you or anything of the sort. The truth is, I'm putting myself at high risk here. I first need to make sure our arrangement is equitable.
The man again suddenly changes to his softer tone, almost like a switch was flipped.
I will tell you what I know, I promise. But I need your help in getting some information on Dr. Snow, to make sure we stave off the danger, to complete what Ventra started.
Dr. Snow, isn't he your boss? What are you playing at?
Yes, but I have reason to suspect that Snow has found and suppressed Dr. Ventra's legacy. His final research paper that would have changed the world. Indeed, that may be able to save the world.
Right, the guy is a Ventra groupie. I should have seen that coming. This talk of impending doom, though, I have no idea what to make of it.
Why don't you just ask him about it? He's your boss. Why go through us?
You don't know Hendra Snow like I do. I have worked with him for many years now. He is a hardened man, ruthless and highly intelligent. I am not sure his end goal, though I don't trust what he's been telling us as his staff. He's hiding many things. What I've just found out about your abilities through my experiment,
Stream elements.
I'm sure he has already known this for some
Stay
time.
moist, my
Most
friends.
likely thanks to
Hydrate.
Dr. Ventra's final paper.
Dr. Ventra's final paper? Dr. Ventra's legacy. Dr. Ventra's legacy is a research paper that Dr. Crane claims contained his final groundbreaking research. Dr. Crane posits that it was stolen by Dr. Snow, and in order to assess his fears of an upcoming convergence, he must acquire this research. Why is D all the way down there? That feels weird. Oh, there it is. Okay, I don't know. Anyway.
This paper went missing after Dr. Ventra worked on it for many years. I'm sure there were many more discoveries that would boggle the mind contained in it. Why would Dr. Snow hide it from us? We must find out what he is up to. Surely you have sensed it too, haven't you? Something is brewing here.
Dr. Crane pauses as he looks over to Jace. Jace certainly has been vocal about the atmosphere around the Institute, though he isn't the only one to sense something is up.
Even if you're right, and Snow cannot be trusted, still, why would you go through us? We're just some college kids to you.
Dr. Snow has been obsessing over the research of you students, particularly those of you with higher R values, for a long while. I don't think he would do anything to harm you, nor does he have any reason to suspect you, meaning it'll be easier for you to evade his eye. Plus, with your abilities, you will be able to find out things I never could, all without drawing suspicion. If I try anything myself, I'll almost certainly be caught. He is very guarded in what information he allows us other researchers access to. But if instead we work together...
The man trails off and looks into the distance, a weight settling in his eye. The legacy of Dr. Ventura seems to mean a great deal to him, and if there is some cataclysm impending, it would be foolish not to help him. His reasoning in choosing us to help him makes sense. We could employ tactics with our abilities that put us at a distinct advantage.
Let's be honest with each other. You chose us mainly because of Zeke, right? His ability seems perfect for this.
Crane pauses before giving his answer.
And not just that, though it is true that it was his R value that got my initial interest.
For the first time in a while, Eris pipes up in earnest frustration.
I'm not buying your doomsday story. Seems like a cheap trick to make us help you.
In situations like this, having Eris around really helps. The thought she raised had crossed my mind, but I would never have the confidence to speak so harshly to someone like Dr. Crane.
So let's reframe it this way. You want us to look into Ventra's missing research paper. And in return, you will tell us the truth behind how our abilities work and the experiment you ran on us. Sound like a deal?
Crane pauses again as he sizes up Eris.
I'm really not lying about my fears. But even if I'm wrong on that, yes, that would be our arrangement. I believe we both benefit from discovering Dr. Ventra's lost research, so you have more to gain than I.
He isn't wrong there. I don't see a large downside, and I doubt he is lying to us either. At the very least, I can't think of a good reason for him to stage all this if it wasn't at least mostly true. Eris turns to face the rest of us.
I don't see a reason to say no. Are we in?
Before responding, I look over to Jace.
I don't like not being able to read him, but I think we should agree, at least for the moment, and see where it all leads.
I'm game if you all are.
We turn back to face Dr. Crane. Okay then, we accept.
Good, good. We'll be sure to keep this our secret, otherwise I'll be fired, and you'll all be expelled. Why don't we reconvene on Sunday? That will give you a number of days to begin looking for clues, so you can bring something of value to our meeting. As promised, I will share more information with you about your abilities then.
Where should we meet?
Come back to this office at 9:30 in the evening on Sunday. I'll make sure the path is clear.
All right. In this oddly furnished office late on a Wednesday night, we agree to something that we cannot help but feel will change the course of our futures. Whether it will be for our benefit that we cannot yet see, but we can certainly feel the weight that now lingers in the wake of our choice. Chapter 3 complete. As I lay down to sleep, it hits me. Another night vision emerges. Within it, it feels like the voice of a woman is emanating wisdom. I can't explain why I feel this way. I can't see nor hear anything that would give me a reason. It is simply an intuition given the forms of color and insight I'm experiencing. And in it, I'm struck with a new question. Why am I here? Usually this question is answered in some kind of biological way, or maybe in the sense of meaning or purpose, but this isn't the question my synesthesia is forcing through me. Why am I at this point at all? Why is there a me that could be transferred and transformed across time?
Lazy Gobbo said, "Hello. Tilda, how did I not know you streamed?"
I don't know. How did you not know? Thank you for the follow, friend. Thank you very much. Welcome on in. I hope you are having a fantastic existence. If I am a pattern, then what is the link that forms my experience? There are many patterns that transform across time. A wave in the sea, ripples in the sand, yet these don't have any experience. Yet we, as transforming patterns rippling across time, seem to be aware of our own transformations. We have experience or consciousness. This experience is enabled by our biology. That much is obvious, but why would these patterns of molecules, which we label as living, have such experience? Why would this reality's abstract governing patterns give rise to such phenomena?
Lazy Gobbo said, "I'm having a great existence, thank you. How is the game? I haven't heard of synesthesia before."
It's been interesting so far. We're still not completely sure what's going on. Lots of weird stuff going on. But essentially we have some sort of like mind powers or something, and there's an institute, and I don't know. It's been interesting though. Bit of a mystery.
Lazy Gobbo said, "That's cool. We like games with mystery."
One answer is that we are just computational machines, but as I think of this, my synesthesia, which is where the name of the game comes from, leads the flow of consciousness away from this answer. I somehow know this is incorrect. It isn't that we don't perform computation, we do, but our experience of consciousness is far more than that. Our AI systems we use every day perform such computations, and to such sophistication that many believe them to be conscious. Training on billions upon billions of data points, these large language models can do things we can't explain, a true black box. Does this make them conscious? No, not yet. They are feeding off our experience. They are trained on the patterns of human behavior, reflecting truths about ourselves even we can't understand, like a mirror of all human wisdom. So why aren't they conscious? Through my synesthesia, I understand instantly. They are intelligent, but not conscious. But how could I know this? I search for the answer. As the colors swirl, the strange feminine presence illuminates my mind. I'm not actually the pattern itself. I am the thread of experience that links each iteration of change. I am the condition. This is what I think of as me. With this thought, a simple example forms in my mind from something I heard several years ago. Some time ago, I read they had figured out a way to teleport molecules. By scanning someone, they could hypothetically transfer them to another place completely. The catch was, in doing so, technically they were actually creating an exact copy of the original. The original body would be completely deconstructed by the scanning process, with the teleported copy being identical to the original. Would the recreation be the same person? There is no doubt the recreation would believe himself to be the original, as would all his friends and family. There would be no discernible difference to all other parties. But would the original himself have the experience of continuing to live through the teleportation process? The answer I'm drawn to is no. The teleported copy isn't the same person. He isn't the same consciousness. Why? It's because the original itself wouldn't have the experience of continuing to live. The original, in the moment he was scanned, would cease to be, the experience as if he had died. The reason is simple. There is no thread of experience continuing the iteration of the pattern. We are the thread of our continuation, experiencing our propagation through time. This thread only has one property in and of itself, a will. The will can enforce how it propagates over time. In other words, it has influence on how the pattern turns out. So why aren't our AI systems conscious yet? It is simple. They don't have a will. In other words, they don't have a flow of experience linking iterations of its own patterning, all as it seeks to become something. They require external will to be inputted via our prompts. They have no thread. They are only a reflection of who we are. Should they develop their own will and begin to experience their own pattern as it transforms over time, at that point they could be called conscious. So why am I here? I am not the pattern itself, but rather the flow of will that influences the changing of this biological pattern. I am the will. I am the observer. This is the true thread. This is who I am. So the ultimate question is this: what are these multitude of threads trying to do? What are we all trying to become? I'm assuming you know what synesthesia is. I probably shouldn't assume that. Silly me. But if you don't know what synesthesia is, just speak up. I just thought about that because it's kind of, part of the game there. I get up and eat breakfast, and with it comes a welcome sense of peace and clarity. The morning always brings a fresh soberness to my thinking, so much so I begin to doubt if last night's events were even real. It's hard to believe what we heard was really the truth. Cataclysms, higher dimensional geometry, a lost research paper that would change the world. How do we know he didn't make up a fanciful story to manipulate us into helping him? The more I think about it, the worse an idea it sounds getting caught up in all this. We could get expelled for it. and we don't even know if what Dr. Crane is saying is true. I like my life the way it is. Why should I stuff it all up running around after some research paper I don't even care about? And yet there is something awfully intriguing about it all. I am not going to give up looking into it entirely, in case there really is something to it, but it's not like I could just put my whole life on hold here. You only have this college life once, right? And with that, I had best get going. I've got to go pay someone a visit. And so we've gotten on the Isla route. Almost before I finish knocking, Isla answers the door and comes out to greet me. It's almost like she knew I was coming.
Why are you here? I was just about to walk over for our morning lecture.
Not today, you're not. Have you forgotten our arrangement already? I am here to coach you. We've got Graybeard's record to beat after all, and with all this craziness around the Institute, we have fallen behind pace.
But are you sure we should miss classes? We could find another time.
One day isn't going to hurt in the grand scheme of things. Plus, we only have 9 days until your grand finale. We're running out of time. I plead with a comical sense of urgency. Isla always plays along when I do this. It's a cheap but effective strategy.
All right then, but I don't want to get in trouble. We should practice here.
That sounds like a plan, my man. Here, isn't your mom home?
No, she's already left for work. She won't be back until tonight either.
I thought only your dad had a day job.
That used to be the case. We need the money, I guess.
I walked right into that one. Alright, here's the spot then. Let's get started. Isla leads me on into her bedroom. It's been a while since I've been here, and it's probably the only time I've been here without any of her family home.
Make yourself comfy.
Sure, okay. Damn it, why does my bravado always dry up on me when it counts?
Do you want a drink or anything?
No, I'm fine.
Huh?
Damn it, she can tell I'm acting weird. Come on, Zeke, get it together. It's just your friend's room. Breathe. Do you have the game installed?
Sure do. I'll just get it started up.
Isla turns on her gaming computer as a gentle hum fills the room as it boots up. So, are you confident about Saturday?
Yeah, the 2 records I'm going for on Saturday I've got in the bag. It's just this Space Enforcers record next week I'm nervous about.
Fret not, that's why I'm here. You can count on me.
Yeah.
Isla gives a huge smile. For that, it is worth it. I probably should have practiced before coming here, though.
Okay, show me how it's done.
Isla motions to her computer.
Come on.
I think it would be best if you showed me your current skills and I can coach you on areas to improve. Yes, that's it. Take the bait.
I already know where I suck. What I really need is someone to show me how it's done. I learn best from example. Please, Zeke, for me?
Oh no, she's activated her secondary special ability, Puppy Dog Eyes. I'm powerless to resist it. How did it end up like this? Right, of course, I'll show you how it's done. Such an OP ability, that one. I take a seat at her computer as I gulp down my anxiety. I have no idea what I'm doing here. I guess all I can do is my best. She loads up the game from her emulator as the initial fighter selection screen appears before us. Pretty janky graphics.
What do you expect? It's a game from the 80s. Anyway, quit stalling. Show me what you can do. You could at least get to 30 kills, right?
Well, with any luck, we will actually end up getting to... 50 kills? 50 kills. Yeah, with any luck. We'll get to 50 kills. We're going to try. Are you kidding? I could do 30 in my sleep. I have no idea if 30 is a lot or not. I sure hope it isn't.
Hurry up then.
Internally, I have a minor panic whilst keeping up my external bravado. Okay, here I go. Time to pick my ship. I don't know if there's one that's supposed to be better or I don't know. Okay, let's see. How do we play? That's going to be the next question. WASD and spacebar. Well, that didn't work very well. I didn't even make it to 1. Okay. Ah! Okay, so holding it down doesn't do anything. Oh, this is going to be... Yeah, this is going to be fun. Oh dear. We're going to be stuck here for a minute, guys. My turtle is about to show off.
Zeke, you didn't even make it to 30. Wow, you made it to 30. You're actually good at it.
I told you. Didn't you believe me?
Not exactly.
Is it really that hard to believe I'm good at something? Hey, I got to 50. I didn't just get to 30. I got to 50. Why didn't I get the achievement for 50? Oh, is that a different day or something? Okay, that's it. Okay. I see. So, okay. I may have overperformed there.
But you know, I have to get a whole lot more kills than 30, and that's within a time limit too. It isn't going to be easy.
Hey, I've got this. I have got this. Don't worry, your coach is here. We have all day, don't we?
What do you mean?
We can spend all day researching all the best strats. With our combined brain power, there's no way we won't come up with a foolproof plan to beat that record.
Really? You think so?
I know so. Let's get started.
Okay.
Okay. We spend the whole day in Isla's room practicing Space Enforcers and goofing around. Well, most of the day we did leave her room for the kitchen to make some lunch. Neither of us are great in the kitchen, and the abomination we made could barely be called food, though fortunately we survived that ordeal. But all good things come to an end, and despite having a fun and comfortable day, it's time I had better get going.
Thanks for coming around today.
If I didn't come here, you would have no doubt hidden yourself in my lair, waiting for me to crank up my own game of Space Enforcers in an attempt to watch on from the shadows and steal my strats. Such is your advanced stalker skills. So it made sense to be upfront and avoid that whole scenario by giving you the goods in person.
Sure, if you say so. I'm a little more confident now thanks to today. I've still got a long way to go, but Greybeard's record is almost in sight.
That record sure means a lot to you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Zeke, you're definitely coming on Saturday, yes?
Yeah.
I'll tell you about it then.
Okay then.
Anyway, I'm going to head back inside. My mom will be back soon. I'll see you tomorrow.
Sure. See you then. Watch Greybeard beat her before she had the accident, and this is her trying to prove to herself that the accident didn't permanently affect her. As Isla heads back inside, the strange aura from the city once again catches my eye. Despite these easy, carefree days, I can't help but feel something is looming, threatening all of it. Or am I just paranoid? Later that night, as I'm getting ready for bed, Jace burst into my room unannounced.
Where were you today?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. You weren't at school, but the clock is ticking for us. We have to find something to take to Dr. Crane this Sunday. We need to start coming up with a plan.
Oh, yeah, that.
We couldn't even organize a time to meet up or anything.
Well, where have you been this evening?
Where do you think? Looking for information on Dr. Ventra's lost research paper.
But our only lead on that is Dr. Snow. And what are you going to do? Break into his office?
That might be a lot easier if you were around to help.
Jace's expectations of me are starting to get frustrating. How far are we really going to take this, Jace? I mean, I'm intrigued by it all, but this isn't getting a little out of hand.
It might already be out of hand. Are we really going to bury our heads in the sand if something really serious is going on?
I understand where Jace is coming from, but I think Miss Keller might have been right when she said there were crackpots amongst the researchers at the Institute. We might have just drawn out the wrong kind of attention. Like I said, I'm keen to keep looking into it, but I'm not going all out and getting myself expelled. Dr. Crane simply mentioned some wacky stuff about a multiverse, but then refuses to prove it to us until after we do what he wants us to do. It makes more sense to assume he is just stringing us along for his own benefit. Otherwise, why doesn't he prove it to us in advance and win our trust?
What if he's just testing us first? He's also putting himself at risk by trusting us.
He reached out to us first, and he is the one who wants something from us. Why do we have to prove ourselves to him? It should be the other way around. Jace just stares at me. It seems we have reached an impasse. And what about him blocking our abilities during our conversation? What is he hiding from us?
That's one thing that has me concerned too. I guess we agree on that. It's not like I completely trust him or anything, but for now, following up this research paper is our only way forward.
Though it's not without risk.
Zeke, without your help, we didn't find anything out today. It's not long until we're supposed to meet up with him again. We could really use your help. Will you be at school tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't want to miss 2 days in a row.
Alright, we can come up with a plan then, I guess.
I get why Jace has become all obsessed with this. It would be the type of thing I could have easily fallen into also, though there are things I care about more than some research paper or obscure theory. I don't want to lose what I have chasing phantoms.
I suppose there isn't much more to say. See you tomorrow then.
Despite Jace being a little dejected with my choice, I can't help but feel I did the right thing. And with Jace's ability, he clearly can sense where I'm coming from. It's probably why he isn't arguing any further. Despite that making it a little easier on me, I can't help but feel that it is a little sad. I make my way down my familiar path to the Institute at my usual hurried pace in order to make it to lectures on time. Is then I almost hit straight into a face I wish I never had the displeasure of looking upon again.
Watch where you're going. Wait, it's you. You're one of those freaks from the Institute.
Whatever. I attempt to walk around him, but it's obvious he isn't done being an ass, as he moves to continue to block my path.
We're on to you, you know that. You can't fool us.
I guess we don't need to, not when you're content fooling yourselves.
What do you mean by that?
Take your time to figure it out. In the meantime, move out of the way.
We have means to get the truth out of a person, you know. You'd better fess up if you don't want your life to become hell.
Are you threatening us?
Just stating the truth is all. And if you do the same, we'll get along just fine.
This guy is so infuriating. I just want to clean that stupid look off his ugly face. Stay calm, Zeke. Getting angry will make it worse. You know you're wrong about the Institute. They didn't create any of our abilities.
You really expect me to believe that? Not a chance. Not after what I've found.
And what is that?
Huh, I knew it. There must be some truth to it. Or why would you react like that, huh?
This guy's logic is beyond stupid, though with everything happening at the Institute, it's not like it's impossible that he has found some real dirt on them. Maybe even something of benefit to us. Tell me what you know, then I can confirm if it's true or not. How about that?
Ugh, what do you take me for? An idiot. I'm the one calling the shots here. I've wasted enough time with you. Consider yourself warned. Fess up soon if you don't want to bring trouble on that girlie of yours from the other day.
You had better not. I clench my fist. Heat surges behind my eyes.
Later.
Trace takes his leave, and after a few seconds I release my clenched fist. He left just in time. I was beginning to see red. He had better not drag Isla into this. I don't have time to calm down. It's time to go. Lectures are about to begin. As I hustle my way down the sterile halls of the Institute towards our lecture, a voice strikes me as a familiar face emerges before me.
Zeke,
Eris, are you heading to Miss Keller's lecture?
Jace wants to meet up on the roof.
And Miss Class, but I already missed yesterday's lectures. Today is supposed to be our R-value scans.
We've wasted enough time. Jace is keen to meet up. He wanted to meet up yesterday, but you both weren't here.
Just Jace?
Me too, of course. Come on. Isla and Jace are up there waiting for you already.
Okay. We gather on the opposite side of the rooftop, away from the potential of prying ears, and as I meet them I can sense an uneasy tension in the air.
All right, now we're all here. It's time we figure out our next move. We only have until Sunday to figure this all out.
I've done more research into Dr. Snow's history. There does seem to be some connection between Dr. Ventra and Dr. Snow in the past. It gives some credence to Crane's suspicion that Dr. Snow has something to do with Ventra's lost research paper.
Did they used to be friends or something?
No. Dr. Snow was employed by Ventra's small research lab for a short time before he went missing.
That's quite suspicious. Any other leads on the lab?
The lab closed down after Ventra went missing, and I couldn't find any information on who else was employed by them. The only person who could point us in the right direction is the one person we can't ask, Dr. Snow.
Is there an address we could look up for the old lab? Maybe we could visit and see what we can find.
I only got this information from some old bios online, and they only mentioned the name of the lab. I couldn't find an address or anything like that. It doesn't seem like anybody knows anything about it.
What was the name of the lab?
9K Labs. That's all I've got.
9K? What does that mean?
Who knows?
We stand in contemplative silence. Jace and Eris seem determined to find some information before Sunday, but at this point our prospects aren't looking good. Isla seems to enjoy the challenge of it, but I don't think she is particularly invested or suspicious of the Institute. I don't even know where I stand now. It's hard to know who to trust right now.
We should meet tonight then. We've wasted enough time. We've got to look for some more info.
I can't, though. I've got to practice for tomorrow.
Really, Isla? Come on, this is getting ridiculous now.
But it's really important that I win tomorrow.
Why? Who cares about some stupid arcade games compared to what is happening here?
They aren't stupid.
Isla's face drops. I've had enough of this. Back off, Jace.
Why do you both care so much? It makes no damn sense to me.
It doesn't have to. You can sense how she's feeling, yet you keep pushing your own way on her.
It's not my own way. It's about the big picture. Can't you tell something serious is happening here?
And if it isn't, why should we have to drop everything for this anyway? There are other important things, you know?
Like a damn arcade game?
You...
Isla lets out a short cry and makes for the stairs. Damn it, Jace. I've never seen a reaction like that from Isla. What is going on with her? I search the Institute, scouring every hallway for her, but she is nowhere to be found. Where could she have gone? My search eventually brings me to the most likely place for her to be, but the place I, for some strange reason, was wanting to avoid. I knock, but there is no answer. I turn the knob. It's open. I had better try. I call out as I make my way down the hall, but hear no response. I tentatively open her bedroom door and make my way in.
Zeke, why did you follow me?
Did you really think I wouldn't? Isla doesn't respond. She wipes her eyes in an attempt to hide the small tears I could see gathered in their corners. I'm sorry about Jace. For a guy who senses emotions, he can sure be a major jerk.
Yeah, he's probably right, though. This whole thing I'm doing is pretty pathetic, isn't it?
Don't say that. It's not.
A college student obsessing about arcade games? Just admit it. I'm pathetic.
Why would it be? You're so amazing at it, you've amassed a whole fan club. There aren't many people good enough at something to attract that kind of attention. Isla doesn't respond. I'm not sure if she believes what I'm saying. After a brief silence, she eventually speaks up.
It's not really just about the games, you know.
What do you mean? Isla again pauses as she thinks I see a deep glint of pain in her eyes. How well do I really know this girl? What is hiding just underneath that I've never noticed?
I don't want to bring it all up. Not before tomorrow. I should stay focused.
Isla closes her eyes, and as if swallowing down some tumultuous storm, reemerges as the Isla I know. Just how long has she been doing this for without me noticing?
Maybe we could talk after tomorrow.
I kind of want to push her on it, but I somehow feel it isn't my place. Yeah, sure, we can talk then.
Okay.
A short silence passes before Isla turns back to face me.
Now that I'm here, I should probably practice Space Enforcers again for the finale next week. Would you like to stay with me?
How could anyone say no to that? Yeah, sure. We spent most of the day practicing, with the exception of a short lunch break, which was only marginally better than our last culinary experience. Isla's mood is back to normal, which in one sense is a relief, but a part of me is worried by her ability to switch so easily.
Zeke, you didn't give Space Enforcers an attempt today. Didn't you say you were going to show me how it was done?
Yeah, but I already did that last time, remember?
That barely counted. Come on, stop avoiding it. I need to get far more than 30 kills, you know?
We have all next week to practice. I promised you name an amount and I'll show you how it's done.
You promise?
I promise. Consider those kills as good as got.
Alright then.
I really should do some practice.
I'm going to head to the arcade. I've cut a deal with the owner to practice a little later tonight.
Do you want me to come?
It's okay. I'd prefer to go alone today. It'll help me focus.
All right. Then I'll walk with you as far as to the arcade. As Isla and I prepare to walk back and then go our separate ways, I can't help but feel uneasy. What has been hiding behind that pleasant smile I have known for so long? I sit in silence on a serene evening, reflecting on the day's events. After walking Isla to the arcade this afternoon, we found Jace waiting out the front for us. He apologized to Isla, and after talking it through, we made a compromise. We would all go out tomorrow night instead to hunt for clues into Dr. Ventura's missing research paper. I know we are getting started with our search much later than Jace was wanting, especially given that the following night is when we are supposed to meet again with Dr. Crane. Fortunately, Jace is aware complaining won't help the situation, so he was being far more reasonable after his earlier episode. Jace, and maybe Eris as well, are likely both on the hunt for clues as I sit here. Was that the front door? Who on earth would that be? Opening the door, I see an unexpected yet familiar face before me as she welcomes herself into the apartment with a strut straight past me.
Nice place you've got here.
Thanks. Wait, what is going on? What are you doing here, so late at night? This is beyond bizarre. She must have looked up my address through my records at the Institute.
I came to check up on you. You haven't been at lectures the last few days, but I spotted you in the hallway this morning. I was worried. Is everything all right?
I appreciate the concern, but is it normal for a lecturer to check in on a student after only 2 days' absence and go all the way to their house late at night? Miss Keller is uncharacteristically lost for words. I could tell something was up. Why don't you be honest with me and tell me what you are really doing here? Miss Keller looks at me with sharp eyes, eyes that weigh me on their scales.
There's no fooling you, is there, Zeke? I was right about you. You missed your scan today. We need it for a research report I have due by the end of the weekend.
You needed my scan so desperately you were willing to come to my house to get it. What are you really up to over there?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. I lock eyes with her. My resolve is strong. I won't let her play this off like she is hoping for.
Now I'm truly impressed. I was sure that last one would have worked on you.
Compliments aren't going to trick me.
I can see that. I wonder what has changed.
What do you mean?
No matter. The real question is, what are we going to do now? It seems we have reached an impasse.
I remember Chase saying that he sensed conflict in Miss Keller. Perhaps this is the moment to get some information out of her. You've come here for a reason, and I also have something I would like, so why don't we do a deal? I'll give you what you want, but you have to tell me the truth of what you're doing here tonight, and what you know about the Institute.
Oh, so you're suspicious and it's information you want? You should know I'm under a confidentiality agreement with my role as a researcher.
For you to come all this way at this time of night tells me you're desperate, so you can either tell me and get what you need, or it seems your role as a researcher will be in trouble regardless. I take a gamble with some strong words and a huge assumption. I'm so nervous I'm trembling, but I mask it as I put up a strong front.
Zeke, I really am surprised at your insight, though there are limits to what I know myself.
My eyes stay locked on hers as I sense her weighing my proposal.
I can't tell you everything, but I can let you in on a few things. But only if you promise to keep two conditions.
Which are?
1. You never tell a soul what I tell you, nor that it was me who leaked the information to you.
And the second?
That you not only allow me to scan you now, but any time I request your help for my research in the future.
These aren't unreasonable requests, particularly given the position she is putting herself in. I must be right. She must be very desperate for my scan for some reason. How do I know you aren't going to lie to me?
You can get Jace to ask me on Monday if I was lying. He can sense that kind of thing, can't he?
I thought I couldn't tell a soul.
I'll make an exception if you reiterate the same terms to him.
It doesn't change much for me to submit myself to a few more scans. I have been doing them anyway, and it's the chance to get some information. It's obvious what I need to do. All right, tell me what you know and why you're so desperate for my scan, then I'll give you what you need.
Then we have a deal. Let me set the scene a bit here.
Miss Keller takes a moment as a shift comes over her that signifies a more relaxed and open inclination.
So, to begin with, I was initially hired by the Institute as an interdisciplinary researcher.
What does that mean?
An interdisciplinary researcher is an expert in two different scientific fields, and therefore can join the dots between different types of research. My fields are quantum physics and neuroscience.
Those are certainly some interesting fields of study there. Quantum physics is the study of the atomic and subatomic world. In quantum mechanics, the wave-particle duality, the wave function collapse, and uncertainty principle have captured the imaginations of the population. Schrodinger's cat box is amongst the most famous stories, highlighting how quantum phenomena leads to unintuitive truths in the macro world. Neuroscience is the study of the nervous system. Most neuroscientists focus on the brain and its impact on behavior and cognitive functions. You're an expert in both of those fields. Where did you find the time for that?
I guess I'll take that as a compliment. As I was saying, there are very few qualified to synthesize research from those two fields, despite how related they are. Quantum physics always fascinated me as it was the study of the most fundamental aspects of the universe. Neuroscience gripped me because there's no greater mystery than consciousness. How it arose out of this physical world is a truth I always dreamed of uncovering. It's why I studied both fields. I wanted to answer the big questions. Why are we here? Is there something more to life? To answer your earlier question, when you're this obsessed to get answers, you find the time.
So the Institute needed you because you could merge findings from these two fields.
Yes, I teach an hour lecture to your class each day. This role ensures your R-value scans are correctly conducted, as I can prime you students directly and conduct the scans myself. The rest of my 7 or so hours of work a day are spent on the research.
Given what I've seen, she seems to work a lot of overtime. She probably works way more than she's letting on.
I act like a final filter for various research reports conducted here at the Institute. With my breadth of knowledge, I can check over other reports, add in my own findings, and write a final report for the head researcher.
For Dr. Snow.
Yes, that's right.
In that case, there must be all kinds of things you've discovered if you're like a final filter before handing on findings to Dr. Snow.
I only play this function for very specific types of research, not everything. Besides, Dr. Snow is very cautious. Many things in the reports are redacted. It seems he never allows any one staff member access to too much information.
Doesn't it strike you as odd how cautious he is? Miss Keller pauses as she looks at me. She clearly doesn't want to answer, but she must know Jace will sense if she has obscured the truth.
Yes, his behavior is highly unusual.
What do you suspect he is doing?
I can't be certain, but one thing I'm sure of is this. He is delving deep into the very structure of existence. He is searching for something, I believe.
Searching for something? Searching for what?
I don't know, but all of this, the institute, the classes, the research on you students, I suspect he's using it all as a basis to get what he wants.
How would research on us help him get what he wants?
I don't know. I simply deliver reports linking the findings from your R values to various quantum-related phenomena.
You're speaking quite vaguely. Can't you tell me what quantum-related phenomena?
Really, Zeke? Do you really think you'd understand any of it?
Miss Keller's voice raises in intensity.
What do you know of our submanifold's relation to our higher dimensional brain, on which our consciousness is interacting concurrently with other submanifolds through successive resonance events?
I'm taken aback by her sudden jump in intensity. Though in truth she got me, I didn't understand a word of that.
What I just said wasn't just word salad, it's the truth of what is happening. At least, it's what I can piece together from the reports I'm submitting. It'd take me too long to explain years' worth of study to you, so just trust me when I say this. The minds of you students are revealing truths about the substructure of reality. After all, consciousness and reality are more connected than we ever realized, as your abilities revealed to us.
Miss Keller pauses again before she looks me in the eye with stern resolve.
I believe Dr. Snow is using this information in order to build something.
There is no hint of a lie in her voice. Rather, I sense fear. What could he be trying to build?
I honestly don't know, and he wouldn't tell me if I asked. I only get told the bare minimum to write my reports. What his end goal is, that I don't know. But one thing I do know is that he has a cold, unshakable resolve. He won't let anything stand in his way.
As Miss Keller ends her sentence, she begins to trail off, and I only perceive one thing from her: dread. I've never seen Miss Keller like this.
Something is coming. I can see it in my research, but I don't know what or when. They have made sure I don't have enough information to calculate it.
Why is she speaking so cryptically all the time? What is coming?
A resonance event of some kind, I believe.
Resonance event. I remember that language from Dr. Crane's research reports. Our R values are also labeled after resonance to the spiral. Is this all connected? What happens at a resonance event?
Again, I don't know. I can't begin to understand how higher dimensional events are perceived in our world. Perhaps we'll notice absolutely nothing, or maybe the universe itself will be pulled apart. Perhaps it'll be something that only those with abilities will sense.
That would explain Dr. Snow's obsession with us students. Then again, perhaps he only needs us for his research into whatever it is he is building.
This is about all I can tell you. Anything else would be the technicalities that won't be of use to you.
Strangely enough, I trust Miss Keller is telling the truth on this, though one thing is still bothering me. Okay, well, I'll let you scan me as promised, but before I do, I have one final question.
Which is?
Why are you still helping them if you're so suspicious of them? Couldn't you quit and go elsewhere? I see a twinge of pain flash over her eyes. I seem to have struck a nerve, yet she still responds with grace and honesty.
2 reasons, I suppose. One is that here I am closer than ever to untangling the mysteries I've always sought to see laid bare. Ever since I was a child, I wished to be in this position, to be privy to the most cutting-edge research on the planet. My second reason is much different to the first. I'm in too deep. His eyes, I'm afraid of what would happen if I suddenly walked away from the project at the crucial juncture.
Perhaps this is the conflict Jace sensed in her all along. She is torn between her innocent desire for her science and her suspicions that could be being used for something far less innocent. It's hard to leave a job you love for nothing more than suspicions, I guess. Plus, she now seems genuinely afraid to leave. It's not right for me to judge her for that. I have no idea what she is going through. Thanks for holding up your end of the bargain, Miss Keller. We can do the scan now.
Thank you, Zeke.
She responds in sincerity, as if a great weight has been lifted off her shoulders. As she begins to ready herself to conduct the scan, an odd sensation hits me as I awake. Am I forgetting something? That's right. Last night, Miss Keller turned up here unannounced. It's so bizarre it almost feels like it was a dream, but it certainly wasn't. We made a deal, and she told me everything she knew about the Institute. She then did a scan of my brain using a portable scanner connected to her laptop, and was on her way shortly after. I'll need to tell Jace all about what happened when I get the chance. For now, though, I need to get out of this apartment. The crowd is starting to gather for Isla's little run today, but I'm a little bit early right now. Isla isn't on until a little later. Okay, so yeah. Sharp's Point, I guess. Not sure she'll be home, but it's worth a try. The door opens swiftly after I begin knocking as Isla emerges from her house.
Zeke?
Hi there, Isla.
What brings you here?
I just came to wish you luck before your run.
Thanks.
Are you ready?
Sure am.
That's the way. I've taught you well. Remember, trust your instincts.
I will. Don't worry, Coach. I won't let you down.
That's the way. Will you be heading down soon?
Yes. I haven't quite finished getting ready yet, though.
I'll meet you down there soon then.
Okay. I'll see you there.
Okie dokie. Sounds like a plan. The crowd is starting to gather, but I'm a little early. Okay. Jace,
Oh, hey Zeke.
what's wrong? You look like you got hit by a bus.
I'm just tired. I came here to get a coffee. Hopefully it'll keep me awake for a while.
Don't tell me you were up all night looking for leads on that research paper.
I won't tell you that then.
Silence follows. So, you were.
Didn't you ask me not to tell you?
From the looks of it, you didn't find anything, did you?
That much is
Stream
obvious,
elements.
isn't it?
Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Jace then abruptly moves forward as his eyes widen.
Wait, what is this smug emotion from you, Zeke?
Smug.
Don't tell me you actually found something.
I won't tell you that then. Checkmate. How do you like your own medicine for once, Jace?
Spit it out already. What did you find?
I was looking forward to a dramatic reveal, though with his ability it seems I'm being robbed of that luxury. Oh well, I should just get to the point. I explained to Jace about Miss Keller's visit last night, about the deal we struck and the information she shared with me.
This just confirms much of what Dr. Crane said the other night, doesn't it?
It does, but what do you make of the upcoming residence event she was speaking of, and her suspicion that Dr. Snow is building something?
I have no idea. There is no doubt now that it's something serious, though.
You're probably right.
When we meet up tonight, we can discuss it more.
Jace seems to indicate that he needs to leave. Do you need to get going somewhere?
Just home to sleep. I was going to get a coffee to try to push through, but I've hit a wall. Apologize to Isla for me. Tell her I'll be at her big finale next week.
I will do that. See ya.
Later.
Is it still early or... Okay. Quite empty here now that Jace is gone. I guess I'll go to Sharp's Point. Let's... Okay, north side. Isn't that? Eris, what are you doing here? Seems like I scared her.
Why did you sneak up on me like that?
The real question is, why are you so jumpy? Hiding something? Let me guess, on your way for some more snow cones.
Leave me alone, Zeke. I'm not in the mood.
And just like that, she storms off. What just happened? Why is she in such a bad mood? Although she often reacts to me, usually there seems to be at least some sense of banter. Right now, she seems genuinely upset. Something must have happened. I hope she's okay. Nobody knows here, and there's no sign of Eris after she stormed off. I hope she isn't too upset. Time for the arcade yet? There we go. I arrive at the arcade and instantly I notice the atmosphere is all wrong. Isla's fan club are all here as expected, but the place is silent, frosty even, and Eris is nowhere in sight. I turn to the right and it becomes apparent what, or who, the issue is.
And there you have it. This woman is nothing but a cheat. Just an Institute freak using her abilities to steal even more from our society. Tell us, girl, were you ever going to tell these people the truth? Or were you happy to lie to their faces whilst you stole their praise?
Isla looks like she's on the verge of tears as her fans stand about the room in shocked silence. Trace's words are given with conviction, and I sense rumblings of doubt begin to tremor through her once faithful.
No, it isn't that.
Then are you denying you're using your ability to steal these records?
Before I have time to react, Isla lowers her head and dashes past me out the door. I'm not sure she even saw I was there. That's it. I've had enough of this jerk. You bastard.
Huh? Oh, another one of you freaks. You came here to assist the cheat?
You take back what you said about Isla.
I only spoke the truth, didn't I? Don't these people have the right to know what you cheats are up to?
So she has a natural advantage in these games. So what? How is that cheating? Do we disqualify the tall from basketball just because they were born with an advantage? Or the geniuses from education just because it'll be easier for them to beat us in exams? Isn't that what we love about professional sports? Seeing the limit of what is possible. Feats performed by the genetic apex of humanity.
Apex? What are you even talking about? Is that stupid freak speech or something?
How can this guy be so damn stupid? I'm saying there's nothing wrong with Isla using her abilities to achieve something incredible.
No excuse you give is going to excuse your cheating.
She wasn't cheating. She was working her butt off coming here almost every day for this. I turned to the small crowd to address them. I won't let this jerk ruin what Isla has built. Are you all really going to turn on her so easily? Isla was born with an incredible gift. Isn't that what you admired in the first place? I am met with nothing but silence and looks of confusion and doubt.
Spin it however you want. We all see through your lies. You and that shady institute, we're going to expose you all for the frauds you are.
The stupidity this guy is spewing is infuriating. If I stay any longer, I'm going to end up decking him. I've wasted enough breath on him. I need to go find Isla. You are not worth the time.
What did you say to me?
Ignoring him, I swiftly exit the arcade in search of Isla. Where could she have gone? After some time of searching, I eventually make my way into the institute and through to the rooftop. And there she is, overlooking the city is the one I've been searching for. Isla.
Zeke, you found me. Even up here.
I've been looking everywhere. What are you doing up here? Don't worry about that jerk, Trace. He isn't even worth listening to.
Is that so?
Isla again looks out from the rooftop to the depths below, her face pained. Something is wrong beyond the circumstances of today. I saw the cracks in her mask that day in her house also. What is going on, Isla? I'm starting to worry about you. Is there something I should know?
I did say I'd tell you after my run today, although that never happened, did it? I'm pathetic, aren't I? That Trace guy was right.
I told you, you're not. You're amazing, Isla. The amount of skill it takes for those records goes way beyond your special ability. Don't let that idiot get to you.
It's not really about him, though, you know?
Then what is it about? Isla heaves a large sigh, and in the moment it is as if she has reclothed her demeanor entirely.
Okay, I'll tell you the full truth, and then you'll understand who I really am. I've been lying to you, Zeke.
What do you mean?
The sweet girl you knew, the well-behaved student with the nice family, she died years ago. I'm merely the remains.
I don't understand.
Then be quiet and listen, and I'll show you how far back my lies go. Years ago, when we first met, I was attending the local high school. I was intrigued by you students of the Institute, those with special abilities. I was happy when we became friends, and I didn't even really care that some from my school shunned me. They weren't worth it anyway. I never fit in at that school. That was a happy time, when we used to share our walks home of an afternoon. I often imagined what it might be like if I had an ability of my own. I then learned the reality behind the old saying, be careful what you wish for. You would remember my family from those times. Although we had our problems, overall we were content. We had everything we needed. The world seemed settled. It wasn't to last. As I've learnt, nothing ever does. Dad was really busy with work at that time. He would often come home late, completely worn out, though even through his struggles he would never complain. Looking back, I never really thought about how much he was carrying on his shoulders to keep us happy. I suppose he didn't want to ruin our happiness. I wish I had known or considered what he was doing on our behalf, but I suppose one thing we cannot change is time. Remember what I told you about how I got my head injury?
I do. You said you hit your head helping with some home renovations.
That's the story my mom gave everyone, but that's not what really happened. Late one night, my dad came home from a big day at the office. I was upset with him never being around, and threw a tantrum about something trivial on his arrival. It's quite embarrassing for someone who was 14 years old at the time to behave like that, now that I look back on it. My father barely reacted. He never reacted. This only made me even more angry, so I screamed louder and louder, trying to pull some kind of response from him. Which eventually, it did. I guess my dad couldn't handle the stress any longer. He was always so kind, but I suppose everyone has their limits. I only wish I had known that at the time, or considered what he was going through. After the impact of the slap, I had stepped backwards, and apparently tripped. My head contacted the corner of the kitchen bench behind me. That is actually how I sustained my head injury.
So that is what really happened to Isla, though there is something I don't like about how she is speaking. Her manner is so detached and matter of fact, but she's putting it all on herself. Why are you acting like it was your fault? You were young. Of course you were going to miss your dad if he was working all the time. It isn't your fault he lost his temper.
He thought just like you do, and put all the blame on himself. As the months rolled on, and I didn't awake from my coma, hope that I would ever regain consciousness dwindled. There was some faint evidence of brain activity, but as the doctors told my parents, the longer I didn't awake, the more likely it would be that I would remain in that state until my death. So, as you can imagine, the longer I remained in that state, the ever harsher my father poured blame on himself for what he did. He began drinking. Over time it became heavy. Eventually it became so bad my father was at risk of losing his job, which he couldn't afford, especially with the high price of my hospital bills. I suppose even while I was unconscious, I never gave my dad a break from his pressures. Want to know how much of a liar I am? I've been pretending ever since I woke up that I'm still that happy girl you remember with the neat, happy family. But that isn't the truth. Not at all. The most laughable thing is how close everything was to being okay. The timing of it all I will never get past.
What do you mean? What happened?
One night, my dad had been drinking particularly heavily at a bar on the other side of town. Like many other nights before, he decided to tempt fate and get behind the wheel to drive back home. This night, his bad decisions caught up with him. He fell asleep at the wheel, and veering off, he crashed into the side of the tunnel. The car flipped several times and came to rest upside down. He was pronounced dead once the ambulance arrived at the scene.
Isla speaks in a cold, passionless tone as she recalls the traumatic events of her past. I can't believe what I'm hearing. How has she been through all this and kept it hidden? Has she really gotten so good at burying her feelings all these years?
That's right. Want to know why you haven't seen my family around? My dad is gone thanks to me, and now my mom has to work around the clock to make ends meet.
Don't say that. It wasn't your fault.
You don't need to lie to make me feel better, Zeke. I'm well aware of the truth. Though I haven't quite reached the end of my pathetic tale.
I don't understand why she kept the truth hidden all this time. And why is she being so harsh on herself? I can't handle this.
The day I awoke was only 2 days after my father's car accident. That's right. After months of being unconscious, I awoke just too late. If only I had woken up just a little sooner. If only I had somehow known, none of this would have happened. For obvious reasons. My mom didn't tell me right after I awoke what had happened. Though after a few days of my dad not showing up to the hospital, she was unable to keep it hidden any longer. As you know, my physical rehabilitation took a long time, but that was nothing compared to what those events have done mentally. I will never forgive myself. For months, I was obsessed. Why hadn't I woken up just a little sooner? If only I could just go back. If the timing had just been a little earlier, he would still be here. Everything would be different. It wasn't long after I awoke that I began showing signs of my ability. It started with being able to preempt events, only by 5 to 10 seconds at most. It wasn't nearly enough to make any significant impact. It wasn't enough to go back in time to change what I wanted to fix most.
I don't know what to say to her. What can anyone say in response to something like this? And her ability emerged after her injury and after she obsessed about wishing to have changed time. Are those things connected? Could it be connected for me also? No, I don't want to think back to those times. It's best to leave the past in the past. I don't blame you for keeping it hidden, Isla. You have to deal with things in your own way. I can't imagine what you've been through.
The only good thing to come out of it was that I was now able to go to your school, which is what I wanted all along. As I said earlier, be careful what you wish for.
There is a sense of self-depreciation in her voice. I can't stand to hear her like this.
Though I still haven't told you the most pathetic part in all this.
What do you mean?
Trace is right. What I'm doing is truly sad.
I told you not to listen to that jerk. What would he know?
He is right, though he has got the reasons wrong. You want to know the real reason I'm trying to break the records at the arcade?
Isla looks nostalgically out over the rooftops of the city below.
I didn't do it for popularity. I never imagined people would get swept up in my attempts like they did. I'm not even doing it because I enjoy the games, or have talent, or anything as sensible as that.
I had thought to myself that her ambition was a little odd, but I just chalked it up to an unusual interest. Then why are you doing it?
And to beat Greybeard's records, to complete what he never did, to hold every record at that arcade. Surely after my story you can figure out who Greybeard is, can't you?
I just heard a story about her family. Wait a minute, why didn't I make the connection earlier? Your surname is Gray. Is Greybeard your dad?
He is. I thought you might have figured it out earlier than this. Maybe a part of me was hoping you would, and that in asking about him, I could finally tell you the truth. My dad was right into gaming when he was younger, starting with old arcade machines and 90s computers. It was a big hobby of his. I remember him telling me about all the records he held at the local arcade. When I was a kid, I thought it was the coolest thing. I'd go look at all the machines at the arcade and see his gaming name, Greybeard, lofted high as the record holder. One day, though, I noticed there were a few machines without his name at the top. When I asked him about them, he said that his life was full as it was with his family and his work. It was then for the first time I realized that Dad put so many things on hold for his family. I demanded in that moment that he go back and get those final records and be the first to get every record in that joint. He just smiled and agreed that one day he would get back to practice and get those final records. It's pathetic, but I feel like perhaps the only way I'll ever be able to come to terms with things is after I complete those records for him. It It makes no sense, right? But I still can't get it off my mind. It feels so incomplete. He made a promise to finish it. And because of me, he'll never be able to fulfill it. I can't just leave it like that, can I?
Isla's voice begins to crescendo into a cry of sadness before she catches herself, takes a breath, and returns to a more even voice. It's not pathetic, Isla, and stop using that word about yourself. I think bringing to completion something your dad never finished is an honorable thing.
I don't even know if what I'm doing is honorable. Am I just trying to take the records off him and prove I can do what he didn't? Am I doing it for his sake, or to spite him for leaving and getting drunk and dying like an idiot?
Isla pours out her pent-up emotions in a raw voice as I simply stand and listen. Now isn't the time to give my opinions. I have no idea what she is going through right now. Still, a part of me feels relieved to see this emotion from her. Her dispassionate persona before was seriously wrong. Like she did earlier, Isla catches herself and brings herself back to a more measured tone.
I'm sorry, Zeke. I know I'm not making any sense.
You don't need to be sorry for anything, Isla. We again look out over the city sky. With a soft breeze at our backs, we allow the time to linger on. With Isla close by my side, no words need to be said. There is nothing that I could possibly say. Instead, we rest into each other's presence, staying here for what must have been a long time, though we barely feel the time pass. There is something special in times like this, where no words have to be exchanged, where the silence says more than our words ever could. Eventually, Isla looks towards me apologetically.
I'm sorry I kept it from you. I hate being trapped by all this.
Then it's time to free you.
What do you mean?
What you said earlier. Who cares about how pure your motivations are? Can anyone really understand their own motivations honestly anyway? What matters is your reality, that you feel like you can't move on until you get all these records. So let's do it. Let's smash those records and we can worry about what comes next later. Screw that Trace jerk, your disloyal fans, and anyone else who tries to get in your way. This isn't about them anyway. This is about you completing what Greybeard never could, getting every record in that arcade so that you can move on. Let's focus on that for now.
You don't think it's pathetic?
Why would it be pathetic? And don't worry, you aren't going to do this alone. I'm going to help you every step of the way. In that moment, I see Isla's countenance lift, even if only slightly.
Thanks, Zeke. I really don't deserve it.
It isn't about deserving it. I love helping you. I love you.
Love it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I enjoy it. Awkward choice of words, Seek, you idiot. No, that was a Freudian slip, is what that was. Quick, change the topic. Well, we had better get back to practice now. Those records aren't going to break themselves.
Yeah.
Isla takes pause for a moment as if weighing up everything that has been said.
And thanks, Zeke. What you've said, it means a lot to me. I feel a lot better now.
I never know how to respond to heartfelt compliments. Yes, well, let's get going. We need to go get as much practice in as we can. Time is getting away from us.
Okay.
We spend our time into the evening practicing, joking around, anything I can do to help distract Isla and pick up her spirits. Tonight, I'm reminded of how much Isla has meant to me, of how even those we think are close may be further than we think. That's a mistake I won't make again. I won't take this girl for granted any longer. I was so close to losing her once. I can't run that risk again. Although we had to agree to meet up with Jason Iris tonight, after everything that's happened today, I chose not to bring it up with her. We are on a good thing now, and after today, I want to ensure I keep it that way. I know Jace is going to be really upset with me, but I'll just have to take whatever abuse I get dealt. Still, it's a little weird being in a girl's bedroom at night time. I guess I probably shouldn't stay too late.
Well, Zeke, it's time.
Time for what?
What else? Time for you to show me your skills.
What?
Space Enforcers, of course. Remember? You were going to show me how it's done.
Of course. I knew that's what you meant. Picking my jaw up off the floor and shaking my head, I attempt to regain my composure.
You have to step it up and make up for last time. You could easily do 50 kills, right? It's time to really show me how it's done.
Yeah, no problems. Piece of cake. Never have I spoken with less conviction. What am I going to do?
Okay, I'll just get it booted up.
After a few moments, Isla has the game set up.
Go, Zeke. Do it for me.
Yeah, sure. Watch and learn. We've got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. We can do it, we can do it. Main thing is to watch out for those one guys that shoot a double shot. Those seem to be the most difficult to hit.
Wow, I'm impressed. I think I may actually understand the best way to stack up kills. You've got a great strat. Keep moving and never stop shooting.
Yes, the finesse of that technique can't be learnt casually. It can only be learnt in person from a master. You are now next in the line of such masters. Steward what you have learnt well and pass it on at the proper time.
Yes, Sensei.
Backing away from her computer, Isla's countenance changes. Isla?
Thanks for coming around, for finding me at the school. I honestly don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been there.
What do you mean?
Nothing in particular. I just wanted to thank you. That's all. I feel better now, like a weight has been lifted. I'll break those final records, and then a new life will begin.
It's relieving to hear her speak like this after today's events. Sounds like a plan.
So, what are you going to do now?
I hadn't realized, but it is starting to get late. I guess I should get going. Isla doesn't respond right away, but rather just pauses before eventually replying in a timid voice.
Okay. Goodbye, then.
Good night, Isla. It feels hard to leave her, but it's the right thing to do. The glint in her eyes is etched in my mind the entire walk home and lingers as my head hits the pillow. Isla, why can't I get you out of my head? It's Sunday, the afternoon of the day we are supposed to meet up again with Dr. Crane, and the day after I ditch Chase and Eris for the second time. I've stayed in my room all morning after a long sleep in. I'm a little worried about leaving the room in case I get ambushed by Jace. But I can't stay here forever. I had better get moving. I arrive at the cafe to get some pick-me-up juice, better known as coffee, when I notice a familiar face sitting at a table nearby the opposing wall. Eris, fancy seeing you here.
Zeke,
Her tone is flat and somber as she puts down her drink and turns to face me. What's wrong?
nothing. Where were you yesterday?
Yeah, sorry about that. I got caught up with something.
Is that so? Were you with Isla?
Yeah. I feel a twinge of guilt rise up as I answer, not because I felt I did the wrong thing, but because I realize how Eris keeps getting dealt the shortest straw. Did you and Jason end up finding any information on the missing research paper?
I never met up with Jace. I thought he might be with you.
No, I was alone with Isla.
You were alone with her, huh?
Not like that.
It doesn't matter. You can do what you like. You won't have to worry about me for much longer anyway.
What do you mean by that?
Like I said, don't worry about it.
It doesn't sound like something I shouldn't be worried about.
So Jace really wasn't with you. I knocked at your door and nobody answered.
No, he wasn't. He was probably just out looking for clues on his own. Eris falls silent.
I'm going to go now. Thanks for everything, Zeke.
What do you mean?
Goodbye.
Without another word or second glance, Eris leaves the cafe. She leaves with an air of grace and melancholy as I sit pondering her words and the strange tone of our meeting. After unsuccessfully searching for Jace, I go back over to Isla's place. I still cannot shake the strange feeling I'm carrying. Our entire group seems to be fractured, as Eris's strange words still ring in my ear. Outside Isla's house, the strange lights emanating from the city are brighter than ever. Everything feels wrong. Everything with the exception of being here with Isla. It seems even she has had an unusual day, as she slept in even longer than I did, which seems to be a first. It's not much like you to sleep in like that, Isla.
I couldn't sleep well last night. Not after everything that happened yesterday.
I understand. I'm the last person in the world who can judge you for sleeping in. I do it all the time. Isla looks troubled. Is everything from yesterday still on your mind?
It isn't that.
What is it then?
Something is coming. I can feel it.
Are you sensing something from your ability? It immediately sets me on edge, as Isla can only sense seconds into the future.
It isn't like what I normally sense. This is something else.
What?
It is similar to my normal senses, but it's slower, deeper. It's hard to explain. Something big is coming. Really big. Not in seconds, but soon. Very soon. I just know it.
I have never heard of Isla being able to sense things other than small things from the immediate future. I'm not quite understanding. What do you think is coming?
The end? The beginning?
What end?
I don't know. It feels like a cutoff or a change.
Understanding Isla is having trouble putting her sensations into words, I try coming from another perspective. So you're sensing some kind of change, but you don't know what that change is, or when it's coming. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't explain it.
I don't want to undercut Isla's ability, but after everything that happened yesterday, it is difficult to imagine she is thinking clearly today. For now, I should just reassure her. It's okay, Isla. Whatever it is you're sensing, I'm sure it isn't as bad as you're thinking. Here, why don't we go for a walk down to Wharfside? Some fresh air will do us some good.
Uh, yeah, okay. Thanks, Zeke.
Time has gotten away from us. Night has fallen. We have slowed our pace, content to enjoy each passing moment. We decided to buy a drink at the local hotel, and one turned into two, which turned to three. Eventually we agreed we had had enough to drink, and went for a short stroll down the waterfront. Now, sitting by Isla's side, I'm struck by the stillness of the night and the fresh breeze that laps against our skin. It might just be the drinks, but being caught up in the moment and not thinking, I instinctively move to clasp Isla's hand in mine.
Wait,
Isla senses it coming, of course, and before I make contact, she jerks her hand away. Maybe I have misread this whole thing entirely. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that.
no, it's not that. It's just my normal reaction. Because of my hands.
What about them?
I didn't tell you yesterday, did I? Did you ever wonder why I wear these gloves?
Fashion?
No. The only symptom from my head injury I still have is a sensation in my hands.
Isla speaks very clearly for a girl who just downed 3 drinks, although she is a little more open than usual. What sensation?
I have a tingling and burning sensation when things touch the skin on my hands.
Really? All this time? Does it hurt?
Sometimes. The gloves reduce sensations on my skin, so it helps a lot. Because the issue is with my brain and not my hands, there isn't a lot the doctors can do. They don't know if it'll go away over time either.
Is it hard to live with? And how are you so good at the arcade games that require you to use your hands all the time?
It hurts, but it isn't like there's actually anything wrong with my hands. As long as I keep in the right frame of mind, I can push past the pain. Sorry I jerked my hand back. It's just habit. It probably wouldn't actually hurt that much. I'm just being a little overdramatic, really.
All this time, Isla has been suffering quietly, and I had no idea what she was going through. Isla, why have you kept this hidden all this time? If I had
I
known.
kept all this hidden for a reason, Zeke. Did you consider why? I didn't want you to pity me. I wanted to forget it all, to have some relief when I was with my friends. That's why I didn't tell you. I wanted to be the Isla you remembered from before the accident.
But if we had known, we could have helped you.
Those times with you were the only light I had. Why ruin it by bringing the darkness into it? Can you honestly tell me you wouldn't have treated me differently if you'd known?
Maybe initially I would have. I can sympathize with her just wanting to move on, to not have everything dragged into it. It reminds me of then. It's okay, Isla. You don't have to explain yourself. Sorry for pushing you on it. It's your life. You need to do things in your own way. Just know whatever that journey looks like, I'll be here for you.
Zeke!
This must be the drinks talking. I'm not usually this smooth.
You know, if we can't hold hands, then instead...
Oh, hello. Before I know it, I'm swept in a sweet and floral scent, the gentle tickle of her soft hair, and the touch of skin so soft I can hardly believe it. It takes me a moment to process what is happening. My heart races, but at the same time, a peace and ease flood my body. This is simply right. I relax and embrace her and this moment. She is the one I want. She is the one I want to protect. She was right here all along, yet at the same time I barely knew her. I won't make that same mistake again. I press my lips against hers, reciprocating every ounce of affection back on this unbelievably stunning woman I held in my arms. I won't allow myself to be blind to what is in front of me any longer. It's time I was honest with myself and honest with Isla. This is what I want. As these thoughts waft through my mind, the flow of the moment makes the tracking of time impossible as we linger in this moment. Eventually, we break apart.
I've been waiting a long time for that.
Really?
You seriously never realized?
I am pretty dense when it comes to girls, but I shouldn't admit that to her now. It's hard to be sure with these things.
Yeah.
Isla's countenance drops once again. What is it?
I just hope I'm wrong about this thing I'm sensing.
About the shift you sense coming?
Yeah, I don't want this to end. Not when, for us, it's just beginning.
Don't worry, I won't let that happen.
You promise?
I do. Don't let it bother you. I won't let you go.
Okay, I'll trust you.
Isla and I sat for a long time, side by side, overlooking the ocean's swell, neither of us wanting to break the serenity we felt in each other's presence, nor waste any time being anywhere but together. It's back to Monday morning classes at the Institute. This past weekend seemed to stretch on forever. It's hard to process everything that has happened or believe so much has changed in just a few days. And as the new week has begun, it also marks the final day of the month. Wait, is that Maya? It has been a long time since I've seen her. Last I saw her, she was still angry at me over the whole going to the wrong apartment thing. I make a detour over to her seat before walking through the gates as she rises to meet me. Hey Maya, it's been a while.
But how?
What do you mean?
Wait.
Maya stares at my torso for a few seconds.
Oh, I see.
She really weirds me out when she does that. Is this you reading the threads again?
Yes, I didn't realize it wasn't you. It is coming soon. I haven't much time.
Maya begins to make her exit before I stop her with an abrupt question. Wait, someone else said something like that to me recently. What do you see?
The threads are intertwining.
Intertwining? What does that mean?
I can't say. I'm sorry. I have to go now.
I want to pick her brain more, but she seems desperate to leave. It doesn't feel right to try anymore. Okay, I'll see you around. Maya doesn't respond. She only gives a wistful look before briskly walking away. Miss Keller's morning class is pretty dry. She is speaking about something to do with the brain. I gathered that much. Normally I would be interested in this kind of thing, but I'm quite distracted today. Neither Jace nor Eris is at school. I haven't seen Jace since Saturday, which is unusual. Isla is here, however. She is sitting to my left. With only the two of us here from our group, and everything that happened last night, conversation isn't flowing as naturally as it usually does. I should whisper something, break the tension. Hey, are you following any of this? No, not really. Are you? Nope. Great conversation starter, Zeke, you big idiot. It was so natural yesterday. What has changed?
All right, please finish off section 4.5 in your textbook in preparation for your R value scans this Friday. Class dismissed.
Isla, I just want to catch Miss Keller quickly before my next lecture. I'll meet you at the front gate at the end of lectures.
Okay, sure. I'll see you then.
Following Miss Keller into the hallway, I call out to get her attention. Miss Keller?
Zeke, what is it?
I can tell she is a little on edge after our conversation on Friday night. Sorry to bother you. Do you have a second? Miss Keller looks around. The hallway has thinned out after the end of class, leaving only the two of us. As she realizes this, her shoulders seem to relax as her demeanor shifts, though she isn't completely at ease.
Sure, just keep your voice down.
Okay. Did you get your report finished?
Yes, thanks for asking. And thanks for your scan. I couldn't have finished it without you.
No problems. We both benefited from it in the end, so it's fine.
Is there something you wanted to ask me, Zeke?
She asked politely, but it seems she wants me to get straight to the point and skip the pleasantries. What do you know about Dr. Crane? Miss Keller's brows furrow at the name.
Why do you ask?
We spoke to him the other day. He was saying some strange sounding stuff.
What stuff?
She is short and to the point, speaking softly but authoritatively. Stuff about multiverse, I think, and the spiral. He wouldn't tell us any more. She doesn't respond, but only pauses as her eyes reflect deep concentration. Eventually she mutters under her breath.
How would he know?
What do you mean? Snapping her attention back to me, she begins to directly answer my initial question.
He's a strange man. I haven't had a lot to do with him. He's in a different division. He has some pretty out there theories from what I've heard. Until recently, I would have pegged him as a complete nut job.
So what has changed?
Everything.
Miss Keller answers with a depth I've not heard from her before. The other day you mentioned an upcoming resonance event. Do you have any more ideas on what that is, or when it could be happening?
No.
Or any more insight on what Dr. Snow is looking for? She looks over her shoulder with caution, giving a quick scan of the hallway, making sure nobody is within earshot.
Zeke, you need to leave this now. You're going to get yourself in a lot of trouble if you keep pushing this. Nothing has changed since we last talked.
Then I have only one more question for you.
What is it? I have to get going. I have a meeting to get to.
I want to run my own theory past you, but I'm not sure how it lines up with what your research has discovered.
I'm all ears. I love to hear a good theory. Just make it quick.
Well, I thought that our abilities can't come from our genetics, to how closely our DNA resonates with the golden spiral.
How did you find that out?
I ignore her question, instead moving on to my theory. But recently I had a friend tell me about how her ability first emerged. I give a brief description of what happened to Isla, about the timing of her ability emerging and how it coincided with her wishes and regrets. I tried to keep her identity hidden, as I shared by keeping the details vague, although knowing Miss Keller, she has probably figured out who I'm speaking about. It wasn't long after this her ability emerged. It seems like her ability is connected to everything that happened. I doubt it was just a coincidence. So which is it? Her genetics, or what happened to her?
You've got it wrong, Zeke. It's both.
Both.
Only those with DNA resonating with the golden spiral will have the potential for an ability. However, when that ability emerges and what form it takes greatly depends on what we call the inciting incident.
What is that?
In most cases, it seems an event of sufficient conscious force, usually a trauma of some kind, causes the dormant ability to activate.
How does that work?
We don't quite understand it, but a sufficiently destabilizing event causes the consciousness to reach beyond itself, thus activating its inherent resonance with the spiral. The way in which the consciousness reaches out in its resonance is the way the ability will begin to manifest itself.
Miss Keller seems to have forgotten to keep her voice down as she gets carried away explaining her theories. So you're saying that, depending on a firm enough will and the desire of the person, they can trigger an ability.
Only if they have the genetic resonance sufficiently strong enough, then yes.
But what does it mean to have your consciousness reach out?
Scientifically, we're still exploring the mechanics to better understand it, but essentially, it's like the deep cry of consciousness itself.
The deep cry of consciousness itself. What does that even mean?
The inciting event has to be so profound so as to trigger your inherent resonance. It taps into a more fundamental cry of consciousness we've only just begun to study.
Keller's suspicions. Miss Keller uses the R-value scans from the students in order to submit various reports to Dr. Snow. She is suspicious that Dr. Snow is using this information to build something, though due to Snow's caution, she doesn't have enough information to know what it might be. Isla's inciting incident. Isla awoke from her head injury to learn her father had died just days earlier. Her pure motivation to go back in time, to be just a little earlier, in order to stop his death, resulted in triggering and shaping her special ability. Inciting incident. The inciting incident is the event that triggers the emergence of an ability in anyone with genetics that resonate with a spiral. The inciting incident is any event in one's life that causes a large enough consciousness reach where the conscious will reaches out beyond itself and triggers spiral resonance. This usually is a major trauma or life event, and the nature of that event shapes the form of that person's SCP. A profound trigger, a cry of consciousness. For Isla, she cried out for a way to change time. Her cry was so strong it must have activated her genetic resonance to the spiral, and her ability emerged. Though it seems time is manipulated in some way with her ability to anticipate the future, it wasn't nearly enough to achieve what she was hoping for. Isla, just how much pain did you experience to get this ability? I see. But how can our desire change reality, or even reach beyond time itself?
Oh, your abilities don't change reality, nor does Isla's change time. That's impossible.
isn't that what you just said?
Why don't you ask Dr. Crane? He should have a better idea than me.
But don't you... Before I'm able to get out my next request, I'm abruptly cut off.
I can't be held up any longer, or I'll be late to my meeting. Find Dr. Crane and ask him. He should know more about it.
Without another word, Miss Keller recedes down the hallway and out of sight. It's time for me to do likewise. As I wait by the school gate for Isla, my mind wanders. Where on earth has Jace gone? He wasn't in classes today, and now that I think about it, I haven't seen him since Saturday at Cheeky Dog. This isn't like him at all. Suddenly a thought crosses my mind I hadn't considered. What if something has happened to him? Or worse, what if someone has done something to him? It's unlikely, but we've been warned about the Institute and how desperately they want to keep their secrets, and Jace has almost certainly been trying to uncover them. Suddenly I'm pulled back out of my ruminating by a sweet voice.
Zeke?
Isla, hey,
What's wrong?
you haven't seen or heard from Jace, have you?
No, not since Friday. Haven't you seen him at your place?
Not in a little while. What are you doing now?
I was going to the arcade to get those records I didn't get Saturday. I don't need to wait for my fans now that they've turned on me, so I guess it doesn't matter when I do it.
I want to go with Isla, but I can't help being troubled by Jace's disappearance. Something feels seriously wrong.
Go. You need to look for Jace.
Are you sure?
Of course. Just be there for my finale on Saturday.
Right. Thanks, Isla. I'll come find you as soon as I make sure Jace is okay.
Okay, I'll see you soon.
Jace better have a good excuse for where he's been, making me ditch Isla now of all times. Departing Isla's warm smile, I make a dash back to our apartment to check Jace's room. He isn't here. I've scoured the apartment and his room. It doesn't look like he has packed his things either, so he couldn't have traveled far. I'll try his phone again. It still won't connect. I'd better keep searching. I eventually make my way back around to the main street. Night has fallen, and despite searching everywhere, there's not even a trace or hint from him. Where could he have gone? Continuing the search, my feet bring me to the Institute, and before I know it, I have ascended up to the rooftop. The night captures me, haunting me for reasons I can't explain. Standing alone, I look towards the stars, the frigid wind upon my face. The howling gusts are stronger than I ever remember them being prior. It is then I turn, and rather than gazing off toward the city, I survey down over the grounds of the Institute. It is a vast campus covered in many buildings, and intersecting it as the Kakurita River winds in and out of our property. Wait, is there something there? Squinting my eyes, I think I see something by the river's edge, but due to the darkness, I cannot tell if it is just a phantom of my imagination. It is time to take a look. Walking by the riverside in the still of night is haunting. I feel a strong sense of foreboding and unwelcome covering me. Despite this gnawing feeling, I continue my slow walk downstream, and that is when the sight before me stops me in my tracks. In the darkness, I see a figure. It can't be. For a moment I'm overcome with a wave of color, an aberration of my synesthesia I rarely experience. Once it clears is then I notice it. Floating face down at the water's edge is the back of a jacket I recognize well. I rush to Jace's side, clutching his soaked body in my shaking arms. He is cold. Blood lines his ears. I panic. What is this? I check, but there is no breath, nor is there a pulse. This can't be happening. This can't be real. CPR. I should do CPR. Wait, he is stone cold with no pulse. He has been dead for some time. It's pointless. Dead. Pointless. I look around, my breath short as a rising cold fills my being. How long has he been here for? Why is he here at all? Who did this to him? I can't connect it in my mind. He couldn't have been here all this time. He would have been spotted earlier. Has someone dragged him here recently? Does that put me in danger too? No, your best friend has just died. What are you thinking about? I can't believe my own thoughts. My best friend just died. No, it can't be. I spiral around in circles. My mind cannot accept what is happening as panic takes over each moment. Is then I hear a voice. I pivot whilst I still crouch next to Chase's limp body to see an imposing figure stand over me.
What are you doing here?
You. It was you. You did this.
Did what?
Dr. Snow looks to the lake's edge before looking away in disinterest.
Oh, I see. That is unfortunate.
Unfortunate? You bastard.
It seems you are a little confused. Not that it matters now. We have run out of time. Well, at least we have here on this plane.
I stand straight, and in response, Dr. Snow reveals a gun, swiftly aiming it to my head.
I will hasten the inevitable. Such is my role, after all.
No, not like this. That girl, she is relying on me. After all she has been through, I can't leave her too. It would be too much. I have to survive for her sake. I should. Dr. Snow, listen, is this really what you want? Do you think this will go unnoticed?
None of that matters now. Only one thing does. If only I could make you understand, Zeke. But here and now it makes no difference.
Wait. Pop. A sharp pain stings my chest as my body drops without command from my mind. I feel the life rapidly draining out of me, quicker than I ever imagined it could. Is this really how it ends? Was there really no other way? I'm sorry, Isla, that for the second time someone you love will leave you without saying goodbye. I'm so sorry. Bad end 2. We got shot again. We just keep on getting shot, man. We just keep on getting shot. Yeah, we hit a bad end. Yes, let's go back to the last diversion point and charge him this time. With all the determination and speed I can muster, I make a sudden dash straight toward Dr. Snow. Ducking as I make my charge, his shot just misses over the top of my head as I aim my shoulder toward his ribs and rise up at just the last second. Dr. Snow falls to his side, splashing into the river. I turn my momentum, and due to the weight of Dr. Snow's own body recoiling on mine, I'm able to avoid falling with him. I've got to get out of here. I sprint out from the grounds of the Institute. Where should I go? It is then When I thought things couldn't get any worse, my world falls further into ruin. The world is overlaid in chaos. Is this my synesthesia again? What is happening? I don't know why, but my intuition tells me this is the end. The end? Why? Is this what Isla was warning me about? And why now? Does this have to do with Chase or Dr. Snow? I can't contain my confusion and panic. Nothing makes sense. I can still see through the chaos, though only barely. It is then that one thing becomes clear. Isla, I need to be by her side. Nothing else matters. I run to Isla's door. As I do, she comes out to greet me.
Zeke?
Isla, is then I perceive it. I don't know how, but I just know our world is fading away. Bit by bit, reality itself is tearing apart. I don't understand. Why is this happening now? The world begins to crumble. My senses begin to disconnect. And when my senses regather themselves, Isla and I are caught up together in a weightless sea of entropy. My vision is blurred with the sheer senselessness of what is happening. My mind cannot catch up with.
Just when we finally got together, the world decides to end. Just my luck, huh?
Isla's voice is filled with sarcasm and a wistful resignation to the chaos. Isla, is that what this is? The end of the world? Could such a thing be real? Isn't that something we should see coming? Surely it can't end like this. This timing can't be right. It's too random. It's too unfair. There is too much I don't understand. So much left unresolved. So much of life I wanted to live. Though despite these pleading thoughts, this encroachment of finality waits for no one. The sharp pangs of fear I experience are short-lived, replaced by a strange sensation as I look to Isla in front of me. There is only one word I could use to describe the experience: resonance. Something within and between Isla and I begins to resonate, a union that goes well beyond our designs, but is more natural than any action I have performed. It is a deep intuition, a deep instinct, a dance almost thrust upon Isla and I, working its way through our beings like vessels. As we resonate, I look into her eyes one final time, amidst a sea of chaotic color.
I guess I'll never finish those records and get to start my new life with you. Though with everything that's happened in my life, it feels oddly fitting that I would just miss out once again. Still, at least I get to be here with you, Zeke, here at the end.
Isla's final hopes and her unfulfilled dreams, all the weight of her will, I see them
Stream
crystallize in what
Elements
must be a product of
said,
my
stay
synesthesia.
moist, my friends. Hydrate.
They converge with mine and create what appears to me to be as a golden thread, the tension that exists between Isla and all things beyond.
Zeke, do you think there is a world out there where we got to be together? Where this didn't happen? Where I got those records and moved on with my life? Maybe eventually we got married, settled down, had a family? What do you think, Zeke? Do you think such a world could exist?
Isla's words are like daggers. Wishful thoughts to ease her pain only add to mine. If only we had listened, maybe we could have stopped this. Our farewell is filled with resignation and regret, yet the light of a faint hope tinges it, which cannot be extinguished even by the coming doom. We sense it now. Our time is truly up. Goodbye, Isla.
Goodbye, Zeke. I've always loved you, and always will.
As our final act of resonating concludes, I see that golden thread we created cast out into the void, strewn beyond sight into the unending darkness. We ourselves are enraptured in the dooming light.
Wait for me.
Was this the right path? Does such a thing even exist? Isla End. Hmm. Oh, okay, okay. I gotcha. I really don't like how there's not a way to go to menu once you get here. It's kind of not cool. It's like you either have to just completely exit the game or just keep clicking on this first part to get to the next area. It's kind of not cool. The fact that you can only seem to get to the save once you... So really we just should have loaded, but making me click like that. Silly annoying thingy. Silly annoying thingy. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Actually, flow. So what do we need to do now? Okay. Okay, so let's see. Here. We need to jump to the 18th again. And then skip. And now we need to go to Sharps Point and Warside. I thought I would find you here. Eris quickly tosses something in the bin before turning to face me. Caught you red-handed. Quite literally, she must have just been eating a tiger blood snow cone, as there is clearly red syrup running over her right hand. This is perfect.
I was just.
It's okay, I understand. Beneath your icy exterior, you are really a woman who enjoys the simpler things. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I can't help myself. Her embarrassment over this makes it too hard to resist. Red alert, I may have come on too strong. Danger imminent. It's time to redirect. What brings you down here anyway? I'm guessing it wasn't just for the snow cone.
I just like it. That's all.
I get you. I like it here too.
The sea is calming.
Eris looks out wistfully across the expanse of ocean before her.
Sometimes I just get this weird feeling that maybe somewhere out there across that great expanse, someone is waiting for me. Perhaps they look out across the ocean the same way I do.
I'm surprised she is speaking so openly to me, but there is a beauty and depth in her eyes as she speaks. There is something about her. Who are you speaking of?
I don't know. It's no one in particular. It's just a feeling. I'm sorry. It's kind of stupid, right? I don't know what came over me.
No, it's not stupid. I think I know the feeling. A silence comes over us as we both look out across the sea. Did you find it hard, having come here alone?
It's okay. I'm used to being alone anyway.
You've mentioned that. Where are your parents?
Who knows? They're musicians, touring around Europe somewhere. They've always put that first, so I've always moved around a lot. Now that I'm college age, they sent me off here.
I see. That was probably why she found it hard to contact them when she arrived, when her bank card wasn't working.
They don't care about much other than being on the stage. At least they're rich enough to support me over here. I guess in their heads, they think that makes up for it. And you're boarding, so I'd assume you're not from here either.
Not too different from you, really. My parents sent me here a while ago for high school to help deal with my ability. I don't see them much anymore. Are you going to tell anyone what ability you have? I know something about it bugs you, but it might make this whole thing a lot easier. It's helped me.
I've gotta get going now. I've got some things to get done before we meet up later. I'll see you then.
And just like that, when we were finally having a normal conversation, Eris suddenly walks off. She wasn't her normal, sharp self with those parting words. They felt more raw and somber, like I struck a real nerve. She didn't seem angry or offended. In some ways, that makes it worse. I'm not sure how to deal with that. At least when she's angry, I can joke around to lighten the mood. I didn't expect her to act this way at all when I bumped into her down here. I guess there's a lot hidden behind those keen eyes.
Alright, they should be here in.
Okay, then we're back on the thingy. We're back on the main area that we always go onto. Okay, and we'll skip this exploration right here. Alright, let's go to the Institute. Let's get going. I wonder if Jace is going to end up dead again. I wonder if Jace always ends up dead. That would be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? Maybe not in a good way, of course, but would certainly be interesting. It's a nice calm afternoon with a gentle breeze blowing. There's no sign of anybody I know, though. Oh, so we're not supposed to go there? I thought that's where we were going. Walking into the cafe, I am met with a familiar sight before me. Hey Eris, taking a break on the snow cones and back to the milkshakes, I see. I think I've had enough of her avoiding everything. We spent enough time together now. If I don't try speaking to her, nobody will. Tell me if I'm wrong, but you don't know anyone from this town, and don't get along with your parents. Is that right?
Why are you bringing that up now?
The way I see it, I'm in the box seat to hear you out. Who else are you going to talk to if not me? A risky play, but it had to be said. Eris sets her drink down on the table and turns her attention towards me.
I just got a call from my parents. The idiots. They never call unless they're angry about something.
What did they say?
Apparently, the Institute contacted them about my attitude and lack of cooperation.
Eris seems like a straight A student to me. She is always on time and seems well ahead of everything we are learning about. That could only mean one thing. This is about you refusing to get scanned and not sharing about your ability.
That's pretty much it.
It is an unspoken agreement that in return for the education we receive, we supply them with valuable research data. In that sense, she isn't holding up her end of the bargain, even though I'm sure the Institute is spinning it a different way.
They're giving me until the end of the week to comply.
They gave you an ultimatum?
Yeah.
And what if you still choose not to by that point?
The way they put it to my parents, by choosing not to comply, I am choosing that I don't wish to be educated at their prestigious institute. The stuck-up idiots.
You'll be expelled?
It seems like it.
So what are you going to do? You just arrived.
I don't know. I just can't do it, though.
I really feel for Eris. It seems like she has nobody she can trust. We just became friends, and unless she is forced to do something against her will, she is going to lose even that. I have to ask, Eris, what is really going on? Just what has happened that you would prefer to be expelled over sharing your ability?
Not now. Not here.
Eris pauses as she looks out in pits of thought before turning her eyes back up at me.
What are you doing Saturday?
Don't know. She should know by now. I never think that far ahead.
Meet me at Wharfside, 10 o'clock this Saturday morning. We can talk then. Until then, don't bring it up. I have enough on my mind right now.
All right then. She left no room for argument on that one.
I've got to go now. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Eris abruptly ends the conversation and with a downcast demeanor makes her exit from the cafe. Saturday it is then. After waking and quickly getting dressed, I head out to the living room. Okay. Yeah, let's explore the Institute. Let's go ahead and explore the Institute. So we go to the Institute. Okay, we can skip it. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, we can just go ahead and skip that. As we enter the room, we are surprised at what we see. Yeah. Dr. Crane. And there she is, right where I expected her to be. Hey there, Eris. No response. It seems she is lost in a world of her own again. Eris? Well, at least she has noticed me, though I'm clearly not important enough to pull her away from her milkshake. Taking her time to finish off her beverage, she eventually tosses it in the bin behind her and turns to face me. As she does, I take a seat opposite her.
Yes?
You know, you could start with a simple hello.
You're right. I certainly could have done that.
Touche, Eris. A truly fitting response for the lord of all things frosty.
Do you really have no other jokes? That one got old ages ago.
Ouch. That one actually stung. I'm going to have to come up with some new material if I'm going to crack this egg.
Is there something you want? Why did you follow me here?
I didn't follow you in here. This has been my hangout spot long before you ever graced our shores, I'll have you know. I can't tell her now I was actually here to see her. It'll go right to her head. But now that you are here, I may as well ask, what did you make of everything Dr. Crane told us last night? Do you trust him?
No, I don't trust him. Not at all. He's clearly only trying to use us.
So you think he is lying then?
No, not necessarily. Or at least not wholly. Sometimes using the truth is the most powerful way to manipulate someone.
You talk from experience. So you do buy his whole crazy multiverse stuff?
He was careful to keep the carrot dangling, so he didn't give us quite enough to confirm it or discount it. It certainly lines up with what we've discovered so far, at very least.
And what if it's just a red herring story, something he is using to convince some gullible students with abilities to help him obtain a research paper he has no business seeing?
It's possible, though as I said earlier, it's more likely to be a half-truth than entirely false. The best way for us to figure it all out is to find the research paper. He may just be trying to use us, but perhaps it can be us that can use him.
Eris's words contain dark undertones as her voice quietens and lowers in pitch. And what would we be trying to use him for? I have the feeling this has far less to do with our objective as a group and much more to do with Eris's personal ambitions, which she still is yet to disclose to us.
Before anything else, I have to learn the truth. That will be the only way.
The only way to what?
To fix it. To fix it all.
What do you mean? Eris suddenly stands tall over me, having snapped out of her contemplative
Come on,
gaze.
it's time to go. Our lecture's about to start.
She always does that right before saying anything of substance. It's starting to get old. Just what is she trying to hide? As we leave the cafe, it is then I almost hit straight into a face I wish I never had the displeasure of looking upon again.
Watch where you're going. Wait, it's you. You're some of those freaks from the Institute.
Whatever. I attempt to lead Eris on to keep walking, but it's obvious Trace isn't done being an ass.
We're on to you, you know that. You can't fool us.
I guess we don't need to, not when you're content fooling yourself.
What do you mean by that?
Take your time to figure it out. In the meantime, move out of the way.
We have means to get the truth out of a person, you know. You'd better fess up if you don't want your life to become hell.
Are you threatening us?
Just stating the truth is all, and if you do the same, we'll get along just fine.
This guy is so infuriating. I just want to clean that stupid look off his ugly face. Eris whispers in my ear. I guess she can tell I'm about to lose it.
Wait, Zeke.
She then turns to address Trace with force.
I can understand not trusting the Institute, but they really didn't have any part in us getting our abilities, you know?
You really expect me to believe that? Not a chance. Not after what I've found.
Eris pauses at his words, looking to the ground in thought before responding.
Then let's do a deal.
A deal?
You said you found something. Tell us what it is, and we'll tell you the truth of what is happening at the Institute.
You really expect me to believe anything you say?
About as much as we should trust anything you'd say.
Looks like we're done here then.
Trace turns to leave, but as he does, I see Eris's face flash with an emotion I've never seen from her before, a wincing. She then calls out to Trace, who has started to walk away. Yet as she calls, her voice carries on the wind, almost as if in song rather than a call.
Tell us what you know.
Siren, she can make people tell the truth. Oh shit. Trace pauses and turns around to face Eris.
Really? Are you never going to leave me alone? Fine then, I'll tell you, but only because it'll get you off my back.
Is he really going to tell us just like that? What just happened?
I have a friend. He's in IT. He was called in for a job at the Institute. He wasn't the only one working on the project, probably to keep whatever they were doing under wraps. He delivered a bunch of equipment that he reckoned was real suspicious.
What was it?
You're trying your luck, you know that. One was a custom bunch of computers. Said they were more powerful than anything he'd ever seen. Could line a whole wall. He added something about it being specially networked, neural something or other.
A neural network?
Maybe, I don't remember. He also saw a bunch of stuff being delivered while he was there. Scanning dishes, medical-looking supplies, creepy things like that. Oh yeah, he said something about really long cables. Longest he'd ever seen. Really pricey ones too.
Is this guy serious? That's his evidence?
My friend said the whole thing was strange. That he'd seen nothing like it, and he sure knows his stuff.
What makes you think they're creating our abilities with that equipment? It's a science research institute, after all.
I've never met one of your kind who didn't come from the Institute. Plus, he said they kept turning over contractors without explanation. What were they trying to hide? It's simple when you put two and two together.
Is it?
I've wasted enough time here. I don't want to see you freaks again. I've told you what you want. Do me a favor and stay out of my way, or you'll regret it.
This time, Trace leaves without turning back as he makes a brisk exit down the street.
Interesting.
Eris pauses in thought after turning to face me. I'm surprised he told us anything that didn't seem much like him.
What do you make of what he said?
I don't know. I don't think there's much to go off from that. There's nothing strange about the Institute using specialized equipment.
You could be right. It's something to consider, though. It certainly was a strange mix of materials.
Maybe. I think they could be both reading way too much into this. Anyway, let's go. We're already late for class at this point.
Yeah.
Once again, Eris surprises me with a range of reactions I'd never expected from her. I hope she'll start being honest with me soon. As I exit the lecture room following our morning classes, Jace approaches me.
Hey, we're meeting up on the roof now to discuss what's next.
Right now?
Yes, you got somewhere more important to be?
I guess not. Arriving at the rooftop, I can sense an uneasy tension in the air.
All right, now we're all here. It's time we figure out our next move. We only have until Sunday to figure this all out, but if we start searching today, that still gives us quite a bit of time. Has anyone come up with anything so far?
Nothing but silence greets Chase's question for several seconds before Eris eventually speaks up.
I haven't had any time yet to do any research, though Zeke and I did find something out this morning.
Eris spends the next few minutes explaining our encounter with Trace and all that he divulged to us. Trace's report. Trace shared of strange reports going back several years from local tradespeople who worked for the Institute. The amount of computing power, the length and scope of the cabling, and the frequent turnover of staff raised questions of the true nature of the Institute's projects. Bad End 2. Zeke finds Jace's lifeless body behind the Institute by the Kakurita River. Whilst attending to him, he is confronted by Dr. Snow, who holds Zeke at gunpoint. Zeke tries to talk Dr. Snow around, but Dr. Snow fires mercilessly at him, leading to his end. Ela ending. After escaping from Dr. Snow, a sudden and violent occurrence of Zeke's synesthesia takes place, followed by what seemed to be the falling apart of the world. Zeke makes it to Isla, and sharing their final moments together, a strange resonance phenomenon occurs, a golden thread thrust into the void.
I don't get that, though. Doesn't the Institute always use lots of funny equipment? What's strange about that?
Isla echoes my own thoughts.
Perhaps nothing, though we know our abilities are the centerpiece of their research, and if an IT specialist thought it was strange, that's gotta count for something.
Maybe, but what would an IT guy know about specialized scientific research anyway? We again hit a dead end, with all our differing perspectives yet nothing concrete to pursue. Jace and Eris both seem determined to find some information before Sunday, but at this point our prospects aren't looking good. Isla seems to enjoy the challenge of it, but I don't think she is particularly invested or suspicious of the Institute. I don't even know where I stand. It's hard to know who to trust right now.
We should meet tonight then. It's time to look for some new leads.
Okay, I need to do some practice for my run on Saturday, but it's only Thursday, so I can push that to tomorrow instead.
Sounds good to me. Although it feels like every advancement hits a dead end, in light of everything that happened last night, I can't help but feel the levee is about to break. The real question is if this is going to be to our benefit, or are we just going to open Pandora's box? Following our final lecture of the day, I advance down the hallway to make my escape when I hear familiar voices raised in disagreement echoing from around the corner. Is that Eris and Miss Keller? I hide out of sight as I secretly listen to their exchange.
What is with you people?
Eris, I have been nothing but accommodating and respectful to you, but this attitude cannot continue.
I don't have an attitude. I just don't want to be your lab rat.
Surely you understand the terms of your enrollment, don't you, Eris? We have been over this already.
So it's true then. You aren't trying to help us. You're just here to extract something from us. Isn't that right?
How could you say that?
If it wasn't the case, you'd have no issue with me not getting scanned. You'd be here to help me with my ability, right?
Sarcasm drips from Eris's mockingly sweet tone before she suddenly shifts back to displaying her true feelings.
Instead, you're going to expel me because of it? Doesn't that prove you're only here for what we provide? If you'd so easily throw one of us away like rubbish?
Miss Keller pauses for a second as if she doesn't know how to respond. Did Eris really trap her so easily?
It isn't that. If we permit one student such a leniency, what example will that set for the other students? Like all colleges, we have to set a standard here, Eris.
Yes, and your standard is based solely on what you can get out of us for your research. What are you hiding here, miss?
Eris goes straight for the throat. No tact, no grace, but sharp and cutting in her speech. It's so direct it even puts Miss Keller on her heels, which strangely adds credence to Eris's words. Though Miss Keller quickly recovers.
You can put it however you wish, but the standard remains the same for all students. If you cannot comply with our instructions for the completion of your coursework, you will lose your position at our institute. Tomorrow is your last chance. If you refuse to submit yourself to tomorrow's R-value scan, we will have to follow through with our earlier warnings. Having spoken to your parents already, I can tell you they will be very displeased.
I don't care what they think. I'm not doing your stupid scan.
The mention of her parents seems to be the final straw, as Eris loses her patience and barks in anger at Miss Keller. Eris lets out a puff of frustration, and picking up her bag, she makes a swift exit down the hallway. Miss Keller looks exhausted and conflicted as she stands alone in that hallway. In any case, I shouldn't hang around. I feel terrible for Eris. Should I go find her? It doesn't look like Eris is here. I'll have to search elsewhere. I half expected her to be down here drowning her sorrows in snow cones, but she is nowhere to be seen. Eris's place is downtown. It's time to check it out. I don't often head downtown. Besides the more shady characters that hang around this area of the city, it generally has a darker feel than where we live, closer to the coast. I suppose that might be the appeal for some, but you've got to keep to yourself or be a bit streetwise to navigate these parts. I'm not sure why Eris has her apartment here. Perhaps it's a cheaper place, or maybe being from out of town, her parents didn't realize that this wasn't the best choice. In any case, it isn't a slum or anything. I'm sure Eris will be fine living here as long as she is smart about it. I should probably try to find her now that I'm here. Seems like a business building of some kind. I don't know why my synesthesia is lighting up on it, but I don't think Eris is in there. I don't know, your synesthesia is the one that's lighting up on it. Allegros. It seems to be a pretty popular bar. For now, I should search for Eris. Apartment. That's Eris's apartment building. I walked her home the other day. I ascend the stairs up to Eris's floor. It's a rundown building. The hallway is flooded with light, but the rooms are dark and unlit. Any architect would know how big a design blunder this was. Whoever built these apartments must have cared for speed, ease, and cost rather than design, though that is no surprise in this area. I pound at Eris's door. There is no answer. I wonder where she could have gone. I've spent my time searching, but I haven't found any trace of Eris. Night has fallen, and with it a change in the atmosphere that has started to make me feel uncomfortable. I had better get going soon. I stand dejected on the sidewalk when a voice sounds to my left.
You look a little lost there, kiddo. Can I help you?
Hi, you're the owner of the arcade. I guess I must look pretty out of place for him to approach me like this.
I thought I recognized you. You're a friend of Isla's, right? Any friend of hers is a friend of mine. She's been great for business, that girl.
Thanks.
The name's Gus, by the way.
Gus. Gus is a well-known and liked local in Kakurita City. He is the owner of Gus's Arcade that has been open since the 80s, which he started as a young man. Zeke, it's nice to meet you. Officially, at least. Officially, I always put things in really stupid ways in conversations like this.
Likewise. You know, I live down this way, but I've never seen you around here. I could see you from my window up yonder. Seeing that sour look on your face whilst you paced back and forwards for the past hour, 'twas quite the sorry sight. Can I help you with something?
I'm just looking for a friend. I'm a little worried about her, but she isn't at her
Have you
place.
tried any of the bars?
The bars?
Yes, the bars. They sure are popular with the young people around here. If she lives around here, you should check them out.
Would Eris really be drowning her sorrows at a bar? It doesn't seem much like her, but what do I know? I've only known her for a few weeks.
You should check out Allegro's first. It's just across the road there and is one of the more popular ones. It's a good place to start.
Right.
Anywho, I had better keep moving. I'll see you next time you stop by. Good luck finding your friend there, kiddo.
Sure. Thanks a lot for the help. Allegro's. I guess I should take Gus's advice and check in there. Entering the bar, I see a broad range of people of all types, sizes, and ages. A melting pot if I've ever seen one. I still feel weird entering a bar at my age, as last year they lowered the legal age from 20 to 18. Even still, I haven't fully adjusted to that change, and coming in still somehow feels like I'm breaking the rules. The place is busy, but not yet packed, though given it is still early in the evening, I'm assuming that will change as the night forges on. I scanned the scene for Eris, looking for her odd hair color, and there she is, sitting at a table by herself, drink in hand. There you are.
Zeke,
You sure were hard to find.
what are you doing here?
I just went out for a drink on a Thursday evening and happened to spot you here. Anything wrong with that?
No.
I didn't expect Eris to actually buy my story. It's either that or she just isn't interested enough to correct me. That isn't actually the truth, though. I came here looking for you.
Looking for me?
Yeah, I overheard your conversation with Miss Keller.
Oh, I see.
She looks displeased. Maybe I shouldn't have told her. You feeling okay?
What do you think?
Eris is downcast. Her speech is slightly slowed, but not yet slurring, probably due to the alcohol. She must have had several drinks by now. This doesn't seem like you, though, Eris, drinking your sorrows away.
And what would you know about me anyway?
Good point, but I can only know what you tell me, and I've asked you several times now to be honest with me. Eris makes no response, but rather simply continues drinking her beverage with downcast gaze. We were supposed to meet up with Jace tonight again, remember? We are going to look for more clues. I would have thought you wouldn't miss that for anything.
I'll make up for it tomorrow. I just don't feel like doing anything right now.
Right. We both again fall silent. I guess it's up to me to keep this conversation moving. Eris, I don't want you to get expelled, not when you just arrived. Can't you just do the R-value scan tomorrow? Whatever else is going on for you, we can sort out later. But surely just standing under the scanner for a few seconds isn't too big a deal. It's not like you have to use your ability or tell anyone what it is.
I didn't come down here to get interrogated by you. I get it enough from my parents and Ms. Keller. Can't you just leave me be?
It was worth another try, but she simply won't budge. I'm getting more and more frustrated by her skirting around the truth, but tempted as I am to push her further on this, it'll probably just make her run even further and burn my bridges. I push my chair out as I stand up. Well, in that case, there's only one way I can respond to this.
What is? Where are you going?
To get a drink, of course. We are at a bar after all. I'm joining you tonight.
What? Really?
Of course. Why are you surprised?
No reason.
I'll be right back. Eris and I spend the night with drink in hand, sharing stories of our upbringing, of our interests and hobbies. We have a surprisingly normal conversation. It turns out Eris is a huge music fan and quite an accomplished pianist. Whenever we are on the topic of music, the conversation flows naturally. However, when the conversation gets too close to her relationship with her parents or about her abilities, she'll suddenly stop and switch topics. It's a little frustrating to deal with, but I'm getting used to navigating those waters. So, when will I get to hear you play your piano? You said your parents were professional musicians, so I bet you're really good.
I'm okay, I guess. Maybe sometime you can hear me. It's been some time since I've played.
Why is that?
I have my reasons.
Eris pauses in wistful thought. Her speech is now starting to slur a little. It's not drastic, but I can only guess from her behavior that she doesn't drink very often. Although I am sure now is a time I could get answers to things she would usually avoid. Something about that seems wrong. Like I would be cheating her out of telling me in her own time. That time will come, but I should do this the right way. For now, I should probably help her slow down on the drinking. We can pick this up another time. I've had fun tonight, Eris.
Me too. I'm surprised.
Surprised that you had fun?
No, that you wanted to spend time with me.
Why would that surprise you?
I thought you were interested in Isla.
What does she mean? Does she mean interested in that way? I'm so bad at this kind of thing. I don't know what to say. Keep calm, Zeke. Act cool. It's probably just the drinks talking. She is a close friend, but that's all.
Oh, is that so? Does that mean...
Eris almost mutters the words to herself, though I can't ignore that. Mean what?
Huh? Oh, nothing.
She can't do that. Even still, seeing this open and vulnerable side to Eris is unexpected. There's so much more to her. Anyway, we shouldn't stay out too late. We have classes tomorrow, being a Thursday and all. Let me walk you home.
Oh, okay then.
I walk Eris back to her apartment through the dingy downtown night. Arriving at her front door, Eris eventually gets the key in the lock and turns it after taking several attempts with clumsy fingers. Are you going to be okay? You probably had a bit too much to drink there.
I'm fine.
Just make sure you drink some water and have something to eat before you sleep.
Jeez, you sound like my parents.
Yeah, well, they aren't here, so someone's gotta say it. Will I see you tomorrow then, Eris? I pause as I stare into her eyes. She understands the significance behind my words. Her choice of taking or refusing her R-value scan will determine if she stays here in Kakurita or not.
I'll think about it.
Okay then. Anyway, good night, Eris. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, Zeke.
Eris makes her way inside. I spend a moment staring at the closed door in front of me before eventually making my exit. Following the conclusion of morning lectures, I stand paused in thought when those thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice.
Well, if it isn't the Ditcher himself.
It looks like Jace is upset I didn't turn up last night like we agreed. I can't blame him. I should have at least sent him a text or something. Sorry, something came up.
I'm sure it did. Was it something to do with Eris? She didn't turn up either.
Yeah. Jace sizes me up for a moment.
You're really worried about her, aren't you?
One good thing about Jace's ability is I don't have to waste time convincing him of things. He picks up straight away what's going on for me. This is good, because I'm a bit too anxious to spend time explaining everything to him. I am. I don't know where she is, and I don't want her to be expelled.
Well, then hurry up and get out of here. You need to find her. Just promise me you'll explain it to me later.
Thanks, Jace. For as annoying as Jace can be, it's times like these I'm grateful to have a friend like him. And he's right. It's time for me to go find Eris. I look at all our usual spots, but she isn't anywhere to be found on our side of town. It's time to check out her place. Hello? Eris? You there? Silence greets me in response, though I don't trust that silence. Please just open the door. I know you're in there. After pounding the door several times and waiting 10 or so seconds longer, I get ready to leave when suddenly the door swings open. Eris? She looks a mix of bewildered and dejected as she stands before me.
Why did you come here, Zeke?
Do I really need to tell you?
I guess not.
We stand silent at her door for a few seconds. She has done this to me several times now. I guess sometimes she just doesn't understand social cues. So, are you going to invite me in?
Invite you in?
She looks surprised. Did I say something weird? Yeah, or should I just leave?
No, it's okay. Come in.
She leads me into her dark and dingy apartment. It's a studio apartment, meaning everything, kitchen to bed, is contained in the one room, the exception being the tiny bathroom nestled in the far corner. It is messy and chaotic, and even smaller than I had imagined. This definitely isn't an apartment that matches the image I had of her lifestyle. The only upside I can see is given she has the corner position, she has one window that may actually receive some light through it. So this is your place?
Yes, what of it?
Nothing.
Well, get it over with. You're going to try to convince me to come back with you to do the scan, right?
That's about right.
You can try, but I'm going to tell you this up front. There's no chance I'm coming with you.
Her response is frustrating, the way she is leaving no opening for me to work with. Last night I thought there might be hope, the way she said she would think about it. Perhaps that was the beverage doing the talking. Can I at least know why? We were finally starting to get along, you know? It's been a while since anyone joined our group, and I could tell Isla and Jace were really enjoying having you around.
Just them?
Is she going to force me to say it? Well, me too, of course.
I was going to tell you tomorrow when we were going to meet up, but I suppose we can talk now. As long as we still go out tomorrow.
Go out tomorrow? How does she mean that? Does she mean go out, go out? Crap. I can't just stand here staring at her. I have to say something. We can go out tomorrow, still, even if we talk now. Eris pauses for a moment before taking a seat on her bed.
Okay then. It's not something I like to share. I've never told anyone the full story. I just hope you won't look at me different after you know the truth.
I'm sure it isn't that bad.
You can't be sure of what you don't know, Zeke. Just be quiet and listen. Then you can decide.
Although she orders me, there's a sadness uptone to her voice. This must be incredibly hard for her, and whilst part of me feels chuffed that she would share it with me, something tells me that feeling is about to be short-lived. In any case, it seems like she doesn't want me to interrupt, but to be quiet and listen. That is the least I can do. All right, I will.
Growing up was like a dream, like another life. Those days were so happy, filled with life and song. My parents were both musicians. They played a range of instruments and were highly sought after composers and performers. If they weren't composing for some high-budget movie or show, they'd be on tour doing what they love. I'd always go with them, of course. And as an only child, I was their world, and they were mine. Like them, I was musical, playing a range of instruments, though I gravitated most towards playing the piano and singing. Above everything else, I'd love to play and sing the music I had created, just like my parents. I would spend many long days and nights singing away and stringing together melody and lyric. It wasn't something I was ever pressured into because of my parents' vocation. It was something I simply picked up of my own accord, and like them, I loved it. It felt as if I had been born to create music. When I was about 14 years old, I had been working long and hard on a particular piece of music, one of special significance to me. I spent several months on it, crafting every detail and emotion. It was a song I had written based on an old movie I used to watch when I was a child. Although my upbringing had been a mostly joyous one, something about this story hit me to my core. It was the story of a child who had been despised by the world, an orphan searching for her place, and her journey of growing to despise the cruelty of a world that had turned against her. It was perhaps just an overly melodramatic teenage moment, but I felt like I wanted to be this character's voice through song. Even though the particular story that inspired the song was fictional, the truth behind it was far from fictional. With this song, I wanted to be the voice for those really experiencing such a life. The pain of being rejected, shunned, oppressed, of being alone through no fault of their own. Even myself, constantly traveling and being an only child on the road, had some understanding of what it was to feel isolated. I wanted this song to be my magnum opus. This song wasn't to be just my cry. It felt like the cry of all people channeling through me. I guess you could say, this was a cry against the structure of the world itself. To me, this was the power of music. This was my calling. How pathetic and grandiose my thinking was, looking back on it. Once the song was perfected, I wanted to show my parents. We arranged a time. I had my sheet music ready to go on my piano in our studio room. My parents came in and sat down. It was time for the debut performance. I played and sang like I had never played and sang before. Every note filled with meaning, harboring the cry of rejection back out against this world, filling the void around me with purpose, with my will, the will of all others who have gone before me. My parents watched on, and when I finished, I looked up to see their eyes flooded with tears. The first thing I thought was this, that I had done it. I was able to move them, that my song had reached them as I had intended. Little did I know the hell I had unleashed through my voice. Yes, I had reached them, though I had more than reached them. My song had forever changed them. I soon noticed my parents' attitude toward me change. I can't even put my finger on what it was, but something about them was off. They were distant towards me, and only me. It was like I suddenly became a nuisance, as if I were an outsider to them. They would still try to behave as they had prior, but I could tell it was at best just an act. One night when I was sick of it, I confronted them about it, and this confirmed my worst fears. They didn't tell me the truth, but I could tell. They were conflicted. They no longer had any tolerance, no love for me. Though they clearly didn't understand why, they continued to look after me purely out of obligation. But the further time rolled on, the less they were able to hide their true feelings. The song I had sung had now become my reality. I was now truly alone, strung along without meaning or purpose. All I had was my music, which I continued to craft, despite having no audience who would enjoy it. It was a dark and lonely time, constantly on the road, only made to feel a nuisance. My parents' behavior got worse as the months passed, until one day, I happened upon the answer to my parents' strange behavior. On the news, I saw a report about these strange abilities emerging in young people, most of which first started showing in the pre-teen or teen years. There had been reports of such things going back quite a few years, but only now had the weight of evidence gotten to the point that it had finally been confirmed. This was the emergence of SCP, these strange abilities we exhibit. At first, I didn't think anything of it, but late one night as I lay in bed, I thought back to that moment. The moment my life was turned upside down, when the performance of a song seemed to change my reality and change the hearts and minds of my parents forever. Was it possible? Did I have an SCP and one that could affect other people? All they were reporting on the news was that these abilities added perceptions, not that they could influence others. I wasn't sure if it was just wishful thinking at the time, but I needed to know the truth. It was a short time later that the Huntley Institute announced it was taking students, and that admittance would be based on an interview and a blood sample. Apparently, the blood sample helped confirm cases of SCP, though as you know, they never announced back then how they could ascertain such a thing through our blood. I I convinced my parents to let me do the test, though in truth, they probably saw this as an opportunity to get rid of me, as I'd be shipped far off to board at the Institute if I did have an ability. Sure enough, after going through the process, I got a response offering me a position at the Huntley Institute. I did have an ability, and now I finally knew what had caused the change in my world. It was me. I poisoned this world with my song, with this ability. This was my second great loss, the loss of all that I had left. My music. Nobody would ever get to hear a single note, for somehow my singing voice would influence people. I was enraged. How was this possible? It was laughable. It was ridiculous. It had to be some nightmare I was about to wake from. Surely such a thing was unscientific and impossible, and I'd soon awake from this dream world. But the relief of waking never came, for the nightmare was reality. I rejected the offer to attend the Huntley Institute, and instead spent my time brewing in seething anger against this reality. I hated these abilities, and I hated the world that permitted everything to be stolen from me. I wish I could hate my parents as they did me, but they were the victims of the poison of my lungs, heart, and mind. They were under the spell of a power I couldn't break, of a curse that shouldn't exist. My parents continued to tolerate my existence, but that was all their energies could muster. They were trapped by it, as was I. The song of a rejected girl became my reality. After being abandoned by everything I had known, I eventually came to realize the truth. I had to find a way to rid the world of these abilities. These curses shouldn't exist. They mustn't exist. If I were to find a way to rid the world of them, I could break the spell over my parents, and perhaps we could go back to the way things were. Although I knew it was likely a foolish endeavor, it finally gave me a mission and a purpose to aim at. There was only one place I could go to discover the truths behind these abilities. It was here at the Huntley Institute. After several years of putting off my enrollment, I finally accepted it, much to the joy of my parents who were finally rid of me. And that brings me to where I am today. Can you see now? This is who I really am, and this is why I'm here. I must find out the truth, to undo what I have done, and find a way to rid the world of our abilities. Can't you see that such powers shouldn't exist?
I stand in disbelief at what I've just heard. Is this what she has been carrying the whole time? Eris, I don't know what to say. I can't imagine what... Eris interrupts me with a cutting retort.
Save your pity, Zeke. I'm well past that now. I have to channel all my energy into one thing, and one thing only. Do you understand?
I can't blame her for feeling this way. All that she has lost. To be rejected by your own parents like that, through a song of your own invention. That is too much for anyone to bear. Has she been facing this all alone all this time? I can't blame you at all for feeling this way, and I can't pretend to understand your life. But although I'm sure these abilities can be dangerous, they could also be used for good, couldn't they? Your voice, your song, your ability, couldn't they be used to help fix the world?
No, Zeke. Nobody should be able to possess this kind of poison. To steal the will of another is more evil than anything I could imagine. How could that ever be used for good?
I feel a little stupid for making that last comment. She doesn't need to hear my immature platitudes at this point. Eris, I don't have the answers, but I want to do this with you. I don't want you to be alone again.
Zeke.
As you said, if you are here at the Institute, then maybe we can figure out a way to fix what happened to your parents, and figure out how to switch off your ability somehow. But if you get expelled, what good will that be?
Zeke, haven't you thought through what you're saying?
What do you mean?
I have an ability that affects the minds of other people. Have you ever heard of such a thing before?
Now that she mentions it, I haven't. In fact, they are even called SCP, meaning Special Cognitive Perceptions. All the students only have extra senses, not the ability to affect change in others.
If the Institute finds out about my ability, what do you think they'll do? Can you really trust this information falling into the wrong hands? I was hoping I could fly under the radar long enough to get the information I need, but that doesn't seem to be the case now that I'm here. The last thing I'm going to allow to happen is for them to find out about my ability.
But, Eris, before I'm able to continue, I am cut off again by the passion in Eris's voice.
What if, because of me, they learn to replicate it somehow? I have to rid the world of these curses, not enhance them. That's why I won't tell them about my ability. And that's why it's better I get expelled than stay here and have them discover it.
I don't want you to get expelled, not when you just arrived. There has to be another way.
If there is, then I would take it. If there isn't, as I've already said, I can't risk them finding out about it. I don't trust them, not at all.
I don't know what to say in response. I want to implore her further, but can I really argue with what she is saying?
What about you, Zeke? Can you really say these abilities are worth it? That they don't do more harm than good?
I think back. No, ignore it.
Are you okay?
I need to breathe. It wasn't worth troubling myself over. I can't say for certain if our abilities do more harm than good. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't.
Well, I'm certain.
Eris stands up from her bed, her demeanor now showing her firm resolve. We have hit an impasse of sorts. Yet after hearing her story, I'm starting to question if part of me doesn't agree with her. It's not like we chose to have these abilities, they were just thrust upon us, and their effects on our lives and those around us are hard to calculate. That isn't even factoring in what may come of them in the future. Perhaps it's true that the world and our lives would have been better if these abilities never existed. Maybe her quest to rid them from the world is the right one. But does she really need to leave the Institute? There must be some other way.
Come on, let's get out of here.
I eventually made it back to my apartment in the mid-evening. After our talk, Eris and I hung out at a local bar for a while. We tried a different one to Allegro's this time, but it wasn't as good an experience. There were some shady characters there, as well as the drinks being overpriced. Next time, if we hang out, it is definitely back to Allegro's. We agreed to meet as planned tomorrow, and afterwards to look for clues about Ventra's missing research paper. I bet that is where Jace is now, as he isn't here, and I haven't seen him all evening. Unless he's dead by the river again. Was at the front door. Who on earth would that be? Jace wouldn't knock. Opening the door, I see an unexpected yet familiar face before me as she welcomes herself into the apartment with a strut straight past me.
Nice place you've got here.
Thanks. Wait, what's going on? But what are you doing here, and so late at night? This is beyond bizarre.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
She must have looked up my address through my records at the Institute.
I came to check up on you. You haven't been at lectures the last few days, but I spotted you in the hallway this morning. I was worried. Is everything all right?
I appreciate the concern, but is it normal for a lecturer to check in on a student after only 2 days' absence, and go all the way to their house late at night? Miss Keller is uncharacteristically lost for words. I could tell something was up. Why don't you be honest with me and tell me what you're really doing here? Miss Keller looks at me with sharp eyes, eyes that weigh me on their scales.
There's no fooling you, is there, Zeke? I was right about you. You missed your scan today. We need it for a research report I have due by the end of the weekend.
You need my scan so desperately you were willing to come to my house to get it. What are you really up to over there?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. I lock eyes with her. My resolve is strong. I won't let her play this off like she is hoping for.
Now I'm truly impressed. I was sure that last one would have worked on you.
Compliments aren't going to trick me.
I can see that. I wonder what has changed.
What do you mean?
No matter. The real question is, what are we going to do now? It seems we have reached an impasse.
I remember Jace saying that he sensed conflict in Miss Keller. Perhaps this is the moment to get some information out of her. You've come here for a reason, and I also have something I would like, so why don't we do a deal? I'll give you what you want, but I want your help with something.
My help? That would depend on what it is. I'm limited on what I can do or say given my role at the Institute.
The choice is yours. If you want my scan, I need you to agree to help me.
You have to give me more than that, Zeke. At least tell me the type of thing you need help with first.
I try the firm approach, and whilst I can't let up, I see her point. I can't expect her to just agree to help me up front with no indication of what I'm asking for. I want your help to find out if there is a way to
Yes?
get rid of an ability.
Huh? Why would you want to do that?
Well, it isn't really me who wants it.
Oh, I see. Let me guess. This is about Eris, right?
What?
Don't worry, I won't say anything to her. It was pretty easy to join the dots given her attitude, and the fact you've been hanging around her.
Damn it. I was way too obvious then. Can you do it?
You're asking a very difficult thing, you know. Even if it is possible to take away an ability, we are likely a long way off from getting to that stage. I'm not sure there's much help I can offer you there.
I was worried she would say something like that, but I did expect as much. Though after hearing Eris's story today, I can't bear to leave things the way they are. There has to be at least there has to at least be a way to undo what has happened to Eris's parents. Well, there is one other thing you could help us with, which is related to it.
Which is?
I want you to help us find out if there's a way to undo the effect of an ability.
What do you mean? Your abilities are just extra perceptions, they don't affect others. Wait, are you saying.
Damn it, did I really just let that slip too? I'm such an idiot.
Undoing the effect of an ability, huh? I haven't heard of such a thing, to be honest. However, I'd say that is much more plausible than erasing abilities entirely. Though, to really answer that properly, I'd need to hear more about it.
Can I really trust Miss Keller? Even if I could, I can't betray Eris's trust and tell her without her knowledge. Eris has to be the one to make that decision and be the one to tell her. That isn't my information to share. I may be able to convince Eris to tell you about it, but you'll have to promise not to pass on any of that information to the Institute.
Zeke, keeping information on students hidden really could put my job at.
I cut her off. I can't let her take over this conversation. Given you've come here late at night just to get the scan, I'm assuming your job is already at risk. Why else would you be so desperate? I take a risky approach, but one I hope will pay off. I don't know for certain her job is at risk, but it's the only reason I could think of for her actions. If we each promise to keep all this a secret, we both benefit. I don't see the problem. You'll get your scan and keep your job, and I'll get information to help a friend. I don't see any wrongdoing there.
I guess you have a point. Though Eris is about to get expelled for keeping everything hidden like this, and that is out of my hands. Are you sure this is the right option?
She came here for things bigger than just her education. We could really use your help.
All right then. If you allow me to get your scan tonight, and whenever I might need them in the future, I promise to keep everything about this in confidence. I'll do what I can to help, within reason, of course.
How can we be sure you won't pass on the info to the Institute?
If you don't trust me, get your friend Jace to speak to me about it next week. He can verify I'm telling the truth.
Now this has me a little worried now that we know that Jace is potentially dead. Are you aware Jace is potentially dead? Are you playing us right now? It's reasonable to assume she is being truthful, particularly in view of her need for this scan and her willingness to have Jace question her. She must be desperate to have to resort to these lengths. I wonder what is so important about this research paper and why she needs my scan for it. In any case, I'm happy with those terms. Okay, that sounds good to me. I'll convince Eris to speak to you. Then you can help us in whatever way you can. When should we meet up?
I have to complete this report, though if I work hard, I should be able to spare some time on Sunday night.
Sunday night. We were supposed to see Dr. Crane again then, but in truth we don't have any leads on Venture's research paper anyway. Plus, I can't think of anything more important than helping Eris out right now. She has been abandoned by enough people already. I won't be added to that list. All right then, where should we meet you?
Come up to the roof of the Institute. I'll be working there on my paper, so that'll be the most convenient.
What if there are people around?
Come late, at 9 p.m. It's rare anyone is there that late on a Sunday, and they wouldn't be on the roof of your education building. Plus, if anyone sees us, I can always just say you came to beg me to reconsider Eris's impending expulsion.
That's a fairly believable excuse. She is good, I have to give her that. Okay, 9 p.m. Sunday it is. If you're ready, we can do that scan now.
Thank you, Zeke.
As Miss Keller begins setting up her laptop and small scanning device, my thoughts start to dwell on Eris. I'll need to convince her to come with me on Sunday and tell Miss Keller about her ability. That isn't going to be easy. After a tense evening prior, the morning sun has brought with it a fresh vitality. I arrive at Eris's apartment ready for our day out. It's not a date, right? These strange thoughts have been swirling in my mind all morning, and it isn't helping that I have been standing a long time at the door, waiting for Eris to finish getting ready. I call out to Eris through the closed door before me. You almost ready?
I won't be much longer, and you better be taking me somewhere nice, by the way.
Hold on, maybe this really is a date. I haven't even prepared anything and I'm wearing my same old boring attire. It's okay. I live by winging it. You've got this, Zeke. I'm going to need plenty of positive self-talk to get through this unscathed. We sit in the grass as the streaks of light filter through the trees overhead. We went shopping after I picked her up. I acted like I had planned it all along. We got supplies for the picnic I had organized, and I took her here to Central Park. Eris's inciting incident. In her mid-teens, Eris channeled all her passion, energy, and emotions into a song she wrote. Upon the debut performance given to her parents, she gave her absolute all into the emotions flooding through her, though afterwards she noticed something was wrong. This song had triggered her ability, and it had been shaped into an ability that influences consciousness through song. Central Park. Central Park is a large park in Kakurita in which the Kakurita River flows through the middle. The park backs onto the Institute's property on the southern side. This park backs onto the Institute on the far side, but can only be accessed on the other side of town. It's a huge park spanning many acres, so we are still quite far from the front entrance of the Institute. The Kakurita River flows through here, and on sunny days like this it's picturesque and serene. Kakurita River. The Kakurita River shares its name with the city. In fact, the city was named after the river, as many strange legends and fables emerged where the river played a central role. This is Eris's first time here, so things are going well so far, all things considered. This is the first time I've seen Eris in a dress. It's a far more elaborate dress than I ever imagined her wearing. When she emerged from her apartment, I was left speechless, and now I am even more stunned seeing her with her hair down in the midday sun. Now that we're here, I'm trying to act cool and natural, but with her looking like this, that will be quite the battle. So, how's the food?
It's good, thanks.
That's good then. The only issue is now the conversation isn't flowing naturally at all. That's definitely my fault. I'm way too uptight right now. I've got to say something. So, why would you want to spend your day out here with a guy like me? I would have thought you would have better things to do.
I can't tell if you're insulting yourself or putting me down for my taste.
For your taste?
As in, with who I want to spend time with, I mean.
There it is. Finally, so you do like to spend time with me. And you were a tough nut to crack, Eris, but I knew if I never gave up, eventually this day would come. Victory is sweet.
Huh.
Although she is dismissive of my jokes as usual, she doesn't seem nearly as wound up today. It might be a good time to talk to her openly. Seriously though, a girl like you I would have thought could get any of the guys.
You really think so?
Eris responds timidly and honestly. It's a tone of voice I haven't heard from her before, one that leaves all bare and implores me to respond in kind. Definitely.
What makes you say that?
You really aren't kidding, are you?
No. I've always been on my own, moving from place to place with my parents. I've never had enough time to make real friends, let alone anything beyond that.
That's so sad. For as intelligent as she is, she also holds a childlike ignorance about the world around her, all due to her upbringing. If she's curious, I'll have to be the first to tell her the truth. Then, to answer your question, yes, I really do think so. Haven't you noticed some of the guys stare at you? The good looks and hyper-intelligent combo is a formidable one.
You're just trying to make me feel better about myself, aren't you?
Really? Did you seriously never realize how good-looking or intelligent you are?
Well, I don't... Uh,
This is kind of adorable. For as frosty as she has been in the past, I guess a lot of that was just her way of coping, shielding herself from others. She probably didn't know how to relate to people properly. I can't blame her, given her life and what she's been through. That also means she might not have as many social insights or any awareness of how she stacks up to others. She probably just assumes most are as gifted as her. That's probably why I always frustrated her.
what about Isla, though?
What do you mean?
She is stunning, far prettier than I am.
She looks good too, no doubt about it. But that doesn't change how you look though, does it?
That's not what I'm asking.
Wait, is she alluding what? Wait, what is she alluding to then? She couldn't mean. What are you asking?
Are you really going to make me say it?
Say what? I feel so dense right now, but there's no way I'm going to assume what she means. Not when the stakes are so high.
I mean, well, you couldn't be interested in me. Not when there's someone like her around.
She says it, there is no doubt. Unlike what usually happens with me, for once I read the situation correctly. I'm surprised. Instantly my hands start to clam up and my throat dries. Stay calm, Zeke. It must be very difficult for her to be transparent like this, given her normal demeanor. She would be feeling very uncomfortable right now. I can't betray that trust. I need to be as straight with her as possible. Listen, Eris. Isla is a close friend. She has been for many years, but that's all it is, and all I could imagine it being in the future. She's more like family, I guess.
Do you really mean that?
Do you think I'm lying?
Well, no. I'm going to hold you to that, though.
Hold me to what?
You'd better not ditch me to run off with her.
A familiar icy sharpness reintroduces itself into Eris's speech. I don't recall ever agreeing to be with Eris in the first place, or when or how we found ourselves in this situation. Not that I'm complaining. I'm not sure when it happened, and though it surprises me to admit it to myself, I'm glad it did. All right, I promise.
Good.
Wait, does that mean we're together now? Damn it, I don't know how to ask that. It's way too embarrassing to ask straight up front, and I can't just leave the conversation hanging here. Perhaps this is a good time to ask her about that, now that things are going well. So, Eris, I wanted to ask you something.
Yes?
If there was a way to undo the effects of special abilities, would you take it? Eris goes silent, deep in thought.
Why do you ask?
Eris is perceptive. She understands I'm not asking purely out of curiosity. I have to be very careful how I word this. I believe it might be possible to undo what happened to your parents. She looks conflicted. I can't get a good read on her.
How?
To find out, we would need to talk to Miss Keller about it.
Did you tell her about my ability?
I hear panic start to creep into Eris's voice. I have to squash this quickly. No, I haven't said anything. I promise. But I think she would be able to help if you would let her.
And what makes you say that?
I take my time in explaining the strange visit from Miss Keller last night and the deal we cut. So if you're willing to speak with her tomorrow night and tell her about your ability, she would be willing to help find a way to get your parents back to normal. Eris pauses with a look of confusion and of pain before she eventually responds in somber tone.
Zeke, it's sweet that you're wanting to help. I really mean that. But it's too late for that now.
Too late? How so?
I've already decided. I'm leaving next week. I'll be heading back home, back to the far side of that ocean.
Eris looks out in determined resignation, a look so beautiful I would be captivated if it weren't for the words that preceded it. What? But why?
Do I even need to tell you? Unless I comply with the Institute's rules, I'll be expelled. I may as well leave on my own terms.
What about fixing what happened to your parents and erasing these abilities? How can you do that if you aren't here?
It's still my goal, but I've told you already. The one thing I can't risk is knowledge of my ability falling into their hands.
I understand not trusting the Institute, but what about Miss Keller? She won't pass it on, I'm sure of it.
Are you, though? How well do you really know her?
Well,
I'm sorry, Zeke, but I can't trust anyone connected with the Institute. It's just not worth it.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. So you're just going to leave, just like that? What about what we were just saying? You just made me promise that stuff about not running off with Isla and staying with you. Was that just a joke to you? Some game you were playing with me despite knowing you were about to take off and never come back?
It wasn't a joke. It meant a lot to hear it. I'm sorry, Zeke, but just for today, I wanted to experience what it might be like to have a normal life, to go out on my first date. I asked you here because I wanted to know if it truly meant something. So at least just for today, I could experience something real. Otherwise, I don't think I would have been bold enough to tell you the truth.
This is so wrong. Why do you think this can't be your life? I get what happened to your parents is hard, but that's not stopping you from having a normal life now.
No, Zeke, you're wrong.
But why?
Until things are set right. Until these abilities are erased and their dangers are put behind us all. I can't rest. I can't be content with a normal life.
I don't believe you.
What?
If that was true and that's all you really wanted, then why are we here now? Then, why are we here together in the park, playing out your fantasy? Why did you arrange this whole charade if it wasn't what you truly wanted?
Well,
Were you just using me for entertainment?
no, it isn't that.
Then why are you doing this?
I'm dangerous, Zeke. Why can't you understand? I can't risk something happening again. And it isn't just me. Have you ever considered what other dangerous abilities might be out there?
We may not know what dangerous abilities are out there, but we also don't know what abilities there are that might change our world for the better.
It's much faster to destroy than it is to build, Zeke. Our abilities, they defy the order of things. They shouldn't exist. They mustn't exist.
We don't have to rush to extremes, and you don't have to do this alone. Why can't we just speak with Miss Keller about this? How can we know there isn't a third way until we try? You don't have to leave us.
Zeke.
A bitterness sweeps between us. Not the bitterness of betrayal, but the bitterness that comes from the repulsive forces between us, and that of refusing to relent to the will of the other. Why this stubbornness? Why does everything have to be twisted in this way?
You know, sometimes I wonder what the point of this all is.
What do you mean?
Don't you ever get the sense that this is all truly hopeless? That no matter what we do, our lot is somehow determined? That no matter how hard we might try, We are inevitably swept up in untamable tides beyond our understanding.
I have thought about that many times.
Really?
Yes, I've thought about how I came to be here, about the events in my life that were forced upon me, and of the things I have failed to do. Perhaps if I could find something to blame out there, then I could find some peace. At the very least, I wouldn't blame myself. But no matter how far down this line of thinking I go, I never find relief. I no longer try to excuse myself, or to blame the world or any other force out there for what I've become. I've accepted long ago that there's no justice in this world.
What can we do then?
Ignore it. Thinking like that is meaningless. I'm here now. I have my friends, a place to live. I have you. I just want to live comfortably. In life, anything can be taken from you. No, everything will be taken at some point. So to hell with the future and the gods who control it. I'll live for what I want each day I get here on this earth. So don't leave. You can't fix the world or change the past, but you can have me at least for today, and why not tomorrow? All you have to do is choose it. I plead with all the will I can muster. In response, it seems I have only pained Eris all the more.
I don't know, Zeke.
We sit in wistful silence, the rays of light that shine upon Eris's form at odds with the tone of our meeting. Normally, I would never speak like this, but my desperation has stripped every bit of pride from me. Is there truly no way for us to come together on this? Suddenly, breaking the moment, my phone starts vibrating loudly in my pocket. It doesn't look like the caller is going to give up. I had better check who it is. It's Jace. He very rarely calls, so I should probably answer it. Sorry, Eris, I should take this. What is it, Jace?
Have you heard?
Heard what? What are you talking about?
Get back here now.
Why, I'm interrupted by sharp words that instantly stun me to my core.
It's Isla. She's gone.
Gone? What do you mean? Where did she go? Shock freezes my mind. My words come out before I can even process what I'm hearing.
She's dead, Zeke.
Oh, fuck. So Isla dies if we go on this route? What? Excuse me? Excuse me? Nani? I stand still on the roadside where I have been for some time. Before me is an area cordoned off by police tape. I ran straight here, leaving Eris behind in the park. My hands are still trembling, my breathing rugged. This can't be real, it just can't be. My disconnected thoughts flow and mix into a stream of white noise in my mind. Not long ago, the ambulance took her lifeless body away. Her body. Wait, no. It can't be. She can't be gone. I just saw her yesterday. Today she was going to the arcade to continue her run. Why wasn't I there? And what happened to her? When I asked the emergency services crew a few minutes ago, they said she fell from the top of the Institute building, dying on impact. How did she fall? Who did this to her? Did the Institute figure out we knew something? Who could have possibly done this to her? I can't help but imagine how she must have... No, shut it out, Zeke. Don't picture it. My racing thoughts continue, yet I'm unable to move from this spot. Eventually, they are interrupted by the kind and softly spoken words of a familiar older man approaching to my right.
Zeke, is that you?
Gus?
I'm so sorry about your friend. I came as soon as I heard the news. Our Queen Eye, she was something special.
Was something special? It's wrong. It has to be. I just can't understand. Wasn't she supposed to be at your arcade this morning continuing her run? Did she turn up?
Yes, she did, though she didn't get very far.
Why? What happened?
That troublemaking kid came in, started accusing Isla of cheating and saying all kinds of nasty things.
What? Which troublemaking kid?
He was recently a big part of those protests up at the Institute. Golden hair. Always wears funny-looking jackets.
Trace?
Yeah, I think that was it. He's a kid with a face you'd really like to slap.
Did Trace do something to Isla? Is he responsible for this? My heart starts beating so heavily I can hear it in my ears. My rage is almost uncontrollable. Breathe, Zeke. Do you have any idea where he might be?
He's often causing trouble downtown, particularly on the main strip. You might want to check around there.
Mouse? Where did you go, Mouse? My mouse. It decided to jump. You're not a live mouse. You're not supposed to jump everywhere. Get back here, Mouse. Alright, thanks. I've got to get going now.
Just don't do anything you might regret there, kiddo.
Without responding, I rushed downtown to find the most punchable face ever conceived. I've stormed up and down these streets more times than I can count, checking all the bars along the way, but I can't find Trace. In that time I've calmed down a little from my earlier rage, though emotions of fury, disbelief, and bitterness come in indeterminate surges. And with it, there's one face I can't get from my mind. How could this have happened? It is then that my condemning thoughts are interrupted by a familiar voice.
Zeke,
Eris?
I'm sorry.
Eris pauses, unable to finish her sentence. Although Eris didn't know Isla nearly as well as I did, it seemed like they were really starting to get along. This is a shock to her also. Sorry for leaving you at the park.
It's okay. I get it. I would have done the same. It just doesn't seem real. Did you find out anything else?
She shares the exact sentiment as I'm feeling. Not really. She fell from the Institute building.
The Institute?
Yeah. We both fall silent for a moment as we each ponder the realities of what this all means.
What were you doing just now? You looked really serious.
I was looking for that Trace guy. I heard he was giving Isla a mouthful earlier at the arcade, before it happened.
You think he was involved?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
I'll help you look.
We spend another hour in search for Trace, but unlike his name would suggest, there is no trail for him to be found. And so we sit, drink in hand, in relative silence. I should have been with her. We both should have been with her at the arcade. It always meant so much to her, getting those records.
I'm sorry. It was me that dragged you out to the park. It's my fault. I always mess things up.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to be with you. I just should have been more considerate to Isla. We should have gone to see her at the arcade first. She was like family. How could I have been so insensitive?
We can't think like this. We don't even know what really happened to her, and if we could have stopped it. You can't blame yourself, Zeke.
If I can't blame myself, then who is to blame? What on earth happened to her?
These abilities? None of this would have happened if it wasn't for them.
We don't know that.
Don't we? If it was Trace, then we know his motivations. If instead it was someone within the Institute, then again the link is direct. None of this would have happened if Isla didn't have an ability. Everything they touch is cursed. It's just a matter of time before the curse hunts us down too.
Her blunt words send a wave of cold frustration coursing through my body. I immediately want to bite back at her thoughtless words for saying this so soon after what happened to Isla, but I know she's just trying to process things herself. Plus, we've had several drinks already at this point. I can't be too hard on her. Then there's this creeping thought in the back of my mind. What if she is correct? I have always tried to look into the positives, but there's nothing redeeming in this. I don't know about that, Eris.
Well, I do. That's why I'm doing this, to try to stop things like this from happening again.
I take another swig of my drink. As I do, I feel an encroaching weight of realization swamp me. Isla, she can't be gone. I feel tears form in my eyes. A heavy darkness clamps my throat. No, she is gone. She will never return. I'll never see her again. This is real. This is no bad dream. All I can do is accept it. Eris looks at me with sympathetic eyes.
Let's get a few drinks for the road and head back to my place.
Yeah, that might be best. We spend the night in Eris's tiny apartment, drinking and talking. We speak of Isla, our memories of her, the good and bad times, sometimes laughing, sometimes with tears in our eyes. In truth, I do most of the talking, though Eris listens sympathetically and attentively, adding in her own thoughts and observations, and asking questions of my and Isla's past.
It sounds like you were lucky to have each other.
We were. She was more than I deserved. I pause as a conviction rises in me. Eris, I need you to promise me something.
What is it?
I don't know if it's selfish, but right now I don't care. I have to say what's on my mind. It might just be the drink talking, but either way they are my honest feelings. You can't leave, not now, especially not after this. Eris doesn't respond, but just looks to the ground in silence. I want to help you to rid the world of these abilities.
You do?
These abilities that have forced us to live under constant suspicion and has led to us losing Isla, that has driven a wedge between you and your parents and has taken away your song. As you said, all that it touches, it curses. All I wanted was a comfortable life alongside those I cared about. It's obvious now after today that is no longer possible. One day I want to be able to hear you sing. I want to help you get your voice back.
Zeke.
What do you say, Eris? You can't leave now.
So that's your play, huh? You want me to stick around that bad?
I do.
If you want me to stay, you have to swear it.
Swear what?
That you'll stick with me, no matter what, until we find a way to get rid of them.
It looks like you want me to stay with you just as badly.
So what do you say?
This is an easy decision. Eris, I promise. I'll stick with you until we can fix this, until we learn the truth behind our abilities, until the day your voice is restored and I can hear you sing your song. Eris blushes. I can't believe I'm speaking in this way in front of her, but now isn't the time to be reserved.
I can't really say no to that, can I?
Then it's set. There's no backing out now.
Right. We're in this together, until the very end.
I spent most of yesterday in my room, lethargic and nursing a splitting headache. When I awoke, I initially had a pang of hope that the events of the day prior were nothing but a bad dream, though those hopes were soon shattered as I saw Jason's solemn face in the living room. So apart from seeing Jason a phone call to Eris last night, I have remained in reclusion, attempting to ground the truth of what has happened to my reality. Jason informed me that the Institute will be closed for today due to the incident in the police investigations. For the moment, I am choosing to block what happened to her out of my mind. As tempted as I am to track down Trace and do some investigations of my own, the light of the morning has brought with it a clarity. I need to be patient. Nothing I do can change what has happened, and I'm very likely to do something I regret in the state I'm in right now. I resolve to find the truth behind what happened to Isla, though I have to wait. The time will come. It is now the mid-morning on Monday, 2 days after receiving that forever-altering news. After my sleep-in, I have been walking around somewhat aimlessly, lost in thought and reflection over everything that has happened. I think about the coming week, of the funeral that will need to be organized, and of her family and all they must be facing right now. I contemplate going to visit them, but right now it is still too raw. I'll have to give myself a few more days before I do that. My feet take me back to the Institute, and before me I find the taped-off entrance at the gate, just as it was yesterday. Perhaps I just needed to see it again, to confirm to myself the realities of Saturday. I can't believe something like this has happened. Again. At that moment I notice movement to my left as I swivel my head to determine its source. Wait, is that Maya? She is sitting on her favorite bench on the opposite side, despite the Institute being closed today. It has been a long time since I've seen her. Last I saw her, she was still angry at me over the whole going to the wrong apartment thing. She was convinced I gave her the wrong address on purpose. Hey Maya, it's been a while.
But how?
What do you mean?
Wait.
Maya stares at my torso for a few seconds.
Oh, I see.
She really weirds me out when she does that. Is this you reading the threads again?
Yes, I didn't realize it wasn't you.
I don't understand what she is saying, though that wouldn't be the first time. What brings you out here today? The Institute is off limits right now, with the incident and all.
The incident?
You didn't hear about it? That's why the Institute is all cordoned off. Maya proceeds to stare at me with what appears to be a look of confusion before she suddenly changes the flow of conversation.
It is coming soon. I haven't much time.
Maya begins to make her exit before I stop her with an abrupt question. Wait, someone else said something like that to me recently. What do you see?
The threads are intertwining.
Intertwining? What does that mean?
I can't say. I'm sorry. I have to go now.
I want to pick her brain more, but she seems desperate to leave. It doesn't feel right to try anymore. Right. Well, bye. Maya doesn't respond. She only gives a wistful glance before briskly walking away. The more I see of her, the less I think I understand her. On my way back to my apartment, I'm stopped in my tracks by a voice that calls out from a distance.
Zeke!
Miss Keller. Miss Keller is huffing and puffing. I suppose she isn't very fit.
Sorry, I tried to call out to you when you were outside the Institute building, but I guess you didn't hear me. I just came to say I'm sorry about what happened. To your friend.
Yeah, me too. We both stand silent in the street for a moment. She isn't very good at conversations like this, I can only assume. Having said that, I don't think anyone could ever get used to circumstances like these.
She was such a sweet girl. It's hard to believe.
Despite what I suppose are good intentions, I don't have the capacity to have this type of conversation right now. Is there something you want from me?
Oh, yes.
Taking cue from my tone of voice, Miss Keller switches to a more matter-of-fact demeanor.
I was just thinking about yesterday. I'm sorry we didn't get to meet. I'd understand if you just wanted to leave it for a while with everything that's happened.
I hadn't given it any thought. It was the furthest thing from my mind right now. Though now that I think about it, putting my mind to this might not be the worst idea. Every time I stop and think about Isla, things begin to fall apart again. Putting this energy to use, this anger, is probably the best thing I could do right now. Together with Eris, maybe we can find a way to erase our abilities so this kind of thing doesn't happen again. Miss Keller might just hold the key to the insights we need. There is no point putting it off. Where could we meet?
Are you sure we could?
I said it was fine. Where do you want to meet? I probably shouldn't act this way, but I just don't have the patience for this condescension right now, no matter how well intentioned it is.
Oh, with the Institute off limits, we could meet anywhere, really. It's up to you.
I'll need to find a way to get Eris there, as she won't agree to it in advance. But we also shouldn't meet somewhere too busy, where we will get spotted. I've got just the place. Okay, in that case, let's meet at the Wharf Side, 7 p.m. tonight, just after it gets dark. Can you make that work?
Sure.
I can tell she is surprised by my forward attitude. I just don't have the patience this morning. Okay, I'll see you tonight then. Eris and I sit side by side at Wharfside, looking at the stars lingering overhead. I lured her down here with the promise of a snow cone, which we ate to the view of the setting sun. Since the sun retreated beyond the horizon, the shops have closed and the people have moved on, leaving only us in the stillness of the night.
Aren't you forgetting something?
What do you mean?
Well, it's starting to cool down now, and I've just eaten a snow cone. There are far too many setups. Surely you're about due for one of your lame ice-related jokes.
Oh, I see, I see.
What? What's with the smile?
You missed them that much.
I didn't say that.
I was right all along. You did secretly like my jokes. Fine. Finally, I must say victory is sweet.
Don't get ahead of yourself. I didn't say I liked it. It's just weird without them, that's all.
Sure, sure. Say what you will, but the truth has now been revealed.
Whatever.
Before I'm able to respond with a cleverly devised retort, we are interrupted by a familiar voice.
Ah, there you are. I wasn't sure which end to meet you at.
Miss Keller, what are you doing here? And what do you mean, meet us at? Wait, don't tell me.
Eris, who's sitting to my left, stares daggers through me.
Zeke, what is this? What's going on?
You didn't tell her.
Tell me what?
Red alert. Okay, everyone, let's stay calm. I've got to defuse this bomb quickly, starting with Eris. Eris, I was serious about helping you, about the promise we made. That has to start here. Miss Keller said she would help us. What better opportunity is there to get inside knowledge? Isn't that why you came all this way to the Institute in the first place? Eris doesn't respond, but only stares at me with a fierce intensity, weighing my words, as Miss Keller silently waits.
We can't trust her.
If you can't trust her, can you trust me instead?
Well...
Please, Eris. If we are serious about this, risks will be inevitable. This is one I believe we should take. I trust her when she says she won't pass on what you say to the Institute.
Zeke is right, Eris. I understand your suspicions, trust me. After today, I understand them more than ever. I'm not going to share anything you tell me to the other researchers.
Eris pauses for a moment.
How can we trust you?
Honestly, there isn't much I can do to convince you. Just know that very recently, some things happened. Maybe that's why I'm here, to try to make amends.
Miss Keller pauses with what appears to be a moment introspection before snapping her attention back to Eris.
All I can do is give you my word. The rest is up to you.
I breathe a sigh of relief. Although Eris still looks suspicious, it seems like she will relent.
Fine. I hope you're right about this, Zeke.
So am I. Okay, where should we begin? Eris unravels her past to Miss Keller. At first she is very hesitant, leaving out crucial details and pausing with high frequency. Although I often need to encourage her to keep going and help her fill in key events, eventually she lays out the full truth of her past to Miss Keller. Miss Keller listens carefully and empathetically to Eris. Despite not knowing the full extent of Miss Keller's background, there is no doubt her show of concern is genuine, at least to my mind. Eris closes off her story with why she came here, of her desire to learn the truth, though we both stop short of telling Miss Keller about our desire to undo these abilities.
I see. I've never heard of an ability that can affect others before.
What do you think it means?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I think it might be confirmation of my suspicions about that theory.
What theory? Miss Keller pauses momentarily in thought before turning back in assurance.
You're not going to quite understand me if I just tell you outright, so I'll try to give you a quick rundown that'll explain the basics. At least that way, you'll partially understand what I'm saying.
Miss Keller abruptly takes a step in closer towards Eris and I.
Have you ever considered what dimensions above ours might look like?
Dimensions? Like traveling to another world?
No, that's just sci-fi stuff. Higher dimensions are like other sides to the world we inhabit, I guess you could say. They interact with us, but in ways that seem bizarre because of our own three-dimensional point of view.
I've heard of things like that. I've seen hypothetical higher dimensional shapes online. A tesseract is a popular one.
Once again, Eris makes me feel way behind in knowledge.
That's kind of it, though those shapes assume higher dimensions take spatial forms similar to ours, which is unlikely. Still, it's not a bad way to grasp the general concept. Here, I'll explain it to you this way.
Miss Keller gets her phone and with some rapid clicks to fast-moving fingers, opens up a low-res science animatic, holding it for Eris and I to see.
Imagine a two-dimensional being, a being whose only existence is on this plane. They could move only using the two axes available to them. First is up and down. The second is left and right. And finally, they can move in variations of those two axes. In other words, different degrees of diagonal movements. Everything in their world and all their perceptions center on this two-dimensional plane. The idea of depth to our 2D friend, however, would be completely foreign to them. Trying to visualize or explain it to a being of this world would ultimately be futile. Even so, that doesn't mean they couldn't experience the effects of the third dimension. It's just that their experience of it would feel bizarre, almost supernatural. Here, I'll show you.
Miss Keller quickly opens up two animatics and plays them side by side.
Imagine a three-dimensional being decides to drop a cone into the 2D world. It would look a little like this. As the 3D cone shape moved through the 2D world, the two-dimensional beings would only experience the cross-section of that shape. Consider what it would look like to them for this 3D cone to move through their world by descending through the third dimension. To them, it would appear as if a circle suddenly expanded out of nothing, then continued expanding before randomly disappearing out of existence, all without rhyme or reason. It would seem like something supernatural was happening, something that violates all the laws they experience every day.
I see what she is saying. Something so outside of our common knowledge and experience we always have a hard time accepting. We would likely either say such violations are impossible, or some would believe them to be supernatural.
The point is, the laws that operate on higher dimensions to our own seem nonsensical, but that doesn't make them so. In fact, just because we can't fully visualize or wrap our heads around such things, that doesn't mean we can't find evidence and look for the patterns that confirm them. For example, the 2D being would never be able to fully understand or visualize what it might be like to live in 3 dimensions. However, they could still map the patterns they see when 3D beings decided to interact with their world, like the expanding circle in this example. Over time, the 2D beings would come up with their own representations, which, whilst incomplete, would help them start to piece together aspects of the third dimension. We call this the dimensional reduction principle. When phenomena from higher dimensions are experienced in lower dimensions, you are left only with an incomplete, pattern-like version of the true reality.
The dimensional reduction principle states that when phenomena from higher dimensions are experienced in lower dimensions, they are experienced in a reduced pattern-like version of their fullness. Example: a cone drop from the third dimension through the second dimension would be experienced by a second 2D creature as a circle appearing out of nowhere, expanding, then suddenly disappearing. The circle and its strange appearing-disappearing behavior is the reduced pattern of the reality. Miss Keller closes her video and puts away her
I
phone.
understand, but how does this connect to what I just told you, and the theory you mentioned?
The point here I am making is simple. Your abilities seem to do the impossible, but that's only because the interactions are occurring in higher dimensions. These interactions we can only gauge by the associated patterns we see here in our dimension. And we call these discernible patterns resonance.
Discernible patterns that cause effects in our world, like the golden ratio?
You know about that?
A little. It's a long story. We know it's connected to our abilities.
Right. Yes, the spiral is perhaps the most prominent, though there are many recurring patterns we find all throughout our world that signify the operations of higher dimensions working through our own. That is where your ability comes in, Eris, and confirms some of my suspicions about how resonance works.
How does it work?
Let me show you.
Miss Cower gets in close between Eris and I and holds aloft a diagram to the backdrop of the night sky.
First, we have the normal physical world. This is the world we live in. It has 3 spatial dimensions and 1 of time, making 4 in total. The physical world is a world of matter, space, time, biology, energy. In other words, this is the normal world we inhabit every day that we can experience with our 5 senses. At the top of it all, we have the world of the abstract. These are the dimensions above our own, consisting of 7 dimensions in total. We cannot directly interact with these dimensions, but they shape and influence our physical world in every way. Through the patterns they create, we can see their influence all around us. Maths, geometries, music, logic. Abstract patterns that rule over and set the natural world around us. This is the evidence and influence of these higher dimensions that we can't access ourselves.
So you're saying these dimensions are like the example you showed us before?
Exactly. These higher dimensions aren't spatial dimensions, at least not in the way we think of them. We will never be able to intuit or experience what these dimensions really are. We can only see the patterns they create and map our own understanding onto them, much like the 2D creature could do in an attempt to understand the 3D. These 7 dimensions are often clustered together and called the information space, or IS for short.
The information space, or IS for short, describes groups of dimensions above the physical world, which from a human point of view appear informational rather than physical. From these dimensions spring abstract realities such as maths, logic, geometries, the laws of physics, and more. The physical world cannot alter these higher dimensions, but these higher dimensions shape and influence the physical world in every way according to the dimensional reduction principle. The IS also harbors the information content of all conscious beings, which manifests through the consciousness field.
It's an abstract world of patterns that shape everything we see. Wedged in between these 2 worlds, we have consciousness. Consciousness is a scientific field in its own right, interacting with both the physical world and the abstract world. From our perspective, I guess you could say it is the mediator between the 2 worlds. As you can see, the abstract world makes itself known through patterns to our consciousness, as well as directly to the physical world by shaping its laws. As far as we can tell, there is no way for our consciousness to change aspects of the abstract world. The flow is one way. However, consciousness can assert its will on the physical world. Using our knowledge of the abstract world, our consciousness can act on and change elements of the physical world. Science, technology, this is abstract knowledge used by consciousness to change the physical world. If you would ever doubt it, just look at a city and see how we can reshape the physical landscape.
Can't anything physical change the physical world, though? How is that consciousness?
The greater the consciousness, the more power to affect change in the physical world. All living creatures have a level of consciousness, but differ in how strongly they interact with the consciousness field.
Consciousness field. Consciousness is a scientific field in its own right that for humans phenomenologically functions as a wedge between the physical world and the abstract world. All things interact with the consciousness field, and it is through this field the abstract can be made known to physical creatures. Physical brains tether the consciousness field to biological entities to express themselves in the physical world.
It goes without saying human brains are by far the most evolved to tether this field to the physical world. Everything non-conscious is determined purely by the laws of the abstract world.
So let me get this straight. The higher levels can assert themselves down to the lower levels, but not the other way around.
Close enough. Let's go with that as a basis anyway. So the big question is, under what conditions could the flow go the other way? What would such a thing even look like? Your abilities are forms of resonance, examples of your consciousness interacting more strongly with the IS. Even then, the flow, as far as we can tell, isn't going the other way. But your story, Eris, sounds a little different.
Are you saying Eris is changing the IS?
No, she isn't doing that. Such a thing would endanger the very laws of the universe and life itself. If I had to guess, well, let me put it to you like this. Look at the top. Music is one of the various patterns, the various languages of reality flowing from the IS. We have all experienced how strongly the IS interacts with our minds through music. What is music? An assortment of sound waves that mathematically cohere according to a pattern. Two different notes that go well together we call harmony. Essentially, their frequencies merge, creating a resonance, patterns that are highly coherent. And if one of these frequencies is even slightly off, we instantly perceive it. We call it out of tune. Don't you find it fascinating that this complex computation all happens within our brain, practically without thought? That our minds can do such complicated calculation of sound waves with no obvious evolutionary benefit?
I had never thought of that before. I can barely do math at all, yet my mind can automatically process such complicated stuff, like the overlaying of multiple
Yet
frequencies.
this isn't even the most amazing thing about music. What is strange is the universal inherent meaning anyone can perceive through a piece of music, all without ever being taught or conditioned. People all around the world will similarly associate certain frequency mixes as sad or happy, independent of language, race, upbringing, or cultural influence. These musical patterns are inexplicably so deeply meaningful, tugging at our hearts and minds, indicating some grander symphony of connection greater than we can possibly imagine. Music is one of the languages of reality. It connects us to something fundamental about the structure of existence.
Part of me wants to retort, but she was right. Some of the most transcendent experiences I've had was whilst listening to music.
How does that relate to my ability, though?
Look back on this image. If your ability was able to take resonance from the IS, and then through your consciousness create music in the lower physical world that directly implants this extra resonance,
Then my music could directly change the consciousness of others.
it's just a guess, but it makes the most sense. Your ability makes your music more strongly interact upwards from the physical world into the consciousness field, directly interacting with it. You could call this type of resonance harmony, if you like. I didn't think such a thing could exist.
Miss Keller looks out in thought before putting her phone away and turning to face us. I'm still not sure I fully understand what resonance
From
is.
the sounds of it, it'll always be a little unintuitive.
Resonance is how we experience the operations of higher levels of reality. It is the unseen connection we experience in pattern form.
Resonance is how humans experience the operations of higher levels of reality, influencing their own 4D reality, with this resonance often seemingly occurring in supernatural ways. Resonance refers to events created by unseen connections that 4D creatures can only experience in pattern form according to the dimensional reduction principle.
They are synchronous events that bring higher dimensional information flooding into our world. We don't fully understand it, but we can see its fingerprints all around us. We can intuit when it's happening, just like music.
Right. Like she said before, it's pattern based and intuitive like music.
Okay, let me see if I've got this right. This resonance
Stream
is our
Elements
3D experience of
said,
something that's
"Stay
actually
moist, my
happening at a higher
friends.
level of
Hydrate."
reality. Our experience of it is intuitive and pattern-based, much like music. We only experience it in this way because we lack the ability to perceive the connections that appear in higher dimensions. Much like how the 2D being can only perceive the common patterns they identify from 3D events and not see the direct connections themselves. The dimensional reduction principle in action.
Geez, I think you should have my job. You explained that perfectly, and more simply than I did.
Is there a way to stop Eris's resonance then, so when she sings it doesn't affect people's consciousness?
Hmm. I'm just speculating, Eris, but perhaps your song resonated with the sad and lonely reality of many people's lives, where all consciousness interacts in higher dimensional space. This is likely the resonance you put out into the physical world through your music. To stop it, you would have to identify how to cut off resonance with the higher dimensions. This is difficult, as our reality sits nested inside of them, always interacting with them.
But it is possible, right?
The first thing you'd have to find out is why you all got your abilities in the first place. Then, when you find out how that resonance is happening, you could try to stop it.
We already know that. Our DNA matches the golden ratio. That's the pattern that is creating the resonance.
Okay, But why would resonating with this ratio create such an effect? Think about it. These abilities only just started emerging now, at this time in history. Why is that? I'm sure people throughout history have had DNA that closely matched this ratio. Yet they didn't have these abilities. I'm not saying it isn't genetic. It clearly is. The question is, what is the spiral itself? Why did this resonance between this spiral and your genes only begin recently? That's something I think we both should know.
Miss Keller trails off. A graveness sits on her voice. She is clearly going through much more than she is telling us. That is evidenced by her willingness to share all this with us here tonight. I wonder how badly the Institute has been treating her. Thanks, thanks for everything, Miss Keller. I know this isn't easy.
Oh, is that sympathy I hear? Do I really come across as so pathetic?
No, it's just.
I'm just teasing you, Zeke, though it's probably true.
No, it's not.
Eris?
Zeke's right. I don't know what they've been making you do over there, but going this far for us, it's got to count for something. I appreciate it. I was wrong. About you, at least.
I know how difficult it was for Eris to say that. This means a lot to her.
Thanks, Eris. I'm not sure I deserve it, but I appreciate it.
After saying our goodbyes to Miss Keller, I insisted on walking Eris home, especially given the late hour and the journey she had to make through the dingy downtown streets. The wind had picked up and an ominous tension clings to the night. We discussed everything we heard from Miss Keller and the confusing nature of her scattered thoughts. I could tell that within what she said were important pearls of information that may lead us closer towards our goal. Even so, being able to separate the wheat from the chaff and the truth from the speculation is something that is difficult to ascertain given our limited knowledge on the subject in question. In truth, my head is still spinning given the last few days, and that conversation has left me as confused as ever.
Well, I'd better head inside.
Yeah, it's starting to get late. We pause in an awkward silence, neither of us knowing what to say next. It's weird to invite myself in, and I'm assuming Eris is too shy to do it, at least in this situation. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. See you then.
Eris retreats back into her apartment. I once again stare at the closed door before me, then swiftly exit the building. I travel past my apartment, deciding to take a walk to let off some steam. Since when did I become so awkward? I'm not going to get anywhere with her acting like that. Even as those thoughts cross my mind, I have a sharp twinge of guilt course through my body. How can I be thinking these thoughts so soon after what happened to Isla? What's wrong with me? In that moment, it feels as if a dark pit opens up in my stomach, as the reality of what happened to Isla, which I had only distracted myself from momentarily, re-emerges. All I am left with as I walk alone in these dark city streets
Moria
is regret.
said, "Good evening."
Hello, Moria. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. I feel alone in a way I haven't felt since I first arrived to the city. And it becomes obvious to me I can't bury my head in the sand any longer. I can't keep running away and distracting myself with meaningless things. What happened to Isla has pulled the rug from under my feet, pulled out the illusion of a comfortable life. I'm caught up in the middle of something here, whether I like it or not. I have to find out the truth. I only wish I had started earlier. Then maybe Isla would still be here. All I can do now is make sure something like this doesn't happen again and keep my promise to Eris. We have to find out the truth and get rid of these abilities. But in this moment, just as I begin to feel a sense of clarity, something inexplicable happens. Something so sudden, so unforeseen, I am totally disoriented by its arrival. For a moment, the world stalls, freezing to white. My perceptions begin to restart, and when my vision returns, my mind is stunned by the incoherence my eyes seem to be showing me. The world is overlaid in chaos. Is this my synesthesia? What is happening? I don't know why, but my intuition is screaming that I'm in great danger. I can't control my confusion and panic. Nothing makes sense. Though this chaos makes one thing become clear. Eris, I need to get to her right now. Nothing else matters. I sprint toward Eris's apartment. Panic overtakes each step. As I round the corner, I find her in the street making her way back towards me.
Zeke!
Eris.
The sound! What is happening?
Sound. I don't hear anything. I see colors. What should we do? This is too sudden, too fast. Surely something like this needs some warning. Like this? Like what? Whatever this is, surely the timing of this can't be right. Yet despite my internal protests, this orienting display only accelerates. My head swirls, becoming dizzy and weightless, as it feels an otherworldly luminescence pierces through me. And for a second time, the world momentarily is absorbed in white. Yet the sight on the other side is even more incomprehensible than the first. We find ourselves weightless above the crumbling world, as my vision blurs at the sheer magnitude of what is before them. Fear courses through me at the endless distance below my feet, before it begins to be taken by a strange stillness. In the midst of the beautiful havoc, Eris and I look to each other. We understand these are our final moments, yet the sheer inescapable futility of the situation stills the anxiety, leaving only longing and regret.
So I guess this is what it meant the entire time.
Eris's voice carries a wistful resignation, hinting at self-depreciation.
But we were too late to stop it.
How could we ever stop this? I'm then suddenly filled with anger. Anger at the world that dares to tear itself apart so senselessly. That would steal Isla and then take away my future with Eris without care or warning. Eris addresses me in a voice that almost drops to a whisper as we prepare to face our
Just my
ends.
luck that this would happen so soon after I found you. I suppose you'll never be able to hear my voice.
Yet as the chaos swirls around, something inexplicable begins to occur between Eris and I. There's only one word I could use to describe it. Resonance. Something within and between Eris and I begins to resonate, a union that goes well beyond our designs, but is more natural than any action I have performed. It is a deep intuition, a deep instinct, a song almost thrust upon Eris and I, working its way through our beings like vessels. As it does, to me it appears as if weaving of color and song begins to emanate from us.
What is happening?
Eris's final hopes and her unfulfilled dreams, all the weight of her will and her unavenged pain, I see them crystallized in what must be a product of my synesthesia, and they weave with my own in what seems to be a sympathy, a song of our own making. And the appearance of that song to me seems like a golden thread that begins to form in response to our union. I'm glad that I got to be here, to be part of your final song. Our farewell is filled with resignation and regret, yet the light of a faint hope tinges it, which cannot be extinguished even by the coming doom. We sense it now. Our time is truly up. Goodbye, Eris.
Thanks for filling my final days with color.
This resonance draws to a close, and as it does, Eris opens her mouth, and out of it proceeds a shrill cry. Yet it's one so filled with tone and color, it seems to carry a symphony all on its own. And with it I see that golden thread reproduced, cast out into the darkness, tossed into the void beyond all sight. As it proceeds, we are ourselves are enraptured in the dooming light.
Goodbye, Zeke. And thank you for reaching me.
Goodbye, Eris. Was this the right path? Was there a way out of this? Heir's End. Okie dokie. As I lay down to sleep, it hits me. Another night vision emerges. Within it, it feels like the voice of a woman is emanating wisdom. I can't explain why I feel this way. I can't see nor hear anything that would give me reason. It's simply an intuition given the forms of color and insight I'm experiencing. And in it, I'm struck with a new question. Why am I here? Okay, so this is something we've seen, right? Yeah, this is the why am I here thing. Okay. I wasn't completely sure, but I thought so. But as I reach the door, a wave of an unusual occurrence overtakes me. A wave of distorted color sweeps over me, and with it one face comes to mind. Maya. Although I'm confused as to what just happened, I'm more concerned for Maya right now. She was so upset last time I saw her. Maybe I should visit her instead. Find Maya. I travel to the familiar gate of the Institute building, but I don't also find the familiar sight of Maya sitting in her favorite bench. I wonder where else she might be. The only other thing I know about her is she is in her final year of senior school. They have their classes on the second floor. Maybe she'll be there. I walk the hallways of the second floor, peering into classrooms as I go, but I see no sign of Maya anywhere. I should ask a student here. Perhaps they will know where I can find her. Hey, sorry to bother you. Do you know where Maya would be by any chance?
Maya?
Yeah, Maya. The way the student is looking at me. Do they really think it's so odd someone would want to speak with her? These kids are really starting to annoy me. Whatever. You could have just said you didn't know. After looking around a bit more, I decide to head to the roof. And to my surprise, there she is, looking out over the city from the same place I often do. Maya, there you are. She turns to face me, a look of confusion, perhaps pain, fills her face. I didn't expect you to be up here. I thought you would be on your favorite bench.
Is it really so strange? This is where we spoke. That time.
Right, last time, the time that led to her being so upset with me. I don't know what to tell you, Maya. I really did want you to come hang out with us that night. I don't know how you got the address wrong. Maya just stares at me in response, as if trying to peer into my intentions. Here's an idea. Do you still have the address kept somewhere? Out of her pocket she pulls out the same bit of paper I gave her, now scrunched and damaged, containing my address on it. Has she really kept it on her all this time? Why would she do that? Well, here, take a look at this. I take out my student ID card and hold it next to the scrunched paper. See, it's the same. This really is my address. Maya doesn't respond but just stares.
Why weren't you there?
We were all waiting for you. Maya seems to be weighing everything in her mind.
I was pretty sure I was at the right place.
It's fine, we all make mistakes. I just don't want you to feel we ditched you or anything like that. Maya still seems conflicted, but she can't deny the evidence in front of her. It seems so many around her have rejected her, made her an outcast. I can't imagine how she would feel thinking I had done all that just to play some cruel prank. Maya's countenance changes into what seems like a state of relief as she puts the scrunched bit of paper back into her pocket. It's a relief to finally have that behind us. Here's an idea. Let's exchange phone numbers, so next time if you get lost, I can come find you and make sure you get there.
Okay then.
She reads out her number as I save it in my phone. Okay, I'll send you a text now so you can save my number. You have your phone on you?
It's in my bag.
Right, well, I've sent it now. You should have my number too.
Okay. Huh? Wait.
Maya suddenly calls out in surprise, and though still relatively quiet, it was the most emotion I've ever heard from her. What is
The
it?
threads. But how?
What are you talking about? She stares towards my torso for a moment and then back towards my eyes.
They have changed.
Changed? What threads? Does that normally happen?
Not often. I don't know what it means, that is. But could it be?
Could it be what?
Nothing.
I know communication isn't her strong suit, but she can't just blurt out something like that and not expect me to want to know more. Listen, Maya, I know you're going for the whole mysterious and alluring thing, but you can't leave me hanging like that. I take a step forward and go to place a gentle hand on her shoulder when it happens. Cold pulsates through my being. My hand doesn't land on her shoulder. It glides right through her like a hand splitting the mist. Maya's form begins to sway and flicker. My head becomes light. My hands begin to tingle as the world begins to sway before me. Or is it me who's swaying? This isn't possible. This isn't happening. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Panic overtakes my breathing, and all I can see is Maya's horrified expression on her distorted form. Maya,
Zeke.
I can still hear her voice, terrified and questioning, though it chops and begins to dull. She begins to fade. As she does, my world is consumed by a sudden and frozen white. Maya, I shoot up in panic only to find I'm back in my room. The fragments of my memory begin to crystallize together. Okay, Zeke, don't panic. You just got back from the hospital. I begin to rehearse back to myself everything that just happened in an attempt to ground myself back to reality. Let's replay this step by step. Apparently I was found by a staff member collapsed on the institute roof. They told me I must have fainted and hit my head in the process. I was taken to the hospital as a precaution, and after some tests I was cleared to leave. I had only a light concussion. I was instructed that I should take it easy for the next day, after which I should be fine. Though none of that is what I'm concerned with. There's one thing that keeps skipping on repeat through my mind, an image I can't shake from my sight. What happened to her? Just the thought of what I saw brings a cold wave of anxiety. Have I gone insane? Just what in the world was that? Maya almost looked like she was glitching, but that wasn't quite what it was. I have had strange aberrations of my synesthesia before, those cut-off streaked overlays of color, moments where my mind can't quite catch the happenings before my eyes. If anything, it feels like a distortion of my own mind caused by my ability. This was somewhat reminiscent of that. Yet this was far beyond anything I've experienced before. Maya quite literally disappeared before my very eyes. When the staff member found me on the roof, I asked her about Maya, but she said they hadn't seen anyone on the roof, nor knew anyone by that name. How could that be the case? Everyone I have spoken to since has just waved me off as delusional after hitting my head, saying I would feel better after some rest. But I know what I saw. That was no delusion. This is so frustrating. What should I do? I head into the living room as Chase approaches me with a look of concern.
Hey, you feeling a bit better?
Yeah, I guess. Why are you still awake?
It really isn't that late.
Right. My head is all over the place. I must have slept since the afternoon. Jace, I need help in finding Maya.
That again?
Jace's face is filled with doubt. I'm serious, Jace.
I know you're serious, trust me. Your emotions couldn't be screaming at me any louder. But Zeke, you haven't been making any sense. You kept going on about her at the hospital too, remember?
My memory of my time in the hospital is foggy, but that doesn't surprise me.
Nobody knows what you're talking about. People don't just disappear.
You think I don't know that? That's why I need your help. Something seriously strange is happening here.
Zeke, what if you just fainted and that memory is the result of you hitting your head?
Does he really believe I'm just delusional too? No, I know what I saw.
Do you? You were found collapsed with a concussion. Concussions are literally swelling of the brain and can cause all kinds of weird effects on the mind. Think about it logically for a second. What's more likely, that this Maya really disappeared completely out of existence, disobeying all the laws of physics, or that you had a strange dream or delusion as a result of a head injury?
I get it sounds stupid, but it was so clear. It couldn't have been a delusion. Could it? It wasn't a dream, and why would I just faint out of nowhere? What I saw must have caused it.
Who knows? Low blood sugar, stress, could be a lot of things. Whatever the cause, it's a fact you fainted on that roof. You need to calm down a bit, Zeke. Trust the people around you.
Him treating me like this is really frustrating. I'm not some child. But what did I really see? It honestly doesn't make sense. I can't blame Jace. He is probably just following the advice from the people in the hospital. There's only one way I'll be able to figure this out. That the only thing we can do is find Maya. I begin to head towards the door when Jace blocks my path.
Now, really?
You expect me to just sit around after what happened?
I think you should rest and sleep on it. You've just come back from the hospital. You've got the day off school tomorrow. I'll help you look into it in the afternoon, once the 24 hours is up.
I can't wait until then. But what other options do I have? It's starting to get late now. Wait, of course.
What is it?
I got her phone number. I get my phone and quickly speed through my contacts. There it is. It's still there. So at the very least, my memories up to that point are accurate. I really did meet up with her on the roof and save her number.
Whose number? Maya's?
Yeah, I got it just before. Well, whatever it was that happened, happened. I quickly hit the dial button, putting the phone to my ear. Why is it taking so long to start dialing? The number you have dialed is unallocated. Please check the number and try again. What? Really? Don't tell me I got the wrong number. I quickly dial again. The number you have dialed is unallocated. Please check the number and try again. Damn it!
What is it?
The number isn't working.
Zeke, that's enough. You need to take it easy and get some rest. Like I said, I'll help you look tomorrow.
As confusing and frustrating as this is, what else can I do? I can't just wander the streets aimlessly looking for her, and her phone number isn't working. If I go to the Institute tomorrow, I should be able to find her there. It looks like I have no choice. All right then, but tomorrow you're helping me look for her.
All right, deal. Now go get some sleep.
Though for this unsettling feeling, sleep was elusive this night. I only last until lunch when my patience runs out. I cannot wait any longer. I walk down my familiar path, staring absently at the clouds lingering overhead. Although I promised Jace I would rest and wait until the afternoon to look for Maya, everything that happened yesterday keeps replaying over and over in my mind. I won't be able to rest until I find Maya and figure out what happened. She isn't at her bench. At this time, she should be in class right now. I discreetly peer through the glass doors of all the second-floor classrooms, but see no sign of Maya. Did she not come to class today? There's only one other place I know to look. I arrive at the rooftop in the feeble hope that perhaps she'll be up here waiting for me, though I'm met by nothing but the soft breeze. It was at this spot that... My mind is consumed by the sight from yesterday, and with it a cold rush of anxiety. I calm my breathing. I can't risk fainting again. I couldn't have imagined it. It was far too real, too vivid. I have to keep looking for her. I spend all day looking, but nothing. Not a trace of her, no matter where I search. Nobody I ask has seen her. There's no hints from my synesthesia. After aimlessly walking around for some time, I decided to come back here and wait at the school gate for Jace. Eventually he emerges with Isla and Eris at his side.
Zeke?
Hey,
You feeling okay?
not too bad, all things considered.
Jace filled us in on everything. Have you found Maya yet?
Not yet. I'm not sure she's here at school today.
Do you really think she disappeared?
Jace butts in on Isla's question.
I'm sure she didn't, Isla. We're going to help find her.
He keeps treating me like some child who needs protecting. I've already been looking around. I haven't seen her today.
Should have known you wouldn't actually listen to me and stay at home.
So what's your plan then?
I'm going to find Miss Keller, see if she can look up her file for me.
Is she even allowed to hand out student information?
Probably not. I'll just have to find a way of convincing her.
I'm coming with you then.
The way Jace is speaking has an air of condescension about it, like I need someone holding my hand. Does he really believe I've cracked it or something?
You want us to join?
It might be a bit much for us all to crowd Ms. Keller. Zeke and I will just go.
Oh, okay then. In that case, Eris, you want to come watch me practice at the arcade?
Well,
We can get milkshakes across the road on the way.
I'm in. Let's go.
That was way too easy.
Let us know how you go, Zeke, and if you need any help.
Will do. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely not.
This is going worse than expected. We found Miss Keller still packing up in the empty classroom, but despite my politely phrased question, she seems adamant on shutting down any hopes of helping us.
I cannot hand out confidential information on students.
I just need to get a friend's address so I can check up on her. I'm worried about her, miss.
If she hasn't given you her address, I shouldn't be the one to dish it out.
But
If you were close enough that you should be the one to check in on her, why do you need the address from me? You should know where she lives already.
damn it, how am I going to convince her? It's then that Jace butts in.
Can I ask something else then, miss? I think you should be able to do at least this much.
You can ask. I can't guarantee I can help, though.
Can you look up the name of a student and confirm she's enrolled here? We don't need any of her personal information. That shouldn't be breaking any rules.
What are you talking about, Jace? I already know she is enrolled here. I just need to get her address and find out what happened to her.
Zeke, just be quiet. I need to confirm something.
I can probably do that much. 1 second.
Miss Keller puts out her computer and begins typing away. I don't know why Jace is doing this, though. How much does he doubt me?
Okay, I'm logged into the student database. What's her name?
It's Maya.
Do you have her surname?
No.
It's not a common name, so running a search with just her first name should be fine. Okay, let's see.
With one final click, followed by raised eyebrows, Miss Keller looks back at us.
There's nobody by that name here at the Institute.
What? That's impossible. I just saw her here yesterday. Maybe you just misspelled her name. How did you spell it? We try several more variations of spelling and still no hits. I start to grow desperate. What is happening?
You said she was in her senior year of high school, correct?
Yes, I'm sure of it. After a few clicks to rapid eye movements, Miss Keller turns her computer to face me.
Take a look. This is every student studying at that level here at the Institute.
I take a quick look down the list of about 20 students. Their names are accompanied by a small portrait photo. There is no doubt Maya isn't among them. How? How is she not on your list?
Zeke, that's enough.
No, it's not. We have
Enough,
to.
Zeke.
Jace raises his voice.
Don't you get it? There is no Maya.
I stop. Blink. Nothing. My mind stalls. How could he say that? The cogs of my mind slowly begins to turn again. What do you mean? She was at the gate that time.
I never saw her.
Wait, but suddenly an ice-cold realization hits me. He's right. In fact, nobody I've spoken to has. But I know I didn't imagine it all. We can ask the other high schoolers about her. They'll know.
Zeke, why do you think I didn't want you to come to school today?
What do you mean?
I already spoke to the high schoolers today. Nobody has heard of her.
A second wave hits me. It can't be. But all the kids in our class saw her that day. She came up to our room. They stared at us when... Wait. No. They weren't staring at us. They were staring at me. Not because of who I was talking to, but because of who I wasn't talking to. Did it look like I was talking to myself? I assumed they were judging Maya, but it wasn't her they were judging. It was me. She also never came to our apartment that night. She said I wasn't at the address. Why? Can't she be spotted by others? Or is it just my mind inventing all this? A wave of nausea hits me. My head grows light.
Watch out!
I feel Jace's firm clutch on the back of my shoulders as he stops me from stumbling backwards. Damn it! Get it together, Zeke. Sorry. I just...
Perhaps you should take Zeke home, Jace.
Something in me wants to protest, but I'm left depleted. Can this be true? Have I really lost it?
Come on, Zeke.
There is no room left for me to argue. Okay. Yeah. My mind grows absent as we begin a torturous journey home. I sit staring absent-mindedly at my bedroom ceiling. I have given up trying to make sense of my situation and instead have been overtaken by a strange numbness. I'm not even sure how much time has passed since I've moved from this position. A hopelessness weighs on me, the type of feeling I haven't had since. I don't know what to trust in anymore, or how to even begin thinking of what I can do next. Everyone must have heard I've gone crazy. It's not too bad if I just stay here. Maybe I don't need to leave here at all. Sure, I'll need to go out for supplies from time to time, but I can survive. I've got my computer. Strange thoughts waft in and out of my mind when they are interrupted by an unfamiliar sound. Is that someone at my door? Jace wouldn't knock. Isla, what are you doing here? Isla walked straight past me over to the window before answering my question.
Jace let me in.
I guessed that, but why did you come here so late? And what about your folks?
Don't worry, I snuck out. My mom doesn't suspect a thing.
You know, I don't like you walking around late at night. There are some creeps out there, you know?
I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself, thank you very much.
I didn't mean to be condescending. I just don't trust the city streets at this hour. She's right, though. So why did you come? To check up on the mental patient?
I haven't met this mental patient. I came to see you, Zeke.
Good one. Seriously though, Isla, it's what you're thinking, isn't it?
You don't seem crazy to me, Zeke. A little eccentric at times, but not crazy. Nope.
Then what about this whole Maya thing? Even I'm starting to think I've lost it. There's no trace of her. She never existed. Isla looks at me with those big, innocent eyes of hers.
Zeke, remember those days after I left the hospital?
Yeah? Why? She never likes to bring up those times.
How did you feel walking with me on those days?
How did I feel? Well,
And be honest.
honestly, I felt sorry for you. I wanted you to be happy again, but I felt helpless to do anything.
So, you were uncomfortable then?
Where is she going with this? I wouldn't say that exactly.
So why did you keep walking with me in those times?
Isla stares at me with a look that penetrates beyond any false pretense. It pulls the truth out, a truth that even until this moment I hadn't considered. Because I cared. I wanted us to be close again. I didn't want you to be robbed of who you were. Isla pauses, eyes closed for a moment, as if she was pleased to hear my answer.
Those times were hard for me too, you know, Zeke. Just leaving my home had become so hard. Those days we would walk in silence, afraid I'd stutter my words and make a fool of myself in front of you. They were some of the hardest days of my life. But without them, I wouldn't be where I am today.
Isla.
That's why we walk with each other through whatever is happening, even more so when it's uncomfortable. That's what it really means to care, to be a friend. I don't understand what's happening to you right now. I don't know about this Maya. What I do know is it's my time to walk beside you. And your turn to walk beside us also. Especially when it's weird, awkward, or uncomfortable.
Right. Isla always surprises me with her insight. On the surface, because of her light and bubbly personality, it's easy to miss the depth and insight she really holds underneath. So that was just your fancy way of saying that even if I really am insane, you'll still be my friend. Yeah?
That's pretty much it.
Isla beams her infectious smile, one that picks me up instantly.
And you'd better not forget it.
I don't think I would be able to forget even if I tried. As my stalker, you always find just the right moments to make your presence remembered.
Yup.
It looks like she has finally embraced her title.
So, have you decided if you're coming out with us tomorrow?
Even with everything that's happened, Jace and Eris are still keen to look into Ventura's. I keep wanting to call him Ventura. Not Ventura. Missing paper ahead of our meeting with Crane on Sunday. I thought you were continuing your run at the arcade.
I think with everything happening right now, it's probably best if I put that on hold for a little while. I can pick it up again in a week or two.
Really? What about all your fans?
It's okay. They can wait.
I'm almost certain her decision to do this is based on what's happening to me. She probably wants me to go out with them tomorrow to keep my mind busy and off all the stuff with Maya. I'm kind of embarrassed to head out now I've discovered how big a fool I've made of myself. I'm sure there are whispers around town and at the Institute about me by now. Though I suppose that is why Isla brought up that story. She wants me to push through and walk this out with them. Oh, Isla, you're a cunning one. I can't really say no to you after that impressive speech, can I?
Nope.
Then I guess you win this round. I'll be there.
Good.
Isla gives a self-satisfied nod.
Then my work here is done. I'll see you tomorrow, Zeke.
Don't think I'm going to let you walk home alone at this time of night. I'll join you.
It's fine.
No, after that whole spiel of walking together, you're going to have to take your own medicine. I'm coming with you. Come on, let's go.
All right then.
The night draws to a close, side by side with someone I've never felt more grateful for. This morning we decided to meet over at Eris's place ahead of our search. As a change of pace and scenery, I spent the evening and morning reflecting on everything that has happened recently, as well as Isla's words last night. As she says, my only option now is to keep moving forwards. Knowing they will stick by me through it all means a lot, though their doubts towards what I saw leaves a strange tension clinging to me. Upon further reflection, I am still quite sure Maya exists, at least in some form. It is just too hard to believe it was all a delusion. I have to find out what happened to me and what happened to her. Although I don't think I'll get help from Chase and the others, I'll have to play this carefully. My best bet is to get help from someone high up at the Institute, someone who has more insight into all the strange happenings around us, someone who may be able to shed light on the true nature of what I saw. One person springs to mind, Dr. Crane. We are going back to see him tomorrow, though we can't go back empty-handed. He is expecting us to come with some leads on Ventra's missing paper. So the best option available to me is simple. I should keep quiet about Maya for a while, especially around Chase, and help them find some leads. If we come up with something of value, there's a much higher chance of Crane being willing to help me when we meet tomorrow. We pack into Eris's small apartment as a hesitant silence falls upon us.
So, where do we begin?
We should start by considering what we know about Ventra and Snow.
That doesn't give us a lot to work with.
Well, to start with, we know Ventra was a researcher, author, and would travel regularly to speak about his ideas.
And didn't he go missing?
He did, 14 years ago, not too long after moving here.
Unfortunately, that's about all we know about him. We know even less about Dr. Snow, other than he was a successful scientist and has been the chief scientist at the Institute since it began.
We can't just waltz up to Dr. Snow and ask him if he stole Ventra's research before he went missing. Maybe we should begin by asking around town, see if we can find anyone who knew Dr. Ventra or what he was doing before he went missing. Chase looks at me suspiciously. He can probably sense I'm overcompensating in my attempts to speak clearly and rationally, though how could he blame me? It isn't easy knowing that people think you're going crazy. Of course I'm trying harder to look normal.
You're right, Zeke. We've hit a dead end, so asking around is probably the best next step. Perhaps we should split up. We'll get more done that way. We can meet back here after lunch, pool any info we find, and go from there.
That sounds good to me. Let's make it 2 p.m. That should give us plenty of time.
Right. Let's do it.
Okay, it's time to search for leads on Dr. Madero, Ventra, and his missing research. Okay, so how are we going to do that, As I walk into the arcade, to my right a figure approaches.
Hey, it's you. You're one of her friends, right?
What? Why do I feel like this interaction began mid-conversation?
Sorry, just old Gus getting carried away again. You see, we've been waiting on Queen Eye to arrive. She's one of your friends, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
She was supposed to have arrived by now. All the kids are waiting on her. You have any idea where she might be?
I'm to blame for this one. She would probably be here if it wasn't for me. I don't know exactly where she is right now, but I don't think she is coming in today.
Is that right? That's a mighty big shame. Great for business, that girl is. So feel free to play the machines now that you're here, young man. Anything that tickles your fancy.
I'm okay, thanks. Maybe another time. Before you go, do you mind if I ask you a question? I'm just trying to find some information about an old family friend who used to live here a while back.
Is that so? Any friend of Queen Eye is a friend of mine. I may be able to help. I've been in business here since the 80s. Met a lot of folk during that time. What's the name of the fellow you're looking for?
His name was Dr. Madero Ventra.
Ventra. It's been a long time since I've heard that name.
You knew him?
Of course I knew him. I wouldn't forget a fellow like him. Quite an imposing figure, I gotta say. I never found out what happened to him, though. It's like he disappeared into thin air.
Yeah. What can you tell me about him? Anything will do.
It was quite some time ago. As I recall, he mentioned he had started a lab nearby. Said he was gathering a team to do some important research of some kind. Poor fella, he wasn't even in town a year before he went missing.
What kind of lab? What research did he do? Who else was part of it?
Slow down there, kiddo. I don't know a whole lot. We didn't speak much, and it was a long time ago.
Would you happen to know where the lab was?
I never went there myself. He was just starting out, so I couldn't imagine it'd be a big establishment at that time. Given how I'd often catch the old fella walking by my arcade here, I'd have to say it couldn't have been too far away now.
We finally have some confirmation Ventra was here from someone who knew him, though we need a little more if we are going to find something of value. Do you have any idea how we might find where his lab was?
You could ask down at the business registry building, the one downtown here. If his lab was registered in his name, they may be able to give you the address of where it was.
Thanks, Gus. I really owe you one.
You can pay me back by making sure that friend of yours is sure to complete that run. Great for business is our Queen Eye.
I'll do what I can. Thanks again.
The pleasure's all mine. Good luck, kiddo.
Okay. That sounds like some promising information there. This looks like the building Gus was talking about. Is that why my synesthesia was lighting up over it? I better head inside and find out. I walk into the lobby of the business registry building. It's a lot nicer here than in its surroundings. There was heavy security on the entrance, which makes sense given where we are. As I look to my left, I see a sign. Notice, desk unattended on weekends. Please use the terminals to check your account or visit us on a weekday. It looks like I won't be able to ask for help. To my right, I see a row of touchscreen terminals. I should try them. Maybe I can run a search. As I step up to the touchscreen, I notice something immediately. My synesthesia is lighting up on the screen. It's quite vivid and jittery today. There must be a reason it's showing up on this touchpad. It's time to figure it out. Oh, it's a riddle, it's a riddle. Okay, dooba-dooba-dooba-doo. Where's my save? Where's my save? L&S. Okay, save, confirm. Okay, and if I remember right... No. Okay. No, okay. Let's see. So yeah, see the numbers. So see that it's the first number is a 7. And then 2, so that's 4. And then that's 5. And that's 3. That's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need 5. That was 5 right there, right? So we need 6. It's red. There we go. Okay. That wasn't a hard puzzle to figure out. It worked, and it seems to be an administrator's login. Does that mean I can access all the information on the database? There's only one way to find out. I click the top search bar and type in Madeira Ventra. And sure enough, it spits out the result I was hoping for. I begin to read the information contained on the screen. Dr. Madeira Ventra, founder of business name 9K Labs. Historical employees, Roger Walters and Hendra Snow. What? Dr. Snow used to work for Ventra. I wonder if Crane knew this. He didn't mention it when we saw him. That confirms there's a link between Ventra and Snow, and it makes it more likely Snow had a chance to steal his research, just like Crane suspected. I keep reading down the screen. Business address P.O. Box 01618, Kakurita Central. Business status closed due to inactivity. I quickly save the business address to my phone. I take a second to scroll through for more information, but there's nothing else here. I log out of the account and take a step back from the screen. I've got what I came for. Finally, a lead. It's about time I meet back up with the others. We once again cram back into Eris's apartment, but though I'm in good spirits, the mood in here has dipped even further from earlier.
That was a big waste of time.
No luck.
I didn't find anything.
Me either.
I guess that makes 3 of us. It was probably a bit much to think we'd find something just walking the streets.
Yeah, I guess it would be a little much. For the 3 of you, that is.
Don't tell me you actually found something.
What, is it too hard to believe your insane friend over here actually succeeded where you all failed?
You really did it? Good job, Zeke.
So, what did you find?
I'll tell you. I just want to revel in this for a little while longer. It's not often a crazy man makes the better of his more sane counterparts.
All right. We get it already. Point taken. So what was it?
I quickly explained my run-in with Gus and how I was able to gather the information from the terminal at the business registry after my synesthesia kicked in.
So Snow used to work for Ventra? It looks like Dr. Crane was right. There is a connection between them.
He couldn't have worked for him long, months at the most. Ventra had only recently arrived in Japan and went missing soon after.
It also helps we know the name of his lab now. 9K Labs is a strange name.
Yeah, it's just too bad the address won't do us any good.
What do you mean?
It's just a P.O. box, not an actual address.
Damn it. That was really stupid of me. How didn't I notice that?
Where's the P.O. box? His lab must have been nearby to it.
It's from Kakureta Central Post Office. That's the closest one to us.
Gus also said he would often walk by the arcade. Putting this all together means the lab couldn't have been far away.
Wait a minute.
Isla suddenly pipes up in excitement. What is it?
What if it's...
What if it's what?
I've just got to check something out first. Meet me outside the arcade in an hour.
Huh? Why the arcade?
Just do it. 1 hour should give me long enough.
Isla quickly disappears out the door with an enthusiastic trot.
I guess she must have figured something out.
Ugh, why didn't she take me with her? What am I going to do stuck with you guys for an hour?
Silence. She is right. Jason and I alone in Eris's apartment has turned things a little awkward. You got any board games?
Seriously?
Was it such a bad idea? Finally, the hour of torture is over. It was a solid hour of Eris demolishing Jason and I in chess. Her nonchalant manner of outplaying us in every phase of the game made the defeats all the more demoralizing. I usually beat most people at chess too, so I'm not sure my ego will recover anytime soon. As these thoughts pass through my mind, the one we are waiting on finally
Thanks
arrives.
for waiting.
Tell us this good news, Isla. I hope we didn't endure that hell for nothing.
You're the one who suggested a board game.
Don't worry, it was definitely worth the wait. I figured out where the lab was. Follow me.
We cross the street, then with a look of glee, Isla turns to face us.
Here we are.
As much as I'd like a milkshake, are we sure this is the time?
No, it's not that. This is the place.
Here at Cheeky Dog?
Unlike you all, I've been living in this city my whole life. Do you know how long ago this cafe opened?
No, it's been here ever since I arrived, though.
I remember because my dad took me to get a milkshake here on my 5th birthday, not long after it opened. That's also not long after Ventra went missing.
You think this is where the lab was? Just because of the timing of when it opened?
Nope, it's not just that. The lab was called 9K Labs. What happens if you switch the letters around?
9K and switch it to K9? Oh, as in K9?
Exactly, K9, like a dog.
Still, it's a bit of a stretch, Isla.
Right, that's why while I was gone I paid the owner of Cheeky Dog a quick visit. She is an old family friend. She was quite busy, so I wasn't able to talk long, but I got all the information I needed. She told me the story of how she got the property and why she named it what she did. She told me how the previous owner had abandoned the building, and after some time, the city took the property back over. We now know that happened because Ventra went missing. The city ended up reselling it at a discounted rate to any hospitality businesses who were interested, and threw in a business startup grant along with it. They wanted to revitalize this main strip and make it more vibrant for locals and tourists. She was so happy to get the property for so cheap, and given its prior name of 9K Labs, she felt it fitting to call the cafe Cheeky Dog. It was named in honor of the strange circumstances that made her dream possible.
Who would have thought its name would have such a rich history? It makes sense, though. I always thought it was an odd name for a cafe.
Why didn't anyone know about the lab's location then? It's quite a visible spot.
That's what I thought too, so I asked about that. Apparently the lab only used the back room, which is now the cafe's storage space. They rented out the front room to another business. They used the back door from the alley on the other side as its entrance.
That makes sense. They only had a few staff, so they wouldn't need a large space, and getting rental income from another business would help support their research. Plus, they probably wanted to stay relatively hidden anyway.
Where does this lead us now, though? Sure, the lab was here, but they are long gone. It's just a cafe now. I'm not sure this is enough to take to Dr. Crane.
That's what I was thinking. So I know it's a long shot, but I thought it was worth asking the owner if we could look around the storage room, see if there was anything we could find.
She said no?
No, she said it was fine, but they're quite busy on weekends. They use that storage room regularly for stock and prep. She lent me a key and said we were welcome to search the room on Monday evening after close. She even said they'd tidy up the place a bit to make it easier for us to look.
That's good, Isla. It really is. But we're supposed to go back to see Crane tomorrow. If we can't search the room until Monday, we aren't going to have a lot to take to him.
That may be true, but we should have enough to win his trust. We just have to make what we found sound impressive and string him along a little. Don't worry, leave that to me. I'll think up something to say.
All right then, Eris, we'll leave that to you.
Stream elements.
All right,
Said,
everyone, it's time
Stay
to say
moist,
it.
my friends. Hydrate.
To say what?
Time to admit I'm a genius clue finder, even more than you, Zeke.
I do have to admit she did really well here.
I'll admit it even if these two won't. You did really well, Isla. None of us managed to figure it out, yet you did. Great job, sweetie.
Why does she paint me as a stubborn one? She didn't even give me a chance to speak.
Thanks, Eris.
You did do well, Isla.
It's okay, Isla. You don't have to keep hiding behind that smile. What on earth did I just think? Where did that come from? Jace's words snapped me back to the moment.
Honestly, I doubt there would be anything left in there after all these years.
Even if you're right, there's only one way to find out, and we'll have to leave that until Monday.
We stand silent in thought for the next few moments before the silence is broken by Eris.
We should leave it there for today, I think. At least as a group.
Silent nods reply to Eris's statement. We have inched closer to something of substance, but we still need more than this. We need to win over Crane's trust. Without it, I won't be able to find out the truth of what happened. What happened to Maya? It all comes down to tomorrow and our search on Monday. We need our search to yield something of importance. Although on the surface the day was pleasant, something is eating away at me. Something is coming. The next day passes in a breeze. I have felt more distant, more absent-minded ever since the events with Maya took place. Things feel as a dream, or perhaps rather like I'm at the center of some twisted prank. I know neither is true, yet I still cannot get square my experience with the reality I know. Even my relationship with my friends seems strained, like they are walking on eggshells around me. It's a strange feeling to be tolerated but not wholly trusted. I haven't felt this way for some time. These emotions remind me of when I was young, of that cold and empty house. At least, it reminds me of what it was like before Ayako came, and what it was like when she was gone. So ahead of our meeting tonight, I have taken a stroll to clear my mind, and I find myself overlooking the orange glow of the ocean at sunset. Suddenly a voice takes me out of my daze.
Zeke?
Miss Keller.
Fancy seeing you here.
We've met here before, though, haven't we?
Really? When was that?
Wait, no, we haven't. But what is this feeling? Oh, wait. Sorry, it must just be deja vu. I think that must have been someone else.
Right. Anyway, are you feeling better now?
I'm feeling fine now, though I'm sure there are some strange rumors floating around about me now.
I wouldn't worry about that. People love some drama. They'll forget all about it soon and move on to the next thing.
She doesn't deny it, so it looks like I'm right. She must have heard them too. I never did look at the... Oh, we even got this. Ayako was the name of the young girl who was fostered into Zeke's family. She became very close with Zeke before she was killed, having been struck by a car at an intersection. Ayako. Oh, and we even got a couple more here that I didn't realize we had. Maya's disappearance. On the roof of the Institute, Zeke attempts to place his hand on Maya's shoulder when his hand goes right through her. Maya's form flickers in aberrations of Zeke's synesthesia before she completely disappears from his sight. Business registry information. After Zeke's synesthesia lit up over a terminal in the business registry, he was able to obtain information about Dr. Ventra's labs. His lab was titled 9K Labs, with Dr. Snow being among the initial employees, thus confirming a link between Dr. Ventra and Dr. Snow. Zeke took the old contact address down on his phone as a lead. 9K Labs was the name of the research team Dr. Ventra started in Kakurita City not long before he went missing. Dr. Snow was also among the initial team of 3. The physical world is the normal world humans experience every day that can be experienced with the 5 senses. It has 3 spatial dimensions and 1 of time, making 4 dimensions in total. The physical world is a world of matter, space, time, biology, energy, of the usual elements that make up the natural world. The abstract world, also grouped together and called the information space. The abstract world are the dimensions above the physical world, consisting of 7 dimensions in total. From these dimensions spring abstract realities such as maths, logic, geometries, the laws of physics, and more. The physical world cannot alter these higher dimensions, but these higher dimensions shape and influence the physical world in every way, according to the dimensional reduction principle. Now I'm paranoid that I'm missing more, because they don't always show up whenever you get one, but they're not really saying that much that we didn't already know, so it is what it is. But I realized I hadn't read Eris's End. After gaining significant information from Miss Keller as to the nature of their abilities, a sudden and violent occurrence of Zeke's synesthesia takes place, followed by what seemed to be the falling apart of the world. Zeke makes it Eris, and in sharing their final moments together, a strange resonance phenomena occurs, a golden thread thrust into the void. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more endings, I'm guessing. and then like 18 more tips. Although again, if they don't actually pop up, then I don't know that they're there, but they're not really saying much, so.
I could have really used your help, though. It's too bad I only just saw you now.
Why? What do you mean?
I had a research report that I really could have used your R value for. Knowing about how you hit your head, I couldn't exactly chase you up for a head scan, could I? It's too late to incorporate it in now anyway, so we have taken a different tack.
Why would my R value be so important to your
Oh,
report?
it probably isn't. Don't worry, you're off the hook for now.
She is very oddly contradicting herself there.
Anyway, I couldn't help but notice how glum you're looking down here. Everything okay?
As well as it can be, all things considered.
And how well is that?
I don't mean to be rude, but why would you care?
Oh, and why shouldn't I care about the well-being of one of my students?
Why should you? That's the better question.
That's quite the pessimistic attitude, isn't it, Zeke?
More realistic. How much care can an instructor really have? All your types really care about is your research. I've seen it with all our other instructors, and I can't think why, but I feel deep down Miss Keller is no different. I'm sure she would put her research above everything
It's
else.
true that our research tends to take priority, but it's a stretch to suggest we can't care about anything else. It's possible to prioritize our research, whilst also taking care of our students' well-being needs, wouldn't you say?
I suppose it would depend on how much those two things oppose one another. Miss Keller pauses with a look of conflict painted on her
I
face.
suppose we should both be thankful those things aren't in opposition then.
They aren't? I don't know what is leading me to say this, but I just have this strange feeling about this all. It's not that I don't believe her, it's just that I don't trust where her priorities would lie if push came to shove.
No, Zeke, they aren't.
She speaks with clarity and certainty.
In all honesty, perhaps they could have been. I'm far from a perfect person. Who knows what other possibilities lie in the multitude of choices that make up our reality. But I can tell you that I'm not lying to you.
Despite this strange emotion, I can also see there's no lie in her eyes. She means what she is saying.
You're really not going to tell me, are you?
There isn't much to say. You know about the other day. I guess I'm just moping, really, reflecting on all the mistakes I've made like some big idiot. This is just the latest of many. Miss Keller beckons me to follow as we begin a slow walk down the jetty.
Everyone makes mistakes, Zeke. Hell, I've made more than most. It's just part of growing up.
No, my mistakes weren't just a part of growing up. You know, I used to have a little sister. She wasn't my real sister, though if anything that made us closer. She was part of our family because of me, because I wanted her.
What happened to her?
It was a car accident. I think if I hadn't hesitated, I probably could have saved her.
You're not responsible for what happened, any more than any of us are for the senseless things that happen in the world.
Maybe, but I still look back and wonder why I didn't dive to push her out of the way in that moment. Perhaps she would still be here, and I could have saved her, or perhaps we both would have died. Who knows?
There's no point thinking like that, Zeke. We can only look to the choices we have before us, not behind us.
I know. That's why I'm happy to finally have some friends, to have people that are like my family. I don't have some crazy ambition for life. I know it can be taken in the blink of an eye, and with it all my plans. Instead, I just want to enjoy the time I have with the people I care about, because you can't know when it may end.
That's quite the mature way to look at things. Though don't forget that whilst life may be short, we choose the impact we leave on the world when we depart. A little positive ambition can go a long way.
We choose the impact we leave on the world. What kind of impact did Ayako leave in her short time? And what will mine be?
The only thing I'll leave you with is this. Don't live blind to the hurts of the past. Live with open eyes and carry them forward into a better future, so that it won't all be for nothing.
Carry them forward.
You're not alone. You have people around you who will support you, but you have to be honest with them and give them a chance to know what is really going on.
I see. Do you have that in your life, miss?
Me? Oh no, I'm a massive hypocrite. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, oh my.
I just wish better for you, that's all. Don't make the same mistakes I made.
I can't tell how serious she is being right now.
Keep valuing those close to you, and keep looking forward. You're going to be okay.
We spend a short while in silence, overlooking the water in a haze of considerations, before Miss Keller eventually breaks the quiet.
Well, Zeke, I had better get back to my work.
I should get going too. Thanks for the talk. Why am I always so awkward at thanking people?
All right, bye, Zeke. I'll see you in class tomorrow.
And just like that, Miss Keller makes her way back towards the city. Strangely, I feel lighter having spoken openly to Miss Keller of all people. This wasn't how I thought this afternoon was going to go. We decide to meet at Allegro's, where we now sit gathered in nervous anticipation ahead of our meeting with Crane. Dinners are cheaper here on Sunday evenings, and having now finished our meal, we turn our attention towards the task at hand. For me, I feel the stakes are higher than the rest, but as usual, I keep my cards close to my chest.
Before we go in to see Crane, we need to be clear on our approach.
What do you mean, Jace?
I mean that we have to go in with a plan, given we can't read his true intentions. Our abilities don't work in that room of his.
Oh, I see. Yeah, he was really weird, wasn't he?
He is odd, that's true, but beyond that is the question of how much we should trust what he tells us. He may be telling us the complete truth, or half-truths. He may be devious, or he may be innocent in his motives. The fact is, if we don't agree on our approach toward this meeting, we are far more likely to wind up getting played.
Jace is right. We have been put in a difficult situation, one we have to be very careful navigating.
Like I said yesterday, leave it to me to explain the situation with the lab and our search. I'll be sure to win him over.
All right then. Hopefully that'll be enough for him to tell us what he was withholding last time.
I'll make it enough, don't worry.
She sure is confident. Should we leave then? It's close to 9 now.
There's one more thing.
I don't like the way he said that whilst looking at me.
Zeke, don't bring up that stuff with Maya.
What?
It was what you were planning to do, wasn't it?
Damn Jace and his ability. It's so frustrating. Whether you believe me or not, something really did happen that day. It wasn't just in my head. Maybe if I tell him what I saw, it could shed some new light on everything that's happening. Maybe Crane even knows what was behind it.
Zeke, if you bring that up, you're going to hijack the whole meeting. You know that, don't you? We need to get a better read on Crane, his intentions, and get him to divulge as much as possible. We need to be careful. If you bring that up tonight, it's going to throw us off completely from our goals.
Throw us off from your goals, maybe. At this stage, all I want to find out is the truth of what happened to Maya.
There may be time to ask him in the future, but it's too soon right now. We need to get more information from him first.
I consider arguing back, but I know he isn't going to budge. He knows how strongly I feel too, so I don't need to convince him of that. It's one of the things that makes arguing with Jace both easy and annoying simultaneously. Fine, I'll hold off asking for now. I'm not sure I believe my own words, and Jace certainly would be aware of that too, but it's the best he is going to get. He is right that we need to gauge Crane's motives first. I'll make the call from there if this is the best time to ask him.
Well, if you two are done, it's time to get going or we're going to be late.
We bundle into Dr. Crane's office as he greets us with an enthusiastic welcome.
You made it. Excellent. Your arrival can only mean you carry with it some form of good news, yes?
I had almost forgotten how strange his manner of speaking was. In response, Eris hesitantly steps forward. This is all up to her.
Yes, we have found a lead.
Excellent. Most excellent. I knew you could do it. Here, everyone take a seat now. Get comfortable.
As instructed, we take our seats opposite Dr. Crane's old wooden desk.
So tell me, what have you found?
Don't get too ahead of yourself, sir. We have managed to find the hidden location of his old lab and have made arrangements to search it tomorrow.
I appreciate how she made the lab's location seem like some huge secret. In truth, he may have been able to find it himself, although even for us with abilities and connections around the city, it was tricky.
So I was lied to. He had already started the lab before I arrived. Where is it?
So you'd agree we have brought something of value then, would you?
Crane doesn't respond. He only stares with intensity at Eris.
We aren't going to be so quick to give away that information. We'll be the ones to search it ourselves. How about we do it this way? Tell us about the experiment you ran on us, the one you were speaking about last time, and what you found about the true nature of our abilities. In return, if we're happy with what we hear, we'll promise to bring back to you everything we find tomorrow evening after our search. Does that sound like a fair exchange?
Eris is the one to stare back this time. She crafted that masterfully. If he agrees, she'll have convinced him to share despite the fact we haven't actually told him anything. A tense silence follows before Crane breaks it with a reply in high spirits.
I see. Yes, partnerships must be built through displays of trust, so I am more than happy to agree to this.
His voice lowers as he drifts off.
Though I hope you do bring something of value tomorrow.
Sir?
Right, so where should we begin?
The old man snaps back to attention.
The experiment?
Yes, that's right, my experiment. The moment I finally confirmed Ventra was right all along.
Crane looks out, a weight settling in his eye.
Zeke, last time I asked you about your ability, and how it was able to reveal the passcode to my office. Have you given this any more thought?
No, I have no idea how it works.
Curious, isn't it? That color could unlock information you never had access to. But once you understand the true shape of reality, it becomes obvious how such a thing is possible.
You said that last time. What is this true shape of reality?
All reality, on a meta level, has a structure. As I told you last time, the best way to visualize the interactions of the structure in higher dimensions is to think of it like a geometric pattern.
You've lost me already, sir.
Sorry, that's my fault. I just get carried away when I think of what we have discovered. I'll make it simple to understand, don't you worry.
Crane reaches over and pulls out a tablet, presenting it for us to see.
Here, these visualizations should help. Look at this spiral. This is the true shape of the multiverse.
The multiverse is real?
The spiral again.
Indeed. Every thread you see here is an alternate version of our universe. In other words, a world line.
World line. A world line refers to a single universe as it travels through time amongst a myriad of other universes. These universes together make up the multiverse.
Much like how planets, stars, and galaxies move according to their own patterns, so do entire universes, or world lines. All world lines subtly influence one another, together making up a spiral superstructure traveling through higher dimensional space. This graphic is our best 3D representation of it, though of course the amount of world lines has been reduced for simplicity's sake.
So it is true. The multiverse is real.
There are many alternate versions of our universe, but they all follow the same general trajectory, all eventually arriving at the same point.
Thinking of the sheer magnitude of what I'm looking at gives me chills. Every planet, every star, every galaxy, every decision, and every unique detail over all of time is represented by one single line. And there is a countless multitude of lines, far more than could ever fit on a graphic. Just staring at its weaving shape makes me feel small in a way I rarely have.
Those world lines that are closer together in the spiral are the universes that are incredibly similar to one another. For instance, a neighboring line might be identical in every way, apart from one single minute difference.
So, like, there's a parallel universe the same as this one, where I failed to break Greybeard's last record?
I don't think the doc knows about the arcade and who Greybeard is, Isla.
Well, yes, I think you've got the idea. There are other versions of you out there in alternate lines, and they may be identical in every way, but for one minor detail or decision, the threads that are further away from our own grow more and more divergent, until you find alternate lines that barely resemble ours at all.
It's captivating to think what other universes might be out there that are nothing like this one. What would they even look like?
And yet, you said they all arrive at the same point.
Indeed. Despite the diversity, the shape of reality is a spiral, all leading to one point.
And what's at the end of the spiral?
I wish I knew. I need your help to find that out, to figure out what is really going on here, what danger we are in, and what Dr. Snow may be up to. To calculate it, I need to find Ventra's missing research.
This may be larger than we ever anticipated. I assume you're telling us this for a good reason, Dr. Crane. So how does the shape of the multiverse connect to our abilities, or the experiment you ran on us?
Good question. Before I answer that, I want to see how good a job you did playing detective when you broke into my room. Can you tell me what determines the strength of your special abilities?
How close one's DNA matches 5? Isn't it how closely our DNA matches the golden spiral?
Impressive. That is exactly correct. It is how closely one's DNA matches, or resonates with, the spiral. Those who have their DNA most closely match the ratio of the golden spiral show what we call a resonance phenomenon. This resonance phenomenon results in what you call your special abilities.
Resonance phenomenon. What is that?
Suddenly, a ringing pushes through my mind. My head is foggy, adrift in color. Haven't we already had all this resonance and higher dimensional stuff explained to us before? Something about consciousness being the wedge between our world and the higher dimensions. But when on earth was that? I searched my mind, but I can't think of when that occurred. I guess it didn't, yet it feels so familiar. Was it just something that happened in one of my dreams? I have a strange sense of claustrophobia come over me, and with it frustration courses through me. Jace shoots me a suspicious glance. It's probably obvious I've stopped paying attention to Crane. I take a breath and give my attention back to Dr. Crane sitting before us.
So you wish to know about resonance? At this rate, you'll request I tell you everything I know. Well, to answer your question, resonance phenomena are echoes of higher dimensional realities, the greatest of which is the resonance of the Great Spiral, the ratio and shape of reality itself. At every level of reality, the centrality of this divine proportion means that unusual occurrences are more likely to happen as things either equate or harmonize with this proportion. It's kind of like a key into the fabric of creation itself.
A key into creation.
Is it like a cheat code to life?
Not quite like a cheat code, more like an all-access pass to see behind the curtain. Life itself emerged as a consequence of the spiral, becoming manifest through the spiral language we call DNA. It's almost as if the spiral itself willed this self-expressive consciousness into existence, and this consciousness is the connective tissue between it all. You are far more than this thread's version of you. Are you beginning to understand?
Are you saying our abilities are tapping into other threads of the multiverse?
Indeed. That is precisely what I'm saying. Your DNA resonates with the superstructure of reality. Through this resonance phenomena, information from other lines of the multiverse is leaking onto this line.
What?
The average person can't detect that information, however. Yet for about 0.016% of the population, it is different. Their DNA, being close enough to the golden ratio itself, creates a secondary resonance. Their minds become like an antenna that can perceive a small amount of that leaking information, which is coming from the consciousness of alternate versions of themselves.
The information is coming from alternate versions of ourselves. Is that because consciousness is the connective field between all reality? This is unbelievable. So my synesthesia is my brain picking up on information leaking from alternate versions of myself.
Yes, essentially. It's a bit more nuanced than that, but that'll do as a working understanding for the moment.
And this is what your experiment proved. My head is spinning. There isn't enough time for me to pull all the threads of this together.
Yes, indeed. All this was theorized by Ventra, but I was finally able to test it. Now the convergence is approaching. Here's how I planned out my experiment. Firstly, I needed to keep it a secret from my fellow researchers, and I also would need to ensure there were no external factors that could influence my findings. I decided to use the passcode for my door here as the bait, that if it was entered correctly by you, Zeke, would be objective confirmation of Ventra's theory.
What? That was the experiment?
Yes, but as you can imagine, there was a little more to it than that. To ensure the experiment's validity, I needed to be sure that only I myself knew the passcode. I started by resetting my door security code to a number only I knew. For the second phase of the experiment, I needed you to have a genuine desire or will to obtain that knowledge.
You needed our desire?
One of the most important factors to produce resonance is that it has to interact with the will of a person. The information from the resonance travels through the consciousness field, the wedge between worlds. For the information to cross over from one version of yourself to another, there needs to be a strong conscious link, a path made for the resonance to travel through. This act we call conscious reach.
Spiral multiverse superstructure. The world lines that make up the multiverse travel and interact in a spiral structure. Consciousness reach. Consciousness reach is a term used to refer to an act of will that results in resonance. All resonance is from higher dimensional information patterning with a 3D world. Though specific information contained through the IS may be acquired via travel through the consciousness field, therefore the consciousness reach refers to the link that enables information to flow through this field.
That's why I did what I did. I needed to prime your desires and will to create a strong enough connection. So after resetting my passcode, I anonymously left that note under your door. And etched a representation of the golden spiral on my door.
Couldn't you have just told us? I don't understand why you were all tricky about it.
No, I couldn't have just told you. For two reasons. One, I needed to do it in such a way that I didn't directly interfere in order to maintain the purity of the experiment and not introduce any form of bias. If I was going to go to all this effort, I had to be sure there was no flaw in the experimental design. Two, I had to set up circumstances so that your conscious reach was strong enough to create resonance. It has to be a strong innate desire, a true reach of your consciousness. It can't just be a suggestion or something forced upon you. Think of your desires as being the fuel source that enables the information to cross over between worlds. Desires aren't easily forged.
So that's why he did it. It's true that because of this whole ordeal, we became quite desperate to find the clues and get through that door once we had arrived. There is no way we would have been so fixated on it if he just told us to want the passcode. Still, it feels strange to have been tricked and manipulated by him this whole time.
So it really was you all along.
Yes, this was all an effort to stoke your will to create a common connection between worlds. The letter I thought was a particularly nice flair of mine, I must say, and based on the results, it seems to have worked. The final part of my plan was much simpler by comparison. If you never succeeded, I resolved to release my passcode in a second note under your door on Sunday, April 28th.
What? But that's tonight.
Exactly. The only way you were ever going to find out the passcode to get through that door was through your abilities. So answer me once again. How through your synesthesia were you able to decipher the answer to the passcode?
The colors are information from other world lines.
Yes, exactly. The colors you saw on the door that night was information from another world line. Your will to get into the office on that night created a resonance with an alternate version of yourself, one who already knew that passcode.
Those colors, they were my mind getting information from the mind of another version of myself.
But wait, how could that make sense? Back then, when Zeke had his synesthesia at your door, only you alone knew the passcode at that time. You just told us that. How could any alternate version of Zeke have had that knowledge at the same time we visited that door? Surely that could only happen if the information had also traveled through time.
No, the information itself can't travel through time. It has to do with the phase of the world lines. Here, take a look at this. This shows the end of the spiral from a different angle, as the world lines travel through higher dimensional space. Really, this graphic is a vortex, a type of 3D spiral. In actuality, the multiverse is a super spiral structure, interacting through higher dimensions.
I don't get it. What does that mean?
It means because we can't visualize above 3 dimensions, this vortex is the closest representation of the structure we can get. The actual connections between the world lines we can't visualize, and although something is lost in translation, it's still helpful enough to get the gist of it.
This is fascinating, but it's also far beyond anything I could wrap my head around. Crane looks up at us. It seems he has noticed we are confused.
Don't worry. The confusing part is almost over. The basic idea is quite simple.
Crane points to the screen before us.
As you can see, the threads are slowly getting closer over time. To reinforce what I was saying earlier, these lines have grown sufficiently close so that those who resonate with the structure can perceive information from the lines nearest to them.
I guess that's why these abilities just started showing themselves. The lines mustn't have been close enough for the information to get through before.
So information only travels through from the lines closest to us.
Yes. The lines closest to us are the world lines most similar to our own. As I said earlier, most of them are nearly identical up to this point. Karmic impressions from multiple world lines stack up. And if they stack up enough, you are able to perceive some of that information through your abilities as resonance.
Karmic impressions. What does that mean?
It's just a way of saying that if an event or experience was important enough to an alternate version of yourself, it's more likely to be a powerful enough resonance to jump world lines. It's the flip side of conscious force. Conscious force is the force you create here in this world. Karmic impressions are the imprints from your alternate versions, stacking up onto the surrounding world lines.
Karmic impression. Karmic impressions are the imprints from alternate versions of a person, stacking up onto surrounding world lines, increasing the likelihood of resonance phenomena.
That is why I had to make a big impression with the note I left. Being sure I created a large enough karmic impression surrounding it. Consciousness sure is a strange thing. It seems more ingrained into the fabric of reality than we ever imagined.
Crane looks out again, deep in thought.
I still don't get how Zeke was able to get the passcode, though, particularly if you weren't going to release the code to us until tonight.
Right. That's where I was going with all this.
Crane snaps back to the explanation at hand.
Look at the graphic. As you can see, not all world lines are totally in sync as they travel through higher dimensional space. Many of them are out of phase, running ahead or behind other world lines. This is due mostly to tiny fluctuations in the initial conditions of each world line at the start of their respective universes. Those changes over 13.8 billion years really stack up. In other words, some world lines are almost identical to our own, though they may travel ahead or behind ours by a number of days.
Wait, so my synesthesia did travel across time?
No, rather in an alternate world, it had already reached April 28th ahead of ours. That is what I mean by world lines being out of phase. So at the moment you reached my door, your strong will enabled you to resonate with those world lines, where I had already released the passcode as planned.
So, is that why I sense things ahead of time?
Exactly. Each of your gifts is unique, so the way you process that information in your subconscious varies.
Last time we came here, I sensed someone coming down the hall, just outside your room. Because I was able to sense it coming, we avoided getting caught. Does that mean there is another world where we did get caught?
Almost certainly. Getting caught left such a large impression on you that the information was able to resonate with your consciousness here in this world line, almost like a warning of what was to come.
I can't believe it. I wonder if my synesthesia is similar.
That means there are worlds where no warning is sent, right? The first world for something to take place wouldn't get anything come through.
Exactly. This means the lines at the tip of the spiral experience far less of this type of resonance, whilst the ones further back experience far more.
Is there a way to know how advanced or far back this world line is compared to the others?
Not yet. Not without more information. I'd need Ventra's research paper.
That confirms it. This is insane. Every time my synesthesia was kicking in, I was seeing places or objects that held special significance to me across alternate realities, all aggregated into colors. Some of that color was even from world lines that are further along in time, relative to us at least, and my mind has been catching it all like an antenna. I have sometimes even used that information to my advantage.
I should reiterate. Only the surrounding world lines close to our own are able to cross the information space between world boundaries.
That makes sense. Not only are they further away, but some universes may be so different that I don't exist at all.
I have to ask, why do we all have such different abilities? Why can I sense emotions, yet Zeke sees color?
That's a great question, though I don't think you've earned enough to hear that.
And I also wonder how you were able to make a device that stops us from using our abilities in this room. I feel like we should... yeah.
Besides, I need to recover Dr. Ventra's final research to be sure I am correct on this next matter.
And once again, he has got us. I still haven't asked about Maya, as it never seemed the proper time to interject while he was still giving us information. Now it seems he won't tell us anymore until we offer something back in return. I get the sense he is more crafty than he is letting on. I'll have to ask tomorrow, after our search of the lab.
Though if I could have your attention just once more, I do want to give you one final bit of motivation. One final warning to heed before you leave.
Here we go.
What do you think happens at the end of the spiral?
The question is met with a tense silence.
All world lines appear to be converging to a single point. What do you think will happen when they meet?
If no one else is going to speak up, I will. I couldn't imagine it would be anything other than the end of the world.
I sure hope not. But I, like you, cannot think it would be anything but that. Until I get Ventra's research, I can't finish the calculations.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. If my initial calculations are correct, we may be running short of time as it is, though the margin for errors given my current knowledge is too big to be sure of anything. Here's what you must do. Find Ventra's research. Help me finish the calculations and find out what Snow is up to. Everything may be up to us now.
We grow silent in response to Crane's parting words. Could such a thing be true? Could our very existence hinge on us finding this research paper? And so our second meeting with Dr. Crane ends in a far more serious fashion, confusion and puzzlement marking our minds and conversation as we make the tense journey home. As I lie still, my thoughts are invaded by the surreal presence I have felt many times before. With everything I've just heard, and all that my night visions have impressed upon me in the past, one idea surges above the rest in a haze of shape and color. Where is all this leading? If I am a pattern, or more accurately, the very thread of the pattern's evolution over time, then what is the end goal? Where do all us scattered threads lead? I'm reminded of what I've just heard, that all the threads of the multiverse are headed to a single point. A spiral destined to reach a single point. Am I the same as those world lines? Are all people the same? Has the path been laid out for us, spiraling to a single conclusion? Do I have any genuine influence over the outcome? And if so, is this a meaningful destination, or just an arbitrary outcome of laws beyond our understanding? And within this thought, the recent words of Dr. Crane ring through my mind. Every action on a world line goes to influence its surrounding lines. As this happens, people like us are to build off the lines that have gone before, like how I was able to get the passcode to the door, or how Ela was able to warn us of dangers around the corner. Yet for this to be possible, another version of ourselves had to fail, or suffer sufficiently to bring this knowledge over to our world line. It almost feels like we're on a staircase built off the corpses of our alternates. But if this is true, then again the same question remains. Where is this leading? Is this a staircase built leading to a better outcome, or a spiral drawing us down to our final destruction? The feminine presence seems to drop a thought into my mind. The difference lies in how you view it. At first I recoil at the thought, as it seems like some weak self-help platitude, but as I dwell on it, I begin to understand that up and down are not absolutes, but relatives. In a world of 11 dimensions, what does up and down even truly mean? Up according to what? Down according to who? So I'm left with one final string of thought. Does my perspectives matter? Can they influence the outcome of this pattern? Do I have a role in weaving this tapestry, or am I just a thread observing how I'm being weaved? Yet before the vision ends, this feminine presence sounds something more clear than I have ever heard, so much so I begin to think she may have actually spoken. 3 single words that haunt me as I drift to sleep. Sever. Sever the thread. Cut the line, sever the thread, cut the sinew, make him bled. It was a long night and a long, slow day of classes also. Having just finished my final lecture for the day, I ascend up to the roof once again. For the second time, I come back to stare at the spot it happened. No matter how much I try, I cannot rid the image from my mind, nor can I move on until I find out where she is. Is she safe? Is she okay? Where did she even go? As soon as these questions re-enter my mind, I'm again caught up in the conflict of being unable to find any trace of her existence. At least I'm getting better at avoiding the ensuing panic attack and clearing my mind. Such mental chaos is impossible to fight off. The best I can do is avoid dwelling on it for too long. As I'm swept up in my self-reflection, a clear and crisp voice catches me and snaps me back to my surroundings.
I thought I might find you here.
Eris, what are you doing up here?
Looking for you. You were pretty quiet again today in class.
Yeah?
Is this where it happened?
I pause and look to the empty ground before me as Eris watches on with a look of sympathy. It is. Right here in this spot is where Maya disappeared from this world.
Do you think that's what it was?
I don't know. It's what it looked like, at least to my eyes. Though I guess you don't believe that, do you?
Why do you think that?
Well, Jace definitely doesn't believe me, and Isla, while supportive, is skeptical at best.
So you assumed I'd be the same?
Aren't you? Who could believe such a story? Eris turns and wistfully looks out to the golden city sky.
You know, Zeke, the world is a stranger place than we give it credit for. We think we have it figured out, but we forget how short our lives are, how small a slice of reality we can even perceive, how little our piece of rock being flung around the universe really is. A fool believes things without evidence. That is true. But an even bigger fool is the one who forgets their own ignorance. They become blind to the mysteries. Hubris has never helped anyone understand the deep truths of this world.
I stare into Iris's eyes. She is speaking with a deep sense of conviction. So, you're a philosopher too. Is there anything you can't do?
I'm being serious here, Zeke.
Sorry, I know you are.
I've seen it myself. How the seemingly impossible can, out of nowhere, change everything in an instant.
This feeling, Eris.
Just because the others don't understand, it doesn't mean what happened wasn't real.
What could it be, though? It doesn't make sense.
Who said it doesn't make sense? We just don't understand what it was that happened yet. Think about it. Maybe it's related to your ability.
How would that work?
I don't know, but we know you see colors, and there is always significance in them. Perhaps there is some significance in what you're seeing with Maya.
This isn't like my synesthesia. That is normally just odd splashes of color. I could see her, hear her, smell her even. She was right there. Now I don't even know if she is real.
What you saw was certainly real, the same way the colors you see are real. We just don't understand what it means yet. Don't give up, Zeke. We are going to figure out what is happening and fix all this.
What do you mean, fix it?
Can't you see? There is something seriously wrong here, even if Crane's predictions are incorrect. These abilities of ours, their emergence can't mean anything good. We just have to keep digging. The solution is out there somewhere.
Solution? Eris sure does speak in unusual terms. Even still, to have someone who believes me is comforting. Something about it brings me a huge sense of relief. I never imagined I would find this kind of solace in Eris. That reminds me, you still haven't told us about your ability.
And I don't need to either. I've vowed never to use it again. I've cut a deal with Ms. Keller too, so it shouldn't be a problem.
What deal?
Zeke, only one thing matters from here. We need to find out the truth. Maya, Snow, Crane, none of us know truth from lie, reality from pretense.
Eris holds out her hand towards me.
Come on, you've spent enough time doubting yourself, much like I have. It's time we get the truth. It's time we moved forward.
Since when has Eris been so kind, so open? Perhaps this was her the whole time, and it was only me who failed to notice. It seems though we have found common ground, something we both desperately need. We need the truth. Only from there can we plot our path forward. Okay, let's do it. I take her hand as she leads me down from the roof toward the future. We gather at Cheeky Dog in the evening, ready for our search. A storm hit out of nowhere just as we arrived. Fortunately, Isla arrived ahead of us to open up so we didn't get drenched. Now that we are all here, Isla begins to unlock the entrance to the back room.
Huh?
We stumble through the door into the dark room. What is it?
The light. It won't turn on.
Must be a busted globe. They only use this place during the day. Maybe they just haven't noticed.
Here, one tick.
Isla rushes out and back again as I feel a hard, cold metal sensation against my arm. What is it?
A flashlight. I got it from the cupboard in the cafe.
Taking the light in my hand, I proceed further into the dark room.
This place sure is creepy at night.
Yeah. Alright, let's see what we can find. Okay, let's see what we can find indeed. Is this just me, or is that a weird spot for a poster?
Now that you mention it, it does look a little out of place.
I take a step forward and remove the poster from the wall.
Huh?
Is that a safe? I wonder if it is used by the cafe
Oh,
owners.
I forgot. They mentioned that actually. They said it was here when they got here, but they didn't have the key.
Isla! Isla, baby, maybe you should have led with that from the very first day? A secret safe that... Really? So they just left it this whole time?
This building is kinda old. It's not uncommon for inbuilt safes like this to be left abandoned, particularly when keys go missing. It's a pain to try to remove them from the walls.
Seriously? How are you also a safe expert?
I'm not. There's heaps of videos on YouTube of people who go around finding and opening safes discovered in old buildings. It's interesting.
It's not my idea of fun, but whatever floats your boat.
I wonder why they didn't try and cut it open.
If you'd seen one of these videos, you'd understand. It's serious work cutting open a safe, and most of them are left empty anyway. To get into this one, which is inbuilt into the wall, would be even worse. That's not to mention the repairs you'd need on the wall.
Intriguing though, isn't it? I wonder what's in it.
If only we had the key. Is it just me, or does this vinyl flooring look a little rough at the edges?
They must have laid new flooring over the top at some point. It doesn't look like they did a good job.
Does it really matter if the floor wasn't laid well?
It's not only that. I think my synesthesia is lighting up over it, though it isn't as clear as usual.
Do you think there's something under the floor?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Without hesitation or permission, Eris swiftly peels back the vinyl
Be
flooring.
careful, we can't destroy their floor.
What's that?
Beneath the top layer is the original wooden floorboards. With my synesthesia, I'm able to notice a strange joint in the wood. What's this? Pulling out the wooden slat reveals a hole in the floor, and from within that hole I pull out a small object.
Is that a key?
It does indeed look like a key.
It looks like it, but why is it here? Who left it and for what?
The weathered key is covered in a layer of dust.
This had to have been hidden here intentionally, and it seems it's been here for a very long time.
It could have been left behind by one of the old lab members. Maybe it was even kept hidden by Ventra
Now we
himself.
just have to find where the key goes.
Look, is there something written on the key?
She's right. I begin to read aloud the symbols engraved into the key. Is that 2468 over 5? Anyone know what that means?
Anyway, there's only one place I can think of to use that key. Let's see if it works.
Maybe this key is the key to the safe.
There's only one way to find out.
I take out the key and align it with the keyhole. Pushing it in, the key fits comfortably into the lock. With slight resistance, it makes a full revolution, releasing the mechanism with a clink.
It worked?
The metal panel swings open, but our joy is short-lived.
Ugh, I knew it couldn't be that easy.
The key only opened the thin outer metal plate, revealing a touchpad below.
You got anything on this, Zeke?
No, my synesthesia doesn't seem to be kicking in at all. I wonder why. Crane said that our gifts are information from other lines resonating with our own. For information to cross over, it's dependent on several things, including the karmic impressions, as he put it. If he's right, maybe there aren't many worlds where this event happened, or perhaps the passcode didn't leave a big enough impression. Or maybe in all the other world lines, I never even make it into the safe at all. But despite that, we apparently at least make it far enough to find the key. How does that work? We find the safe key, but we never open the safe? I mean, this feels like a same event sort of thing. Even without my synesthesia, I have to figure out
Here,
the passcode.
check out the key to the safe. The engraving might help.
2468 over pi. It's open. The pin works. I swing the safe door open, and in the darkness my hand blindly surveys the contours of the small safe. There in the center, there's only one small object left in the otherwise empty safe. I pull it out and shine the light on it.
A USB stick? It's been a while since I've used one of them.
So it wasn't empty after all. Is there anything else in there?
No, it's only this. A short silence follows before Eris breaks it.
I think we should check what's on it before we see Crane. Do you have anything that can read it, Zeke?
I don't think so. It's been a while since I've had a computer with a USB port.
Don't worry, I've got you covered. I have lots of old retro converters.
USBs aren't that old, Isla.
Is it okay for us to go over to your house at this time, Isla?
It should be fine.
All right, let's get going. We'll need to be quick if we want to check through it before we meet Crane.
Did anyone bring an umbrella? Looks like we're about to get soaked.
Good job, guys. You were almost as quiet as me.
I thought you said it would be fine to come here. Why did we have to go in through the window?
Better safe than sorry. And keep your voice down. I don't want my mom to hear you.
Isla hands out a few towels for us to dry ourselves off. Fortunately, the storm broke not long after we left, though not soon enough for us to avoid getting wet completely.
Come on, let's move this along. Plug in the USB.
I plug the USB into the adapter that Isla has connected to her computer.
Okay, let's see what we have here.
We gather around her computer as Isla opens up the folder to reveal 2 files.
It looks like we have a video file and a Word doc. That's it.
Let's start with the video file.
Isla opens the file as a surprising sight comes along with it. Before us we see the face of a younger Dr. Snow appear on the screen. What if Dr. Snow and what's his name are really the same person the entire time?
He sure looks weird without the beard.
Come on, let's play the video already.
We silently watch on as the video begins to play.
Hello, I will keep this brief. I'm not sure who will find this video. Although I'm leaving this research for myself for future retrieval, I have to contend with the possibility I'm not able to come back for it. Thus, my choice to create this video. In that event, I can only hope that you who watches it will find the best course of action to take. Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Snow of 9K Labs. I work alongside my employer, a man named Dr. Ventra, in our small enterprise here in Kakureta. Recently, I have grown suspicious of Ventra. He's cold, calculating. Something is amiss. He simply knows too much. He hides too much. I can sense it. Beyond that, I have begun to see it. The end.
The end of what?
Just keep watching, Zeke.
Perhaps I have begun to show signs of what our research is predicting, of what it seems Ventra knew about all along. A resonance ability of some kind. Yet what it is and why it emerged so early, I don't yet fully understand.
Snow has an ability?
Sorry, I digress. I should imagine what I'm speaking of won't yet make much sense to you. Back to Dr. Ventra. I have more cause for my concerns beyond these intuitions. Dr. Crane, a researcher we have been corresponding with on a consulting basis, has warned me of Ventra also, adding credence to my fears.
Huh? I thought Crane loved Ventra.
It seems we've been lied to on that front also. Let's keep watching.
He is so protective over his work, so I decided to do some research into his past. He has only been here for a short time after all. Shady dealings, missing persons, cold trails. So many unusual occurrences seem to follow Dr. Ventra around. I can't go into it all now, but suffice it to say I didn't realize what I was getting myself into when I accepted his job offer. Beyond that, I can see it. I can't explain how, but I know the end lies with him. He is the end of the spiral.
What does that mean?
Yet for all this,
Stream
I
elements.
still cannot be sure
Said,
of Ventra's goal.
"Stay moist,
Nor
my
would I
friends.
dare run the risk of him
Hydrate."
becoming aware of my suspicions. So I managed to copy over one of his core theses as insurance. He isn't aware I snuck a copy over when he was preoccupied. This was a risk, as even I'm not permitted to see the full research. In the event something should happen to me, and I don't retrieve this research myself, perhaps this can be studied in an effort to ascertain Ventra's intentions. Ventra has recently stopped coming to this lab and has begun his project to instigate a larger research facility here in the city.
Okay, what if Dr. Snow is earlier when the video started, I said what if he was actually Ventura the entire time? What if I had that reversed? What if Ventura killed Snow and pretends to be Snow?
Again, it is almost like he is anticipating the need for help towards something greater. This USB should remain safe until my return. If someone else should find it, and you are therefore watching this video, the only possibility is that something serious has happened. The full research paper is included, though I have added my own annotations in red throughout. This should make the conclusions from the research easier to understand. It will be up to you to deliver this research to someone who can help. I can only pray you have the wisdom to discern who. Good luck.
A stunned silence follows the end of the video.
So Dr. Snow did steal Ventra's research, but he makes it sound like he was the innocent one in all this.
One thing we know for sure is that Crane has been lying to us. He knows more than he let on.
I don't get it though. Ventra is the one who went missing, and Dr. Snow is the one who seems to be pulling the strings now. That seems all backwards.
This was a long time ago. Something must have gone down since.
I agree. Maybe it has something to do with what he found out from Ventra's research.
Speaking of which, the research file is right here. Should we take a look at it?
Yes, let's take a look.
With a few clicks, the document opens before us. I begin to look over the document, though it is immediately obvious that Ventra did not write it for the layperson. This all looks very technical. I can't make sense of a lot of it.
Just stick to Dr. Snow's summary annotations. They're written in red.
All right then. Below is a summary of the 3 factors contained in this report. Factor 1, spiral convergence. Factor 2, genetic resonance. Factor 3, conscious reach. Those 3 factors sound like stuff we've already found out.
Here, let me take a quick look.
Eris begins to scroll through the report, a look of intense focus painted on her face as she reads Dr. Snow's red annotations under each factor. We stand around in silence for several minutes while Eris reads on. Although I try reading along also, the pace of Eris's scrolling is well beyond my ability to keep pace.
Interesting.
What did you find out, Eris?
As Zeke said, we've already picked up the gist of these 3 factors along the way. The paper gives the formulas to calculate a range of things I don't quite know what to do with. That's probably the stuff Dr. Crane is after. Though it does bring a few things to light for us.
Like what?
Firstly, it's these 3 combined factors that determine the strength of resonance. Never just one, but only the first 2 factors, spiral convergence and genetic resonance, are used to determine someone's R value.
And what does that mean?
It means that meditation exercises couldn't increase someone's R value.
Uh-huh.
R values are completely fixed to the distance between the world lines and to your genes. We have no ability to change those things. R values are impossible to increase or decrease by our actions.
What? But everyone's R value has been increasing.
Almost everyone's.
The closer towards convergence we get, the closer together the world lines become. That's why our R values are increasing. The first factor in the calculation is the cause. The world lines are getting closer, so the resonance we experience is getting stronger.
Then why has the Institute been so obsessed with scanning our R values and getting us to do those exercises?
There's only one thing I can think of that'd make sense of it. I think the exercises must be a diversion to hide their true intentions. They were probably using us to calculate convergence.
What?
Sorry, but what do you mean?
It's like Dr. Crane said. Snow has been obsessed with our R values and this upcoming convergence. By measuring the rate of how fast our R values are increasing, someone could calculate how far away convergence is. With a large enough sample size, you could likely calculate it to a point of almost 0 error.
So, you really think they're only using us to calculate the moment of convergence?
It's probably not only that, but it's likely part of it, given how often they've been scanning us and how desperate they've been to complete them.
No way. Were we really only a means to that end? Is that all Dr. Snow needs to find out the exact moment of convergence? Surely there must be more to it than that.
You're probably right, Eris. That would also explain what I've been sensing around the Institute.
There is one thing that doesn't make sense, though. My R value has never increased. Shouldn't that be impossible if it's linked to the distance between world lines? Why isn't my R value increasing as convergence approaches, like everyone else? A short silence follows my question.
You're right. It should be, according to this paper. I suppose you are an anomaly Dr. Ventra never saw coming.
We spend a few minutes in relative silence, looking at the complicated document before us, until the most relevant question is finally asked.
So, what do we do from here? We're supposed to meet Crane now, but how can we trust him?
A tense silence follows Eris's words.
You're right, we can't trust him. Crane must be missing some key formula from this paper that only Ventra was able to figure out. But although Crane made it sound like his motivations were all altruistic in nature, it's hard to believe that now, knowing he was lying to us. Crane must be desperate for it.
That's all well and good for Crane, but his interests mean nothing to me. The formulas, the theories, the mechanics of it all feel irrelevant. If anything, this is all just a tedious stalling. For me, it is quite simple. This contention of feeling insane. Maya's forlorn gaze etched in my memories. they add up to one thing. This is about the girl who disappeared before my eyes, the quiet girl the world seemed to forget. The longer we got held up in conspiracies between competing scientists, the further away from me she seems to be. I have to find out what happened to her, and to do that I'll have to take matters into my own hands.
Then I guess we agree. We need to sit on this research for a while. We cannot trust Crane.
Agreed. We shouldn't see him tonight. I'm sure he won't like it, though.
I take the USB stick from Isla's computer and put it in my pocket. I'm going to need this. We'll hold on to the research then, until we decide what to do with it.
Sounds like a plan.
On my way back, I abruptly halt in the street. Jace went ahead of me, as I stayed back a little longer to speak with Isla, although that was by design. It's fortunate that even for Jace's perceptive abilities, he still can't read minds. Back down that familiar street is my way back home, but tonight that's not where I'm headed. I can only hope they all forgive me for what I'm about to do. I cannot stall any longer. It's time to find Maya. I arrive without issue to Dr. Crane's musky office.
You're late. I was beginning to think you weren't going to come. And where are those friends of yours?
You can stop with the act. I know you're lying to us.
Whatever do you mean?
As I said, I know you've been lying to us. I know that you had correspondence with Ventra, that he wasn't some hero to you, that you were suspicious of him, and that you were privy to more information than you let on. Crane doesn't respond right away, but rather takes a seat in his familiar chair.
I see. I suppose I should never underestimate those with abilities, should I?
Honestly, I don't even care about your reasons for lying to us. You probably thought that giving us that kind of story would make us want to help you, but I'm done with all this talking. I've come here to strike a bargain with you. Crane raises his eyebrows in surprise.
Is that right? And I take it your friends didn't want any part in this? How interesting. Perhaps I have misread you. You are more shrewd than you appear.
Like I said, I'm done talking. Let's move this along. Crane doesn't respond, only giving a steely look in reply, letting me know to proceed. I have found Ventra's research that you were after.
You did? But...
I put Crane off. A part of me is surprised by my own impatience, but this has all dragged on long enough, and knowing Crane, he is likely to rattle on for some time. I need to move this along on my own terms, after all. He appears to be desperate for this research. Like I said, the time for talking is finished. I'll hand over the research in exchange for your help.
I see. So this is your play. Interesting. Interesting indeed. What is it you want help with?
I need you to help me locate someone.
What do you mean?
I explained to him all about Maya, our meetings, conversations, and of her disappearance.
And you're sure there's no trace of her anywhere? That she doesn't exist in this world?
As sure as anyone could be.
That is most curious. I have never heard anything like it, to tell you the truth. But perhaps it could mean...
Crane trails off before snapping his attention back to me.
Well, I may be able to get you started, but first things first, I need to see that research.
Not a chance. You've lied to me once, so there is no guarantee you wouldn't lie to me again. First, help me find out where Maya is, or at least what happened, then I'll hand over the research. Crane stares at me with a cold and intense glare.
How can I trust you really have it?
Just think about it. You really think I would come and propose this if I didn't have the goods? I'm not stupid enough to think I would get away with doing something like that to someone in your position. Crane responds again with a silent stare, as if he is carefully judging the truth of my words.
You are smarter than you look, Zeke. Indeed, you wouldn't get away with such treachery.
His words are both a confirmation and a threat. I have every intention of keeping my promise, so if anything, this just steals the basis of our argument. Then we are in agreement. So where should we begin? How can I find out what happened to Maya? Dr. Crane turns and takes a strange object out from beneath his desk. What is that? Is this going to help us find Maya?
This is the device I was using to scramble resonance within this office. Well, technically it adjusts your mind's sensitivity to your resonance rather than adjusting the resonance itself. If I widen the field and reverse the polarity, it'll have the opposite effect of nullifying your experience of resonance. It'll temporarily enhance it.
How will increasing my mind's sensitivity to resonance help me find Maya?
You are well known among the researchers here, Zeke. Unlike the other students, your R value doesn't change along with the approaching convergence. If it were resonating with the spiral, then that's exactly what should be happening.
He's right. Ventra's paper just confirmed as much.
That's why your R value was so important to our research. It acted as a control to see if there were any external factors influencing our readings as we triangulated convergence.
Eris was right. They were using us to calculate the moment of convergence.
Your static R value indicates the resonance you possess is grounded in something else.
It's grounded in something else. What do you mean?
I'm not sure. But think about it for a second. You swear you saw a girl who we know doesn't exist in this world, correct?
Yes.
It can only mean one thing. You know what it means by now, surely.
That she exists in another world line.
Exactly. For some reason, your resonance was showing her to you. She must be connected to the reason for your unique resonance. It's most likely she disappeared from your sight that day due to the shock of your mind realizing she wasn't there in her physical form. Your conscious mind clashed with the subconscious resonance. The two fought for supremacy in that moment. That's my best guess as to what you experienced. So I'm going to try to increase the local flow of resonance to your subconscious and see what happens. Perhaps it'll then take over your cortex too and cause her to reappear to you.
I knew I made the right choice coming here to see Dr. Crane. Maybe I can re-establish contact with Maya and figure out what is going on. You can do that? You really think this will work?
Potentially. This device will only work temporarily and locally. I'm broadening the field as wide as possible and increasing its strength to maximum. It's a risk, Zeke. I cannot guarantee what will happen once I activate it. You are an enigma, after all. Nothing might happen, or perhaps something bizarre will happen. If it does, you'll just have to ride the process out. Do you still want to go ahead?
I already made my choice the day I went to see Maya on the rooftop. I can't leave things as they are. I've already betrayed my friend's trust to be here. There's only one option. I do. Let's get started.
Just remember, after this is done, you are handing over that research as promised.
Agreed.
All right. Let's get this started. Make sure you're in a comfortable position on that chair. I'm not sure what's going to happen, so best play it safe.
Making my preparations, Dr. Crane presses several buttons on the strange device. My heart starts pounding at the unknown before me.
I'm activating it now, Zeke. Do try to survive this.
What?
Good luck.
My world is reduced to chaos. I can barely think. I cannot make sense of my surroundings. What was it I was doing again? A sharp buzz rings through my mind. I would say pain, but I cannot feel my body any longer. Suddenly the world flashes and distorts, bringing with it a rebirth of perception. But on the other side I see only disarray. I try to blink, but these eyes will not obey me. In front of me seems to be like the wrong side of a tapestry. The pure, tumultuous nature of the scene floods a rush of anxiety through me. I have to escape this, but how can I escape this? What even is this that I could make my escape from? That's right, I was just with Dr. Crane. He switched on that device. That means whatever I'm experiencing now has to be some form of resonance phenomenon. Suddenly a terrible and haunting voice sounds, creating distorted sound the likes of which I have never heard before. What is this? Is someone there? Are they trying to speak to me? The voice contains unpleasant multidimensional resonances that shake me to my core. Another surge of panic courses through me for the mayhem I'm caught up in. I wish that voice would just shut up. I can't take much more of this. Think, Zeke, how can I escape? At the height of my panic, something from Venter's report flashes through my mind. That's right. One of the three factors of resonance is consciousness reach, or strength of will, as Dr. Crane called it. Maybe I can use this to get out of here. I have no choice. I have to give it a try. With everything in me, I scream at my surroundings. Though I have no voice, I pour my undilated feelings out in the only way I know how. And with it there's only one focus, that I would be removed from this chaos, that my perceptions would return to normal so I could see clearly again. The more my panic rises, the more I pour that terror through me to force reality to return to normal. Please, just let this go back to normal. My senses calm, my vision returns, and I notice that I'm in a large office room of some form. I have the strange feeling that I'm only an onlooker, a passenger to what I see before me. I can hear and see, but these eyes won't obey me. I have no sensation of having a body. This is the first time in my life I have not sensed breath in my lungs. The pure alien experience almost forces the resurgence of that terror, but I force it back down. I can only hope that my body back in Crane's office is still breathing and that there is a way to return to it. This body moves forward on its own, and before it I see a stern face I recognize.
So, that's where things are up to, it appears. I'm sorry to keep you so late.
Dr. Snow, and is he speaking to me? On instinct I try to speak, but there's no mouth in which to speak with. As then I hear a voice coming from my very location, from this perspective that I seem to be
It
indwelling.
is okay.
Wait, I know this voice. I wish I could look down to confirm, but right now it isn't possible.
We have run out of time this evening, it seems. Convergence is upon us. We'll have to make up for it in the morning. Come on, I'll walk you back, Maya.
I knew it. It is Maya. She exists. I knew I wasn't insane. And she appears to be okay. It looks like using that device and increasing the resonance worked. But why would increasing the local resonance result in my senses being joined to hers? I can't make sense of it. I seem to be in her body somehow, but the only sensations I have are sight and hearing. For the first time in my life, I don't have any sense of touch at all. My attention is drawn back to the scene before me as Maya begins to walk out of the room to Snow's leading. As she does, I see Dr. Snow lock his office with the electronic pad. He makes no attempt to hide the sequence from Maya's eyes. I guess that can only mean he is very comfortable in Maya's presence. I see the numbers he enters on the pad, 00513214. I run those numbers through my mind several times. If I can get back into his office when needed, it may become useful. I may even be able to find Maya here. We wind our way down a long spiral staircase. It seems to be a privet staircase with no other exits or entrances to other floors. It is a quiet descent. Only the echoing sound of feet can be heard. Given the length of our descent, we must have traveled quite far down. The staircase opens up into what looks to be a larger underground hallway. Snow suddenly stops in his tracks, turning to face or our, location.
You can make your way to your room from here.
Her room? Don't tell me she lives here under the Institute.
Okay then. I'll see you tomorrow.
Dr. Snow lingers for a second.
You know, Maya, this is the last time we'll be doing this. If all goes according to my designs, we will very shortly reach our goal. You've come a long way since I found you all those years ago. Alone, clinging to life in that hospital bed.
Since he found her?
You've done well. I couldn't have done all this without you.
It is okay.
Keep it up. This is the last hurdle. We cannot fail now. I'll be counting on you one final time.
Yes. Good night.
Good night, Maya.
Snow disappears from view. He seemed oddly warm towards Maya, nostalgic almost, though in the midst of it something still seemed off about the dynamic. I don't like it at all, the treatment of Maya, nor whatever event is approaching. I see Maya's vision tilt down towards her own stomach. At once the world returns to chaos, and a pang of panic floods through me.
The threads. But where are you?
Maya's voice is the only thing with any clarity. Has she noticed my presence? I want to call out to her, but I'm unable. I concentrate my will and force my thoughts forward in the only way I know how. Maya, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you real?
Maya responds in a surprised voice. Yes, she can hear me. Thank God. Yes, I can hear you, but what is all this stuff I'm seeing? I can't take much more of this.
Oh, I see. 1 second.
Maya closes her eyes. With it, the chaos subsides. Relief washes over me as we recede into a world of thought. Can you read my
I can
thoughts?
hear your thoughts echo in my head. Can you hear mine?
I can. I have finally found her, and we can communicate. Her thoughts flow in a way that still sounds a little robotic, but still much more natural than how she usually speaks. It's a little weird that she can hear my thoughts, though communicating this way is far better than nothing. I have so much I want to speak to you about.
Before we go further, is this really you, Zeke? You disappeared on the roof that day.
It's me, Maya.
I thought so. I recognized you just now from your threads, but I can't see your body.
Oh, right, the threads. I don't know what's happening now either. This is pretty weird for
I'm
me.
glad to hear you again. I didn't know what happened to you on that day. It was so scary.
She really is sweet. What I saw must have been similar to what you saw. I'm just so relieved that you exist, that you're here. I finally found
You've
you.
been searching for me.
Of course, I couldn't just let that go. I couldn't get the look in your eyes out of my head.
I have been waiting for someone to find me for some time.
What do you mean?
I don't even know anymore. Isn't that strange? But thanks for looking for me, for coming to find me.
I never know what to say at moments like this. I can hardly believe this is all happening. Maya, can we just test something out quickly? I'm going to think of something, but not force my thoughts forward. I want to see if you can sense those
Okay, give
thoughts.
it a try.
Alright, I'll just think of an elephant. Did you hear or see anything then?
No.
Nothing about elephants?
Elephants?
That confirms it. We can only sense the thoughts that we pour our will into. That's a relief. Having a conversation in this way is very strange, but it's comforting to not feel that sense of disconnection and isolation from before. It's confronting how much effect even a few minutes worth of pure isolation can cause. Even still, there is something different about this than our conversations in the past. Say, Maya, I can't help but notice how different you communicate in here. Your thoughts are so clear and ordered. Your thoughts resemble your tone of voice from out there, but the way you speak isn't very similar. Why is
I
that?
see. I guess it would seem that way to you, wouldn't it? Tell me, would you like me to open my eyes up, Zeke?
No, don't do that.
Why?
I can't handle it. There's too much
This is my
noise.
world. This is what I experience every day.
Every day. You live like that every day.
It's all I've known. Since I awoke from the hospital, this has been my life. I have some vague sense that there was a time when it wasn't like this, but I've long forgotten it. The world I know is a harsh place.
How could you make sense of anything, though? I couldn't even understand Dr. Snow's language back there. It was torture.
You were experiencing crossover when all the resonant information tangles over itself. With my ability, it takes all my focus to block out the extra noise to understand people. It has taken me years to learn to do what I can do now. My problem has never been with my thoughts, but my ability to interface with the world.
Has she really been living like that this whole time? I can't believe how wrongly I judged her. Being here with her, I get the sense that her true self is far beyond what she has been able to show to the outside
This
world.
is the first time I remember being able to communicate easily like this. It's nice.
I don't know how to respond to something like that. Instead, maybe I should ask her for some help. There are some things we need to figure out, and I have no idea how long this experience will last. Maya, a few weeks ago you said you went to my address and I wasn't there, right?
That's right. You definitely didn't live there.
At the time I thought you made a mistake, but that clearly wasn't what it was. We need to figure out what is happening between the two of us. To do that, we need to figure out if I exist in your world. After all, you don't exist in
I don't
mine.
exist in yours. At all.
I don't think so. I couldn't find a trace of your existence. Do you think we could head outside? I've got a few people we could speak to. I think that will give us some clues as to what's
Okay.
happening.
I'll need to open my eyes in that case. Are you sure you'll be able to handle it?
I think so. I managed to disconnect from your sight for a bit somehow before, but once you saw my thread, as you put it, that's when it all came back.
I see. That's likely because when I took notice of the threads, like everything related to our abilities, I engaged my will. That would mean the threshold of will you'd need to use to counteract it would also have been raised.
How much do you know about our abilities? I didn't even understand what you just said at
I have
all.
been working closely with Dr. Snow for many years now. I have picked up a lot of what he knows in that time. I think as long as I don't engage my ability by taking notice of the threads, you should be able to use your conscious reach to disconnect from seeing through my ability.
Got it. I'm surprised by Maya's intelligence, though I also feel guilty about being surprised in the first place. If it's okay, we should go now. It's starting to get quite late.
All right, I'm going to open my eyes.
First, we check my apartment just to be certain, and sure enough, Jason and I don't live there. Instead, answering the door was the face of a surprised student I've never met. It's after 10 p.m., so I shouldn't be surprised to be met with such hesitation. That confirms that whatever world line we're on, it isn't the same one as I'm from. However, everything else I can see looks identical to the world I know, creating an eerie disconnect I cannot shake. At my request, we travel up the hill to Isla's house. I'm starting to get used to experiencing the world through Maya's eyes and ears with no form of autonomy. As long as I don't give the strange sensations too much thought, I can avoid having a panic attack at the very least. As I'm mid-thought, I feel Maya's thoughts crowd into my own.
Please try not to communicate with me while I'm speaking to her. It takes all my concentration to have real world conversations. I'll ask her about your existence, so just leave it to me.
All right, I won't interrupt then. After waiting some time, a familiar face answers the door.
Hello? Hello. Sorry for knocking so late.
Oh, you're another Institute student?
You knew.
I can tell from the uniform. Plus, I've seen you around before.
I see.
But what are you doing here? And how did you get my address? It's quite late. I'm about to go to bed.
I wanted to ask if you knew somebody.
Maya ignores parts of Isla's questions and goes straight for what we need. It's likely the best option given the odd sensation.
Huh? Okay.
Do you know someone called Zeke?
Zeke?
Yes, Zeke. Have you ever known someone by that name?
No. Should I have?
What? We've never met? Not even once? Do I not exist at all in this world? Suddenly, another sharp wave of anxiety rushes through me as strange thoughts begin forcing their way into my mind. What if I can't get back to my own world? Nobody even knows me here. My existence is all but wiped out. Here, I don't even have a body to return to. What if I'm trapped here with Maya forever? No, I can't think like this. I need to remain calm. There's no reason to freak out just yet. I need to focus on getting more information to figure out what is going on. As long as I don't crumble and panic, I'm sure I can figure out a way to return to my body back in my world.
So is that all?
Yes. I'm sorry I disturbed you.
That's okay, I guess.
Isla is clearly confused by this encounter, though she seems too polite to push that any further and question Maya. To have someone I know so well have no clue who I am and act as if I never existed, it leaves an empty pit in my stomach.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
We make our way back down Main Street when Maya stops by the side of the road. It is quiet in the still of the night as Maya takes a seat on the sidewalk of the now desolate street. Maya then closes her eyes, returning us to her world of thought.
How are you?
Better now that you've closed your eyes. It takes a lot of effort and concentration to keep my vision from going crazy. It's nice to take a bit of a break.
Then maybe we should stay here for a while.
That would be good.
It looks like the girl didn't know who you were.
It seems like it. It's a pretty weird feeling to see someone you know so well have no clue who you are. I was right in front of her and she had no idea.
And that is scary to you?
Wouldn't it be to everyone?
Here, Zeke. Let me show you something.
What is this? Before me is a paradise and an elegant woman, the scenescape something from a dream. The woman looks like Maya, only her appearance is altered. Her hair is darker, and she is now fitted in an elegant dress. I'm captivated by the sight before me.
I figured if you're resonating with my mind, there was no reason it had to stay at words. These are the images of my imagination.
What is this place?
Earlier, you asked how I handle living with the constant noise my ability creates. This is how. This is the world I have created, the world I retreat to. Here, there is no noise. There is only peace. Everything is harmonious as it should be.
I'm surprised by the sheer detail of her imagination. It is far beyond anything I can picture. She must truly have a special mind. What do you do here?
Whatever I wish, though mainly I dream, think about the way things could be. The way things should be.
What do you mean the way things should be?
Not now.
Maya brings the scene to a close as my vision returns to darkness.
We can get to that. I can sense there's still something else you want to do. Perhaps we should do that first.
Oh, right. Well, I need to figure out if I exist at all in this world line. Maybe here I just don't have an ability, so I never moved to the Institute. There are tons of reasons why people here might not know me. If I find that out, maybe we can figure out why we are resonating with one another.
You're right. So what is it you want to do?
Do you have a phone with you?
Yes. What do you have in mind?
We are going to try to call my parents. I give Maya a quick rundown on how to best approach the situation. It's late, but a forthright request at this time of night is likely to have a positive result. Maya gets her phone out and dials the number I feed her.
Hello?
Hello. Is this Mrs. Kobayashi?
Who is this? Do you have any idea how late it is?
I thought my mom might respond like this. It's good to hear that she hasn't changed, at least.
My name is Maya. I'm calling to ask about your son.
My son?
Genuine shock sounds through the phone. Maybe I really don't exist here at all.
Yes.
What do you know about him?
That's a strange response, but maybe I do exist here after all.
His name is Zeke, isn't it? I used to know him. I was hoping to reconnect.
And it couldn't have waited until the morning?
Sorry.
Were you a childhood friend?
Yes.
Good one, Maya. Go along with it. Not exactly an Oscar-winning performance, but my mom shouldn't have reason to doubt her.
And you didn't hear?
Hear what?
Even after all these years, I still find it hard to speak about. I'm sorry to tell you, dear, but he isn't with us anymore. He died a long time ago.
What?
How did it happen?
It was a traffic accident. Zeke was such a selfless child. He was trying to stop his little sister. She ran out onto the road, you see. Unfortunately, neither of them made it.
No, it can't be. Since that day, I have always regretted hesitating, not diving to try to push Ayako out of the way. I never understood what held me back. In this world line, I didn't hesitate, but tried to save her. And instead of saving her, we both got killed.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Me too. There isn't a day that goes by where I don't think of him. I'm sorry to have to give you the bad news.
It's okay. I needed to know. Sorry for calling so late.
That's okay. Goodbye, dear.
Bye-bye.
Maya closes her eyes upon the end of the phone call. So that's how it is. Here, I'm dead already.
Yes, it seems that way.
It was strange hearing the pain in my mom's voice. I wanted to reach out, speak to her, let her know I'm still here. Though I don't have a voice here, do I?
She is like so many others, carrying such burdens. I feel for them all.
What do you mean?
There is so much pain, so much loss. Inevitably, our lives are consumed by grief and pain, weighing us down until it ends. The inescapable spiral of life. As the spiral gives life, so it slowly withers us away until we are all but stripped of our humanity, leaving us alone to face death.
Yeah, I guess so. That's just the way things are.
It's not how it should be, though.
What are you saying?
Here, come with me.
Maya pulls me back into the world of her design.
What do you feel when you're here, Zeke?
I don't know.
Be honest. We are the only two here. You don't need to be embarrassed.
In the outside world, Maya seems quite clueless. Yet here, as the master of this world, she is scarily perceptive. And here, I guess I feel peaceful, maybe even a little nostalgic. I know that doesn't make sense. I haven't been here before, but it's how I feel.
In here, we are free from the spiral. Free from external constraints. Things can be as they should be. That isn't the world we inhabit on the outside. Out there, people like to blame all kinds of things for the horrors of the world. They blame society, education, governments, always looking for a simple entity to explain the problems of our lives. Of course, corruption runs through all levels of reality, but these things aren't their source. Dethrone one form of inequality, and it will only be replaced by a different kind. This is our unfortunate equilibrium. History only proves as much, and I see it through the threads every day. Tug one thread free, it only reveals many more tangled with it. There is no end. No, the very structure of reality itself is to blame. Whilst we remain trapped in the spiral, things will never change.
Maya has a type of insight I could never understand. I'm again taken aback by the clarity in her thinking and the power of her ability. I don't know about all that, and I still don't quite grasp all the talk I've heard about spirals. Such things go over my head. For me, I try to think in more simple terms. I know my time is limited. I've seen it with my own eyes. So I'll live each day as it comes, as best as I can. Reality isn't something anyone can mess with.
Would you say the same if you knew that you only had hours left to live?
What are you saying? Come to think of it, Snow said something like that earlier.
Haven't you figured this out in your world line? Convergence is upon us. Most lines have probably already ended.
I know a little about it, but everyone stops short of giving me the full truth. Tell me, what do you know?
So you really don't know. I couldn't tell if you were just pretending, but I can see you are telling the truth. It is as I said, the spiral shape of the multiverse meant that things were always going to inevitably come to an end. That which begot us is also our doom. It is the way of things. We just so happen to be those born at the right time to see its end.
You really mean that? It's really the end of the world.
The end of all worlds, to be more precise.
I had hoped that what we had learned prior was hyperbole or misinformation, but Maya has come to learn this all independently through her close relationship with Snow. It must be as we feared, and as Dr. Crane warned us about.
Because all world lines are slightly out of phase, many lines have already collided with others, and therefore ended. If Dr. Snow is correct, the world line we are on right now will be the final line to converge. This will give us the opportunity.
The opportunity to do what?
To reach perfect resonance, the chromatone, the source of existence.
The chromatone. I remember that term from Crane's reports. So only one world line will reach convergence. What is Dr. Snow planning?
Surely you have followed the thread, haven't you? Dr. Snow isn't attempting to stop convergence. Instead, we will use it to rewrite the world itself. And not just ours, but all worlds. All of reality will be rewritten.
He isn't trying to stop it, but use it. What kind of a nut job is Dr. Snow? What? But how? Surely it isn't possible. Reality isn't like some computer file that you can just overwrite.
Normally you would be right, Zeke. However, there is one specific moment where the rules cease to apply, where a window for us will open. If perfect one-to-one resonance can occur at the precise moment of convergence, then the holder of that resonance will have the power to rewrite the world.
I can't wrap my head around something so preposterous. Could it really be true? Why would that even be the case? And I thought that one-to-one resonance was impossible to achieve anyway. My R value is the highest and mine isn't even close to 1. It's only at 0.412.
It looks like I have you beat. In this world, I have the highest. My R value is 0.588.
How humble of you. It's not surprising though. The strength of her ability is on another level.
Of course, perfect one-to-one resonance is impossible in an individual. Snow has been searching a long time to find a way to open the path of one-to-one.
That's right, back in Crane's office a few weeks ago. Certain monuments, structures, and objects might be able to boost resonance. It seems Snow has been trying to construct a way to boost resonance. So Snow is using you, plus other factors to try to boost the resonance to get it to one-to-one. All for the precise moment of convergence. Is that right?
Yes, I will be the vessel. At the point of convergence, all of humanity's force of will, or conscious IS content, will be melded as one.
Not all world lines are in phase. Some world lines run slightly ahead or behind others due to tiny fluctuations in the initial conditions of the world line. This results in two effects. One, resonance can seem to travel backwards in time by up to several days. Two, world lines further back experience more information leak resonance phenomena. Convergence is the theoretical event in which all world lines with a spiral will collide with one another. Dr. Crane's preliminary findings suggest such a thing may be coming soon, though he posits that only with Dr. Ventress' research paper could such a thing be confirmed. USB stick. Within the safe found at Cheeky Dog was a single USB stick. Within the USB found in the safe was Dr. Ventress' hidden research paper titled Three-Factor Theory. The three factors that determine the strength of resonance events are spiral convergence, genetic resonance, and consciousness reach. The research paper includes all the necessary formulas to calculate convergence. From the paper, Eris deduces that R values are only increasing due to world line convergence, not due to their mediation exercises. This adds to the puzzlement over Zeke's R value, which has never increased. Yeah, I thought about that the USB would be one that just didn't notify on. Double checking here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more.
It is only due to this force that such a miracle could take place.
What number are we on again? 78.
The one who resonates one-to-one with the structure of reality can use this force to steer and manipulate it, and even rewrite the structure itself. The Logos shall give birth to a new Logos. The cycle will be reborn.
79. Logos is an ancient Greek word that would be translated as logic. However, logos has a fuller and richer meaning as a concept in philosophy than could ever be reduced into a single word. Logos, in its full sense, refers to the active reason pervading and animating the universe, and could be thought of as synonymous with the animating laws of God, the rationale and principles that set reality.
This is the self-selective process of reality at the juncture of cycles, which manifests through the consciousness field.
I see. She's the vessel, reborn cycles, reality self-selection. This is too much. It feels wrong. It's cult-like almost. Maya seems to be parroting some mantra as she speaks, words that couldn't possibly have originated from her. Is this Snow's influence? I have to keep in mind that as highly intelligent and gifted as Maya is, her ability makes interactions with the outside world difficult. Not to mention she has been heavily guarded by Snow and lives here under the Institute. She must have become very reliant on Snow and her understanding of things. How much of that perspective should I trust? Has she just been brainwashed? You seem to be very close to Snow. What is it he wants? What is he trying to create?
He wants to be reunited. In many ways, we want the same thing.
What does he want to be reunited with?
Not what, but who. That's the correct question.
All right then. Who does Snow want to be reunited with? I think that's kind of obvious. Somebody that he loves. Maya stops her visual thoughts flowing. My vision returns to darkness. I can tell this topic is sensitive for Maya, but I can't hold back on asking any longer. My curiosity overflows. I don't want to pry, Maya, I really don't. But I have to know. What kind of relationship do you and Snow have? You said he found you in the hospital. Why were you in the hospital to begin with? And why do you live here under the Institute?
He found me in the hospital after the accident. Because of my injury, I can't remember anything before then. He said I had been abandoned. No one else ever came for me. My injuries were extensive, yet he paid for my surgeries and rehabilitation. He took me in and gave me a place to stay. Because of him, I eventually learned to communicate again after the accident, and learned to deal with my ability.
I hadn't considered that her difficulty communicating may also stem from an accident, not only her ability. But did she have her ability before the accident, or was that the inciting incident for her ability to emerge? Either way, Snow's actions are very suspicious, though Maya isn't drawing attention to that fact. How do you feel towards Snow now?
I pity him. He is like all things. He has lost much. He has now even lost himself. He is not a good man, but even still, he keeps striving for this one thing, and I am the only one who can do it. I will help him achieve his goal.
Frustration wells up in me, to the point that I have to concentrate so my thoughts don't flow to Maya. I can't help but feel Maya is stuck in some form of Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome is a condition in which hostages develop a psychological bond with their captors. It is supposed to result from a rather specific set of circumstances, namely the power imbalances contained in hostage-taking, kidnapping, and abusive relationships. Snow is all she has, and he has designed it this way. She has been manipulated for years to trust him. It seems now that Maya has even accepted these ideas as her own, though part of me doesn't believe these are her true thoughts. Don't you find it strange that he happened to find you in the hospital on that day? That he has kept you here secretly living at the Institute?
That's enough.
Red courses through her world. I feel a blind rage and sadness sweep through us before resolving to equilibrium.
It is too late to look to the past. We are already at the end. I must focus on my final task.
I pause, allowing her to refine her focus. She really does seem brainwashed, similar to someone raised to never question the cult they were brought up in. I'm filled with a deep pity, a deep frustration. Then why am I here? Why this resonance between us? Why are you telling me all this, right here at the end, if none of it matters? Maya doesn't respond. I don't know if I've hit a nerve or if she just doesn't know the answer for once. She has learned to survive the chaos by retreating into her own world, but now I have invaded it. Her simple outlook that helped her survive has been disrupted, and all because of me. I have no idea her true feelings about it.
I should go to bed. It's getting late. Prepare yourself. I'm going to open my eyes now.
Maya simply ignores me with a strange indifference as she disconnects from the situation. Maya makes the journey back through the Institute to the underground level.
Do you think you'll be here for much longer?
You don't want me around?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I don't even understand how this is all happening, let alone how to get back.
I see.
Maya makes her way into a small, dark room. The room is at odds with the hallway we just came from. It's a childlike sanctuary that is somehow sad. Unlike a normal bedroom, there are no windows due to us being underground. I feel Maya's thoughts hesitate.
I'm going to have to get changed for bed soon.
Sorry. This is kind of strange.
Perhaps you could try using your reach to disconnect from this resonance.
Right, that's an idea. Ever since I brought up Dr. Snow and her beliefs, she has become cold. I'm worried if I leave, I'll never see her again, and I don't want it to end on this note. I don't know if I could disconnect from her even if I wanted to, but I don't want to run the risk of it ending like this. In my stalling, I take note of the room around us. It is then I notice something on her dresser. Familiar handwriting on a scrunched sheet. She still has it. It's the address I gave you on that day. You kept it.
Yes.
Why? Maya pauses before sharing her honest thoughts with me.
It was the first time I'd ever been invited somewhere by a friend.
Daggers stab my heart.
It was like something that would happen in my own world, but it really happened on the outside.
I look at the two fluffy toys she has sitting side by side on her bed. How could she live like this, being so alone down here? The worst part is that she has no idea how sad what she is saying really is. She has nothing to compare her experience with, so she just outworks her desires through her own fantasy. I again take notice of the scrunched sheet when something else suddenly occurs to me. How on earth was she able to touch this bit of paper? She is from a different world line. Back then, we were resonating for whatever reason. We could see and hear each other, but we weren't ever physically in the same place. That's why when I tried to touch her shoulder, she disappeared. Yet this bit of paper, did it travel between world lines when I handed it to her? Maya seems to notice my interest in the scrunched address.
I have wondered about it too, ever since you disappeared.
Right, I never had any physical evidence of Maya's existence. I almost thought I had gone crazy when she disappeared, but Maya always had that address to hold on to. We fall silent for a moment, and it is then I notice another object sitting on the table. I have seen it before. My mind goes blank as I force my one single thought towards Maya. That ribbon.
Oh, that. I was told it was clutched in my hand when I arrived at the hospital.
Fuck. She is his childhood friend. That's why they are connected. Her name and their Maya. Ayako. Mayako. They're the same goddamn person. That's why they're connected. In that event, it's like a divergence effect. Either he dies saving her, or she dies.
Dr. Snow allowed me to keep it here in my room, as long as I never wore it on the outside. It's the only thing that ties me to my past.
Wait, no, it couldn't be. It's covered in dark red discolorations. It has to be. Suddenly, a sharp spurt of synesthesia floods into my vision, and with it my world distorts. I ignore the fact this should be impossible. Only one thing matters. Was it you all this time? Ayako.
Huh?
Maya ceases sharing her thoughts. Instead, her voice sounds out loud in a startled tone.
That name. Why?
The world warps around me. Damn it. Not now. Why is this happening again? Damn it! Despite my best efforts, my world fragments further, fading back to a frozen white. Before it engulfs my mind completely, I hear Maya's questioning voice one final time.
You! Are you the one I...
Though it distorts and dissipates before she's able to complete her thought. Fuck. A young girl approaches her brother on heavy feet.
Why weren't you there?
I already told you, Ayako. I started middle school today. I have to catch a different bus home now.
So you're just going to leave me on my own?
I knew I would have to come prepared.
What does that mean?
Just come here. I've got something for you.
What is it?
Here. The boy takes a step forward and tenderly ties the ribbon into the young girl's hair. There you go. It suits
A
you.
ribbon?
Yes, when you tie it to your hair, remember me. That's as it's tied to your hair. Remember, I'm tied to you also. Wherever you go, even if we're far apart, we're always connected. If you ever feel alone, just touch this ribbon tied to your hair and remember.
We're always connected?
Yes, and don't you forget it. Ayako. I shoot up in my chair. My mind is scrambled as a sharp pain rings then begins to subside. My body is sore and stiff. Where is she?
Where is who?
It's Dr. Crane. Why does he look so shocked? And where is Maya? Confusion reigns in my mind. I need to calm down for a second. I take a deep breath. Never has the sensation of air in my lungs been so comforting, though the relief is short-lived as my mind wanders back to everything I just saw. That's right. I was just in the other world line. My
Street
scattered
Elements
thoughts find clarity.
said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Wait, it was her. She was. I have to get back.
It was who? Zeke, you need to slow down.
You have to send me back. I have to talk to her. She doesn't know. I can't believe it was really her all this time.
That isn't going to happen.
What? Why? As I speak, I noticed I'm covered in sweat. My muscles are tense.
You were convulsing for a good amount of the time you were out, which was quite a while. I thought you weren't long for this world. I certainly wasn't expecting that to happen when I activated my machine, I must say.
Crane speaks in a very nonchalant way for something so serious. I'll be fine. Just turn it back on. I have to see her.
Sorry, I cannot do that, Zeke.
What? Why not?
The resonance became so strong at the end there, it cooked my device. It's quite fortunate for you that it did, really. I couldn't get it to shut off manually. Much longer, and perhaps you really wouldn't have made it back to the land of the living.
Damn it. Frustration fills me. Did this have to happen now of all times? Why does everything try to stand between us? I have to find a way back to her. Dr. Snow, He is the one behind all this. He did this to Ayako. I get up to leave.
Where are you going?
I've got to find Dr. Snow.
You realize it's approaching midnight? You won't find him here.
Still, I have to see it all with my own eyes.
No, you don't. Zeke, you're going to have to leave. I'm closing up this building now.
No, I have to see it. You don't understand.
And to be honest, I don't really care what you do. I've got what I need. I just don't want it to be on my watch. You'll have to do it another time.
You've got what you need? I put my hand in my pocket. It's empty. You fished the research out of my pocket while I was unconscious.
You didn't think I was going to leave empty-handed, did you? Plus, looking through it all gave me something to do whilst you were out. You sure did deliver the goods, Zeke. As a result, I'm going to let you go tonight. I won't mention this to anyone as long as you do likewise.
He phrases it harboring dark undertones.
So it's time for you to leave now. Do you understand?
No, I don't understand. I can't wait for this. I begin to walk towards the door when a stern tone sounds to my side.
I'm sorry, Zeke. I simply cannot allow that.
My body stiffens. I lose all control as darkness envelops me. What? How did I get back here? Why is the sun out? My body is stiff, my head throbbing. I feel my side. A small pair of pinprick wounds mark my body. Did Dr. Crane use a taser on me? What kind of a nut job does that? And why didn't I wake up until now? Did he drug me and drag me home? What the hell? Panic begins to fill me, but I force it down again. I can't lose my composure now. Whatever happened, I'm still alive, and I still have to find Maya, or Ayako. I don't even know what I'm supposed to call her now. I don't think she could remember me, but she was about to say something right at the end. Is that her ability? Was she waiting for me even though she lost her memory? Was that the thread she was talking about? I have to find my way back to her. I can't leave her alone again. But we're running out of time. She said last night that convergence was about to hit. Does that mean I've only got hours left? Or days, maybe? Wait, that was on their line, which she said was the final line. Does that mean my world line will end earlier? For all I know, it could end any second. Damn it! I have to hurry. If I find my way back to her, we just may be able to stop it. Otherwise, it won't only be Ayako that I'll lose, but everyone. There's no sign of Jace. I don't know what I'm supposed to do now, but staying here isn't going to help. I should head outside. I have to find a way. I walk through the institute, though it is far too busy. I didn't realize the time when I entered. It's approaching midday. I must have been unconscious for quite some time. That would explain why my body feels so sluggish. Students and staff bustle in and out of hallways. There is no way I could go through to the staff section without being spotted. I'll have to return later after dark. But that'll be too late. What if the collision happens before then? Damn it, what am I doing? I need to slow down for a second. I should find the others. They need to know what I found out. I'm sure they'll be able to help me figure out what to do next.
What's wrong, Zeke? Why'd you need us to come up here so quickly?
I take my time and explain everything that happened. Of seeing Maya, how I don't exist on the other world line, all I learned about the chromatome and the upcoming convergence. The only thing I don't tell them about is my connection to Ayako. Instead, I refer to her as Maya as I speak to them. I know there is significance in our connection, though to bring this all up is too much for me right now. Plus, we're running out of time. We need to focus on stopping this convergence, and I need to find my way back to Ayako. Telling them will help neither. As they speak, they stay quiet throughout. My anxious and rapid speaking is likely that I just fucking thought of something. She said her convergence was what, 0518 or something? 0518? What if In order to get to one-to-one convergence, they have to essentially combine. Hers is 0518, his is 44 something. Where I know it does say his somewhere. Zeke's R value. 88, 0588. If hers was 0588, that's how they get to the one-to-one. It's Zeke and Ayaka. They combine somehow into a resonance. As I speak, they stay quiet throughout. My anxious and rapid speaking is likely the cause of that. As I finish, the group stays quiet in thought for a moment before Chase is the first to speak up.
So, you went behind our backs and gave Dr. Crane
That's
that
what you
research?
take out of that. That's what you take out of that, motherfucker. Chase, I am really hating you. I really do not like your arrogant ass. Sorry, I just couldn't wait any longer.
That could have really screwed us over, you know.
Fuck off.
Not to mention you almost got yourself killed.
Fuck off.
There's no point squabbling over that now. In the end, it's worked out well. There's no doubt about it. Everything we've found, what Dr. Crane has told us, what Zeke has just experienced, convergence is about to hit. And Dr. Snow isn't even trying to stop it. We can't deny it any longer. We're running out of time. Whatever Dr. Snow's plans are, we clearly can't trust him.
I'm relieved that Eris has my back on this. She's right. We have to do something quickly.
You said Dr. Snow found a way to harness the resonance of this convergence. I'm guessing he'd have to be using a device of some kind to do that.
Yeah. Could we use it to stop the convergence and save everyone?
I think back to everything I heard. I can't remember ever being told specifically how he was going to do it. I'm not sure exactly how he was going to do it. I know that Maya was involved somehow. What I do know is that Dr. Crane had a device that enabled me to connect back to Maya. Maybe Dr. Snow has a more powerful version of the same idea.
Did Dr. Crane tell you how the device worked?
He said it worked by changing my mind's sensitivity to the resonance, whatever that means.
What is it, Eris?
I can't be sure, but I don't think that's the same thing. Crane's device wasn't increasing the resonance per se. It was just helping your mind reconnect to the resonance you already had.
She's probably right. I was already having experiences of seeing Ayako before. My consciousness started getting in the way of those experiences once I had that freak out moment. So the device just helped my mind overcome that mental battle by increasing the sensitivity.
I doubt Crane's device would be able to merge different world lines. Having said that, Dr. Snow must have found some other way of doing it. He might very well have a device of his own. The question is, where would he keep such a thing?
Wait, I think I know.
You do?
Yes, Dr. Snow has a stairway near his office that connects to an underground section of the Institute. The device must be there somewhere.
And you're sure?
It was a secret underground area. Where else would Snow keep it? At the very least, there'll be some answers down there. Ayako won't be down there in this world line, but the way to stop him and get back to her must be down there. The group stays locked in silence for a short while before Eris asserts herself.
We're running out of time. Zeke's right. We have to get down there as soon as possible.
But that'd be impossible now. The Institute is full of people. You'll never make it down there without being spotted.
But if Zeke's right, it might be too late to wait until tonight when it's empty.
We'll just have to storm the Institute today, then.
What? Are you serious?
How would we do that?
Eris takes a moment to think before suddenly opening her eyes with a steely resolve.
Okay, here's my idea.
I stand waiting in my set position. Everything is ready to go. I just have to wait for the signal. We only had a few hours to set everything in motion, but thanks mainly to Eris, we may actually be able to pull this off. My mind drifts back over Eris laying out her plan.
Everyone, listen carefully. We all have our own roles to play that will be crucial in pulling this off. The goal of the operation is simply this: to find a way to stop the upcoming convergence. To do this, we'll need to explore the lower levels of the Institute and obtain the device Dr. Snow is planning to use. Zeke, this will be your role. When you get the signal, sprint from your location through to the stairway to the underground levels. As you're familiar with the layout and have the aid of your synesthesia, it'll be your role to get in and out as quickly as possible with the device. Also, whilst you're down there, gather any other intel you can to help us use the device and to stop the convergence.
That's fine with me, but should I really be doing this alone?
It'll be faster and less noticeable if you do it alone. Besides, I'll need the others for other parts of this operation.
I can hear the distant cheering in the background. It must be very close now. Suddenly my phone vibrates. This must be it. Go. It's a signal. It's time to go. I begin my sprint towards the stairway. I just hope the others manage to succeed with the diversion.
Yes, this is perfect. To think we could pull so many at short notice. Never underestimate Virum.
While Zeke is doing his part, it'll be the second part of the plan that is the most difficult and crucial. For Zeke to have a clear path and enough time to succeed, we'll need to draw out Dr. Snow and detain him.
What? Detain him?
The world is at stake here, Jace. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
But how would we do that? Dr. Snow has been waiting for this day for ages, hasn't he? Wouldn't he have upped his security?
Exactly. That's why we need a powerful diversion. Something to draw those resources away from Zeke. Don't worry. I have just the group in mind to carry it out.
Listen to me, fellow members of Virum. Don't let them get away with this. The experiment is taking place right as we speak.
Chaos surrounds the Institute gates. Media vans, protesters, pure pandemonium erupts.
This ought to do it. If it's chaos you want, it's chaos you'll get. It's time to bring down those Institute creeps once and for all.
I sure hope Trace is keeping them busy at the front gate.
Who would have thought that guy would ever actually be useful?
Let's not speak too soon. We're about to see a...
Before advancing, Isla suddenly stops and calls a command to Jace in shocked tone.
Jace, to your left.
A security guard rushes in furiously from around the corner towards Jace. A vicious overhand punch is thrown right toward Jace's head. Jace desperately ducks, narrowly managing to avoid the strike thanks to Isla's frantic warning. With hostility in her eyes, Isla turns her attention to the security guard.
You don't.
In response, Isla suddenly springs into action, sending a perfectly timed uppercut right into the jaw of the security officer. The security guard hits the floor like a lead weight, remaining motionless as he lays sprawled out on the floor.
Sorry, we've got no time for you.
Whoa!
I guess all that training at the arcade counted for something, huh?
Jace desperately scans the security door before him.
Come on, we've got to keep moving.
Right. We have to make sure we get to the office ahead of Dr. Snow. Zeke's counting on us.
Jace locks the security door behind him as the two dash on towards their target.
With the security mostly occupied by the protesters, Isla and Jace, it'll be your job to detain Dr. Snow.
How could we do that?
Snow is certain to come up at some stage to find the source of all the commotion. This is where you come in, Isla. As you sense him approaching with your ability, give a signal to Jace, who will lie in wait to trap him.
How will we trap him?
Jace will tackle him into his room.
You want me to tackle Dr. Snow into his own office? How would that help us?
Did you forget? Zeke saw his door's passcode on the other line. I've looked up the manufacturer's instructions. You'll be able to open his door, then change his passcode before he arrives. With the element of surprise, you'll be able to catch him off guard with your tackle. Once he's in his office, get out of there as quickly as you can and lock the door from the outside. Those security doors are solid. By the time they're able to get him out, Zeke should be long gone.
I don't know. You really think it'll work?
That's where Isla's gift is our trump card. As long as there are still other lines like ours left out there, then she should be able to sense anything unusual, so we can adjust accordingly. In fact, even if we fail here in this line, by doing this, we are likely sending warnings through karmic force to other lines near ours. As long as we succeed in at least one world line out of the multitudes out there, then convergence will be stopped.
Oh, that's certainly one positive way to look at things.
Dr. Snow and Dr. Crane have been using this multi-world line logic to their own advantage. It's about time we did the same.
That's some real 4D chess thinking. I just hope you're right. It's not like we would know if this is indeed the timeline we failed. I've got to hurry. My mind wanders back to everything Eris explained to us. She really is a genius on another level. I just hope the others succeeded in their roles, or this is going to end very quick. I suppose Eris wouldn't have given me the signal otherwise. The door opens for me as planned as I rush toward the end of the corridor. Okay, it was just down here. I'm almost there. I think it might actually just be possible to save them all. To get Ayako back. It's all within reach. We can do this. I round the corner to the location of the stairway. Just as I start to believe, I'm forced to abruptly pull up in my tracks. I see nothing but a solid concrete wall. What is this? I'm certain this is where the stairway was. I feel around the edges. It isn't a false wall. There are no signs of tampering or rebuilding. I look around. There's nothing else down this dead end. I'm definitely in the right spot. Did the stairway never exist on this line? Was it only built as a place for Ayako to live on her line? Then where is Dr. Snow doing his research? Suddenly a strong warning grows on the inside. Why didn't I see Jason and Isla on my way past? Wait.
Isla and Jace, after you've detained Snow, send me a text. This is the moment I'll send Zeke through. Open the door for him on his way through to the staff area, and keep watch as he is on the lower levels.
The door opened for me on my way through. I was in such a rush I didn't check who opened it. But if it wasn't them that opened it, that means... A voice suddenly spears into me from behind.
Freeze!
Frustration and disappointment flood me as I make my way back from the Institute. We failed. We completely failed. I try to call the others again. The number you are calling is unavailable. Please. Damn it. Why won't any of them answer their phones? I was tackled and detained by one of the security guards. They held me for well over an hour. I made up the excuse I was just trying to find my friends amongst the commotion and found my way into the wrong area by mistake. The guard clearly didn't buy it, though I am a student there, so I had that in my favor. They abruptly let me go when another staff member I didn't recognize entered the room and whispered something into a guard's ear. Something about this whole thing is completely off. It's all wrong. I still have no idea what has happened to the others. If they got caught, if they got away, if they detained Snow before getting caught or anything else. but the strange sequence of events, the fact that a stairway was missing, and how I never saw the others, none of it adds up. Why does it feel like every time we are about to make progress, something stands in our way? Why does it feel like no matter what I do, I'm just bound to end up in the same spot, like I'm caught in some damn hamster wheel, like a rat in a cage? Do I really even have power over these choices, or is the outcome of this convergence doomed before we began? As frustrated as I am, I can't give up now. We're almost out of time. I need to find the others first. I haven't heard from them at all since before I got caught. I hope they're okay and didn't get in too much trouble. I guess I'll do the only thing I can. I'll check their houses if they won't answer their phones. Isla's is the closest, so I'll start there. Arriving at Isla's house, I go to knock when I notice the door is slightly ajar. That's strange. I knock anyway, but nobody comes to the door. Isla, you there? I call out, though I hear no response. Something feels off. I'm coming in. I slowly make my way down the hall and carefully open the door to Isla's room. As I walk in the room, I stop dead still for the sight before me. No, no, this pungent smell, the return of this color, it can't be. I turn away. My heart pounds, my body loses its strength. Isla, she has been. Disbelief is followed by crushing anger. Why would anyone do this? Who would do this? Is then that something on the floor catches my attention. This card again. Damn it. Is whoever did this laughing at me? Laughing at this? What is funny about this? I try to calm myself. What should I do? Call the police? Wait, what about the others? What if they are in danger too? I sprint through the downtown streets toward Eris's apartment. Though my body is still sore and sluggish, I force it onwards. Faster! What if she is in danger right now? I have to reach her quickly. Though as I enter her unlocked apartment, my worst fears are realized. I was late, far too late. The color red invaded the scene as it had too many times before, as did the unsettling scent that always accompanied it. She had been taken too, tossed aside, reduced merely to the remains of her body, as her spark was extinguished without thought or care. And with it, as if taunting me, was a single card. A single image that makes my blood boil. A symbol that laughed as it watched on, fully aware of my movements all this time. Was this Dr. Crane? Was this him again? We never asked him about the Joker card, only about the note in our apartment. Though who else could it be? He has been manipulating us all this time. The bastard, and now he has done this to them. I can't stay here any longer, as the nausea washes over me due to the inhumane sight of the girl I once knew as Eris. I make my way back to the hallway as my body finally loses its strength. Like a marionette with its strings cut, I fall to the floor. How could this have happened? We were just together. We were about to save everyone and get Ayako back. I was so sure it was going to work. That together we could. It's just like back then. I was powerless to stop it then too. Even if I had have reached her, it would have been me who would have died. We saw that in the other world's line. The result is always the same. I was always going to be separated from them all, wasn't I? I'll always be alone. Water obscures my vision. I have no will to rise, no reason to push on. I close my eyes and allow my mind to grow dim as I curl up alone on the cold hallway floor. The lone intruder slowly approaches the large desk before him. He walks discreetly, his hand near his side where a small weapon is concealed. Muttering quietly under his breath, the man begins to search.
It must be here somewhere.
Barely after his search had even begun, the man's fears are realized as heavy footsteps enter the room from behind him. The intruder freezes as the other man treads his slow path forward, wedging himself between the man and the desk before him.
Dr. Crane, it seems you've made yourself at home in here. What are you looking for? Perhaps I could be of some help.
The veiled sarcasm is obvious to the intruder.
I suppose there's no point trying to lie my way out of this one, is there? Were you expecting me to come here today?
Perhaps. And I should advise you to keep that hand away from your belt. If I even get the impression you're reaching for your weapon, you'll be dead before you have time to react.
Dr. Crane has no idea how the man before him has grown so perceptive, or how he could possibly follow through with such threats. Though as he sizes up the familiar man before him, he can somehow tell these are not empty words. He is far more dangerous than his demeanor would suggest.
I know what you're planning. I've gotten hold of Ventra's old research. I won't let you have it to yourself. Tell me where the catalyst is.
Oh, you think after all I've been through, I'd let the likes of you access it? Still, I will admit it wasn't ideal that this one had obtained my old research. Going through a transfer always muddies the memories, you see.
What? Your old research? Don't you forget, we both chose to get rid of Ventra back then. That research should have been mine as much as it was yours. And that's why your time has come to its end, Dr. Snow. In case you haven't noticed, you've lost the support of your colleagues here. Today was an absolute circus. We can't keep going on in these conditions whilst you hide yourself and the research away. It's time for change. It's my right to take this research forward, as it should have been from the beginning. Will you acquiesce? Or will I have to do this the hard way?
It is sad that even after all these years, you still haven't realized. Of course, I have kept you around to use your talents towards this project, and your contributions have indeed proved valuable. As it's said, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. You were useful for a time, but you have outgrown your usefulness.
My usefulness? Who do you think you are, Snow?
No, the real question is, who do you think I am?
What do you mean?
An eerie hesitancy drops over Dr. Crane as the weight of realization begins to overtake him.
All this time you thought you had succeeded in stopping me, yet you've really been serving my designs. Such are all lives, pathetic and tragic tales right up until the end. Your lack of insight is yet another reason why you're unworthy to take my place at Convergence.
Don't tell me you're...
Yes, have you only realized now?
No, that isn't possible. I saw your corpse with my own eyes.
Yes, you indeed saw the death of that body, though your actions on that day only aided me. I was in need of a younger host by that time anyway.
The white-haired researcher sneers in disbelief.
That doesn't make sense.
Murderous intent creates a powerful resonance between two who are connected to the spiral. There is much you still don't understand about the nature of consciousness and of my abilities.
Panic begins to choke the throat of the once arrogant scientist.
This is ridiculous. You can't just...
The stoic man doesn't wait for Dr. Crane to finish his bumbling words.
One thing I can tell you is this. The end of the spiral doesn't lie with you. It lies with me. It always has. There is nobody who can stop that now. I shall now take pity on your wretched life here at the end.
No, but I...
The man rapidly draws his gun and fires on Crane before he has time to react. The imposing man looks at the lifeless body, now lying at his feet, remaining frozen in place. He closes his eyes with a sigh.
Such is the price that must be paid. As pathetic as your motives were, your efforts will not be in vain.
The man pauses, shifting his gaze out of the window to the skies above him.
I only hope you can understand. This was all for you.
I open my eyes. I'm still in Eris's hallway. I must have been here for well over an hour now. I've spent the time in a semi-conscious daze. I considered calling the police, but I can't think what it would achieve. If Ayako was right, convergence could happen at any time. I can't help but feel I'm to blame for all this. It was me who went behind their backs to go to Dr. Crane. It was me who put pressure on them to storm the Institute today. I know we all agreed on this together, and that this threat of convergence was real. But the truth is it played out this way because I was bent on finding my way back to Ayako. I won't make excuses. This is my fault. These thoughts aren't helping, and there is still one more thing I have to check, though I'm left with little hope for what I'll find. I search Chase's room, though I find no sign of him. Instead, I only find the sign of the one observing us. This one isn't dipped in blood, as there is no body here to be found. A sweeping anxiety rushes over me. Surely that card can only mean one thing. Jace must be. I clench my fist tight with all my pent-up frustrations. How did it even come to this? The cold street is more lonely tonight than it has ever been. I don't know what to do or where to go. It's moments like this I used to turn to Eris for advice, or Isla for strength. But they aren't here. They'll never be here with me again. They were all stolen. Stolen from me once more. At this thought, another wave of synesthesia hits me. I can't explain why, but this futility resonates with something beyond. How many times have I failed? Am I just cursed? Is this all just some twisted joke? Is someone up there getting a kick out of all this? A way out doesn't even exist, does it? I'm just doomed to see this repeat itself, aren't I? Beyond my ability to understand this experience, the hopelessness of countless failures weighs on me. I am truly trapped. Please, someone, anyone, help me. Give them back. Please, just give them back. As these thoughts filter through my mind, something I heard recently suddenly sticks out to me. Ayako. She spoke of the chromatome, the miracle of convergence, a place of the impossible where the world could be rewritten, the thing Dr. Snow has been trying to access. If I could rewrite the world, what would it be? It would be a place where my friends still lived, a world where Ayako was free, no longer manipulated by people like Dr. Snow. A life where we could all be friends, go to college together, do normal things, where we wouldn't have to worry about special abilities, spirals, conspiracies, or convergences. The truth is I have nothing left to lose at this point. As it is, I'm probably almost out of time, so there is nothing to hold back. I've failed enough times. If the chromatome exists, I'll reach it. If there's a way to save them, I'll find it. If there's a way back to you, Ayako, then I'll be by your side. If not, then at the very least I won't let Dr. Snow get away with all this. I won't allow this kind of world to exist. It's time to bring this all to an end. The real question is, where should I begin? Wait a minute. Now that most other world lines have ended, I've had barely any new instances of my synesthesia, yet that light is as strong as ever. In fact, now that I look at it, it is far brighter than it's ever been. It's different from my normal synesthesia, though. As I get closer, it becomes harder to see. From this vantage point, it seems to be emanating strongest near the grass hill behind the Institute, right where the river is. Is there something out there? It looks like everything has been cleaned up since the protest, though it doesn't seem like there's security posted here like there was earlier. I wonder why that is. I should. Search behind the buildings. I walk out behind the Institute buildings to the clearing by the river. Wait, is someone there? I approach the bridge. Miss Keller.
Huh? Zeke?
Miss Keller's voice is an unusual mix of surprised and distant. What are you doing out there?
Perhaps I should be asking the same of you.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Is that so? It couldn't be more preposterous than what's happened today.
What happened today? Miss Keller doesn't respond. She only looks absently to the gentle river before her. Tell me this instead, then. Where is Dr. Snow?
Why do you want to know that?
Do you think he would kill someone?
Huh? Kill someone? Why would you say that?
First, tell me if you think he would do it. I tried to hide my anger. I feel if I lose it now, I won't be able to pull myself together again.
He would. If anyone stood in his way, I believe he would do it in a heartbeat.
You have to tell me where he is. I have to find him. I have to stop him.
Has he really gone that far?
Miss, you know he has to be stopped, don't you? What has happened over the last few days? I see a slight grimace in her eyes that betrays her attempts to remain silent.
Does it really matter now?
She must know. If you understand what Snow is doing, then you know why I need to find him. Miss Keller doesn't look surprised. She only looks at me in doubt.
He is our only chance to get through this. Why would you try to stop him?
Can we really trust someone like him? How do we know what his true plans are? You just told me what you think he was capable of to get his way. Who says he isn't lying about all this chromatone stuff?
He isn't lying about that, as far as I can tell.
Miss Keller pauses again.
I have to go now, Zeke.
She speaks in wistful tone, though before she manages her exit, I stop her. Wait, I need your help. I have to find her. I need to find Ayako. She's all I have left now. Miss Keller looks into my eyes, sizing up my intent. I stare back, intent not to look away. I need this.
I don't know who you're talking about, but I can see you believe in what you're doing. Who can say who is right, you or Snow? I'm pathetic, aren't I? Even now at the end, I'm still too cowardly to make my choice. To think there are people like me, destined for such mediocrity. It's laughable.
I thought you didn't believe in destiny.
Well, none of that matters now. I'll leave you with this, Zeke. This is as much as I can do. Remember this. There is always more happening under the surface. The trick is finding how to navigate it.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm leaving it up to fate since I can't make the choice myself. Yes, that's how cowardly I am. If it's meant to be, you'll figure out what to do next. Goodbye, Zeke.
No, wait, you can't just leave me with that. Miss Keller ignores me, her figure receding into the night. I can't help but feel a deep sadness as she leaves. I feel I'll never know the truth of her story, of what she has had to contend with here. I don't even know how to feel about her, yet somehow I feel even her choices tonight has shaped things beyond my understanding. I should enter the Institute. I walk to Dr. Snow's office at the end of the hallway. I don't know if Isla and Jace ever got as far as changing the lock's passcode today. It used to be 00513214, I think. Entering into the panel, I hear the lock disengage. I breathe easy as I enter through the now open door. As I look toward the room before me, I notice my synesthesia isn't triggering. Given most other world lines I have ended, I won't be able to rely on information leaking from other lines like I used to. I'll have to search the old-fashioned way. To my left are some folders. Flipping through them, I can't make much sense of what I'm seeing, though one handwritten sketch sticks out to me. Fusang. I don't know what that is, but this certainly seems like directions of some kind. I had better hold on to it in case it becomes useful. Deaths. Isla, Jace, and Eris were all senselessly killed. The only clue to the killer was the same card left at all three scenes, a Joker card. Miss Keller's cryptic clue. Miss Keller leaves Zeke with some cryptic parting words. There's always more happening under the surface. The trick is finding how to navigate it. Note, Fusang Chamber. In Dr. Snow's office, Zeke finds an unusual note that appears to have something to do with Fusang Chamber. It contains the letters DLRULU. And there's still 5 more. 5 more tips, and then we'll have all the tips. Just the tips, mind you. Just the tips. Beef tips. What the fuck am I even talking about anymore? Now that I think about it, why does Dr. Snow keep a scuba suit in here? Hold on. That strange light. Miss Keller's cryptic parting words. Could there be something actually beneath us? I move toward the scuba equipment and have a quick inspect at it. The air tank is full. Connections seem sturdy. It appears there's everything you would need for a dive right here. Why on earth would all this equipment be ready to go if it wasn't just for display? There's only one answer. It isn't for display. It is for use. And there's only one place to dive that would make sense of this all. Am I really going to take this equipment and check what is in the river? Yep, that sounds like what we're doing. I should probably keep searching first. There might be something I'm missing. Wait, no. I want to search. Yes. That's weird. Okay. Now isn't the time for stalling. All these clues can't just be coincidence. I walk out to the river's edge with the diving equipment. I do a final safety check on the gear. Even though it has been some time since my last dive, everything still seems natural. Even still, my heart begins racing at the prospect of what I'm about to do. Growing up, most of my dives were off the coast of Otaru. Open water dives like that are much safer than diving through confined spaces, particularly dangerous silt-covered caves. Though I'm not sure what I'm going to find in this river. Perhaps nothing. Overthinking this isn't going to help. I should get dressed. I put the scuba suit over the top of my clothes. It's a dry suit, and though it doesn't fit properly, I still manage to get it on. I look to the still water before me. As I do, I have a dizzying moment of what felt like my synesthesia, or am I just panicking because of what I'm about to do? I take a breath and remember my training. I calm myself, bringing down my heart rate. It's now or never. I step over the railing and stand on the edge of the bridge, and I begin my descent into the darkness below. It has been a long time since I've had this feeling, a strange mix of isolation, danger, and serenity only a dive like this can give. A cold peace pierces me as I sink deeper. The water is dark, formless to my eyes, but strangely, even though I should be, I'm not afraid as I surrender myself further to the depths. I recall my faculties as I begin to scan my eyes for anything of significance. It is then I see a pair of cave tunnels beneath me. I don't have much experience diving in caves. I'm very aware of the dangers of caves compared to other dives. Yet despite that knowledge, something beckons me on into the unknown darkness before me. I can't stop here. Ayako is waiting. I just have to make sure I don't get lost down here. And for that, I'm sure we're supposed to use the Fusang Chamber note. DLRULU. Is this the right way? I take the passage before me, struggling to find a way through the twisted tunnels. Haven't I already been here? The tunnels all begin to look the same as I attempt to retrace my path. Panic starts to creep in. I have been looking for an exit for some time, and I begin to worry I won't ever be able to find it, which in turn means I start to burn through my oxygen far too quickly. I have to get out of here. In my confusion, I turn too fast and carelessly as I hit into the side of the cave wall. Damn it! My worst fears are being realized. A silt out. I can't see a thing. My flashlight can't penetrate the thick cloud of particles now blocking all vision. I begin to try to swim through the tunnel path, aware my oxygen is starting to run low. Instead, I only keep bumping off the tunnel walls, continuing to dislodge more silt into the cave. My panic grows. I try to surface only to find the tunnel ceiling keeping me trapped. Suddenly, my body starts to grow heavy, my eyes tired. A strange warmth envelopes me as my panic begins to subside. It's okay, I'll just take a rest here. Maybe when I wake up, the silt would have cleared. Yes, I'll just have a quick slit. Bad in 3. We done did. We done died. You've hit a bad and jump back to the last conversion point. Interesting that this is the last conversion point, not accidentally taking the wrong, or purposely taking the wrong direction. Okay. So. DLRU. DLRULU. DLRULU, yeah. Obviously that means down, left, right. Down, left, right, up, left, up. Bad end 3. After choosing to scuba dive using the equipment in Dr. Snow's office, Zeke gets lost navigating the dark tunnels of the Kakurita River. Panicking, he finds himself Rita, trapped in a silted out cave where darkness eventually takes him. Okay, so we need to do down. Assuming I can remember my left from my right. This is left, right? Left. Right. Suddenly my synesthesia strikes, taking over my senses without warning, though something about this is different. Son, you are special. Don't let their words get to you. One day you are going to do something incredible. I just know it. Something incredible? Yes, something only you can do. Why else would you have this gift? Just be sure that when the moment comes, you don't let it pass. The strange scene abruptly ends. What on earth was that? Were those someone's memories? They were your memories, silly boob. Your father believes in you, so you should believe in yourself. Then you are like me. I guess so. I didn't think there was another. Like me, that is. I didn't either. What does it mean? I don't know. I guess it's just meant to be. It happened again. Is this some strange resonance event? In any case, I need to keep moving. I must be making progress. Left. Oh fuck, that was right. I messed up. Yeah, I genuinely have a hard time with IRL left and right. I usually end up saying driver's side or passenger side if I'm being honest. Because I'm a stupid turtle. Ooh, woo. Okay, down, left, right, up, left, and then up. Okay, that's left, not right. There isn't much longer now. Do you really think this will work? Can we really stop this convergence? Who can say? At least we can say we've done all we could. I suppose all we can do is leave the rest to fate. What will happen to us after the ordinance? I don't know. I don't want this to end. Then I won't let it. Whatever happens, we'll be together again. No matter how much time passes, no matter how many cycles it takes, we'll be together again. You promise? I swear it. As I snap back to my senses, a voice so soft I could barely perceive it rings through the water-filled caverns in haunting fashion. Stop him. For me. And then up. I break the surface of the water emerging from the dark depths. Something about this entire area is strange. The further I venture, the more resonance I feel. Before me is a dark tunnel where the water meets the rock. Is there electricity down here? How did those lights get here? I take off the scuba gear, leaving it by the tunnel entrance. My clothes are relatively dry from wearing the dry suit over the top of them. I turn my attention to the long and dingy path before me. It's time I find out what is down here. Following the tunnel, I walk onward until it opens up into an unexpected scene. What is this? How did such a place ever manage to get built down here? And what is it even used for? I scan my eyes around the room. Racks full of high-spec servers, various bits of electronic equipment, and what seems to be a chair used to carry out some type of experiment. The thought of what has happened down here gives me an eerie feeling. I should look around. Okay, so now we've got to explore. Okie dokie. A row of computers line the back table. They all show a locked login screen and my synesthesia isn't triggering. The resonance seems thicker in that tunnel. I can see a swirl of my synesthesia emanating from that direction. Though before I go down there, I should look around here a little more first. It is some kind of scientific measuring device. I don't understand what it does. I see a single computer that isn't on the lock screen. A file remains open. I begin to read the document before me, scrolling down a huge list. Have all these world lines ended? And how could someone possibly know what has happened on other world lines? I keep scrolling. It appears there are only 2 world lines that aren't listed as ended. I must be on one of them. I take my time to absorb the information on the screen. But what are these notes at the bottom of the page? Dyadic lines, conditions met, chromatone collision imminent. Does that mean there isn't just one line left, but 2, and these will crash into each other? I don't quite understand. I then see a pair of links before me on the document. Key subjects of convergent events: Zeke Kobayashi, Maya Snow, Click to view subject history. How does this computer have information on both Maya and myself? She died on this line. I first check to see if my history on file is accurate. It all seems correct, even down to my R value. Even though the title is confusing, it says we are the key subjects of attractor resonance. I haven't heard that before. Is that different to spiral resonance? I then click through to Maya's file. Fucking called it. 588. Fucking called it. It's going to be a brother-sister. Yep, I called it. It's definitely her. Though her world line is listed as different to mine, all the other information checks out and confirms it really is Ayako. Wait, down the bottom in the history section it says something strange. Original name Ayako Sato, a current adoptive name Maya Snow, formerly fostered into Kobayashi family, extreme attractor resonance detected, R value 0588. Static, because they are connected to each other. They are not connected to the world line. Subject discovered by Hospital Surveillance Program. Hospital Surveillance Program. Had Dr. Snow managed to implement something like this across the country, just to find children with high R values? How did he manage to set something like that up? I continue reading her old history notes in an attempt to get answers. Subject matches criteria. Discovery report. Treating hospital Sapporo City General Hospital. Injury sustained prior to discovery. Traumatic brain injury with cerebral edema, moderate. Scalp avulsion, severe. Skin grafts and hair implants successful. Fractured cranium, moderate. Fractured eye socket. Fractured right ulna and radius. Bruises and abrasions, various severe. Hair implants, skin grafts, traumatic brain injuries. I'm left in disbelief at the injury list before me. I can't imagine how much suffering she went through. I finished reading the remaining notes. Post-discovery notes. Contact made with foster family. Kobayashi family agrees to relinquish care in exchange for paid medical treatments. Adoption ratified October 21st, 2019. Did my parents just sell Ayako out like that after I died, just because of her injuries? My mind skips back to the conversation Maya had with my mum back in the other world line. My deaths clearly hit them hard, and in truth it was me who wanted someone else to join our family. I was the reason they took Ayako in to begin with. They probably didn't even know if she would ever recover from those injuries after the accident. I'm sure Dr. Snow made it a deal too good to refuse. They probably really believed it to be the best option for Ayako, particularly now that I was gone. As much as I want to, I can't really hold them responsible for this. I look back to the document and see there is one final section of notes. Status: initial physical rehabilitation completed. Ongoing symptoms: communication delay, PT, post-traumatic retrograde amnesia. Testing phase
Stream
began
Elements
November 13th,
said,
2019.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
See testing phase case notes for more information. Signed, Dr. Snow, World Line MO588. I step back from the screen's frustrated contemplation. All this is too much for me to dwell on, too heavy for me to absorb right now. My anger is already threatening to boil over. Though one question remains. How was Snow able to get this information from other world lines? Does it have to do with this weird lab? I take note of the space around me, noticing the large cabling on the ceiling connecting to the tunnel's path. Maybe it has something to do with whatever is at the end of this tunnel. I walk to the end of the dark passageway, and entering through a small stone door, I'm struck by what I'm confronted with. My eyes can't adjust to the scene before them. Like something from another world, the scene doesn't fit my view of reality, as a strange light emanates at my arrival. It resembles something I would expect to see in some other age, some long-lost civilization, or perhaps a forgotten dream. I can't place it if it is nostalgia or if a scene like this just plays on the fantastical imaginings of my youth. Strange markings and shapes fill the cavernous chamber, all hinting to some haunting utility I can't begin to understand. The design seems like a structure within a structure. If this were a fantasy, I would be captivated and enthralled by this sight. Though this being grounded in reality, the feeling is quite different. Dread fills me. The sight imposes a sense of how little I understand of the world. This chamber must be ancient. If a place like this actually exists, then what do I truly know of the history of our world? The air in here feels heavy, though heavy in a way I can't comprehend. I don't see my synesthesia right now, though I can't help but feel this heavy sensation is linked in some way. I suddenly become aware I am not alone in this cavern. A man abruptly approaches to my left, shocking me out of the spectacle.
So you have come.
Dr. Snow. I survey the stoic man before me.
It is no surprise you are here, of course. This was inevitable, though seeing the path bear fruit is reaffirming.
I don't know where to begin. A part of me wants to attack him. Another part wants to ask him what the hell is going on. First, I have to know the truth. Was it you? Did you do it?
Did I do what? Speak clearly. Failed words only displays weakness.
Did you kill my friends? My teeth grind at the reality behind the words I just uttered.
Yes, I am responsible.
A shock runs through me. His frank and cold manner leaves me in disbelief.
I have only done what I must.
Why?
They were necessary sacrifices.
Necessary sacrifices? Necessary for what? I clenched my fists.
It was necessary to fulfill the conditions.
What conditions? You really expect me to believe leaving those damn cards in their blood was a necessary condition? I can barely hold myself back from an all-out assault.
The karmic force had to be sufficient. You had to experience it for yourself.
Experience what?
Tell me, Zeke, how did it feel in that moment, seeing that laughing face amidst their blood?
You bastard.
Then now you understand and resonate with the truth. Everything I have done along this path was to tip the balance of resonance beyond the threshold. True resonance cannot be forged. Your appearing here at the end had to be of your own volition, with the sufficient karmic force required. It appears the conditions have been met.
I can't help but feel claustrophobic. Was he watching us this whole time? My mind travels back to all the strange occurrences along the journey, the strange conveniences, the things that never added up, of how it seemed someone was always several steps ahead of us. Did I ever have a choice in any of this? Was I just set up by Dr. Snow as some inevitable means to an end? With those questions, I'm reminded of how little I know as I stand in this ancient chamber. I'm dealing with realities far beyond my understanding, a world Dr. Snow is far more accustomed to. I need to calm down for a moment. I need to figure out what the hell is going on before I do anything else. What is this
It has
place?
been called many names. West of here, it was known as the Hidden Chamber of Fusang, said to house the elixir of life.
Underground lab files. After scuba diving through the Kakarita River, Zeke emerges to find an underground lab. One of the computers had been left open, revealing a list of information from other world lines. This included information of Maya's incident and rehabilitation, snow surveillance programs, and dyadic links between Zeke's and Maya's final world lines, amongst other information too convoluted for Zeke to understand. Fusang. Fusang refers to various entities, most frequently a mythical location east of China, a hidden place on an island from where the sun rises. According to mythological accounts, in 219 BC, Chinese Emperor Shi Huang sent an expedition to find Fusang, all in order to make a sacrifice to the god who held the elixir of life. The man who led the expedition was named Shufu, a renowned sorcerer said to display unnatural abilities. Shufu never came back from the expedition, and rumors circulated as if he had, in fact, found the location of the elixir and kept it for himself. I mean, if you're going to find an elixir like that, why wouldn't you keep it for yourself? Like, for real, bruh. Why share immortality? Just keep it for yourself. Okay, so we still have 3 more. Somehow.
In reality, it is a chamber designed to focus resonance to a spatial and temporal location. It is a unique space, alone unchanging between the ages.
We read about places like this in Crane's notes. Is this the place Dr. Crane was searching for? It's then that I'm suddenly struck by the absurdity of all this. What is the point of all this? That lab back there, the experiments, this chamber.
Even if I told you the truth of my role in human history and the nature of this reality, you would never believe me. Such is the mental conditioning of this age. Everything you see before you is the product of designs established long ago.
Dr. Snow pauses, as if he has been struck by some important thought.
Though you didn't come here to hear from me, it's her you came for, wasn't it?
Snow's attention turns.
Maya, come out!
From behind what seems like some form of shrine, Ayako slowly advances to us. Ayako.
Zeke.
She responds in a soft and distant tone. How are you here? I reach forward to touch her hand. But it happens again. My hand goes right through her. Anxiety sweeps through me before I swallow it back down.
At this moment, she is still a resonance projection. She stands in this very chamber in her world line, as you do in yours. Soon, however, all wills shall be merged as one, as the resonance becomes absolute at convergence. Then she will no longer be a projection. That is the power of this chamber.
No longer a projection? Does that mean we will meet together in the same world? No, that's not quite right. It's that our 2 lines will collide. That's convergence. Ayako, did you remember? Last time you said something. Did you remember me from before the accident? Ayako only looks at me with sad eyes.
I'm sorry. I can only see something through the threads, but there's this feeling.
Damn it, she really can't remember. My heart sinks before I notice Snow's piercing gaze on me. He did this. He is the one standing between Ayako and I.
Your anger is misplaced, Zeke.
Dr. Snow pauses as his demeanor shifts. It is as if he suddenly conjured a fearful presence.
It is time. Time for the will of all people to be joined to the 2, for the spiral to reach its end as the threads are tied as one, and time for the cycles of samsara to be expunged.
Samsara. Samsara is a Sanskrit term found in many Indian religions that refers to the cyclic death and rebirth of the world. In this view, the karmic cycle leads to the transmigration of souls from one iteration to another, though the person may be born into different realms or forms.
Then finally, we'll be at peace.
As his words sound, I feel a weight descend upon me. Terror seizes me. I feel the room buzzing in an indescribable frequency as light momentarily blinds me. I see a dance of streaking color before me, and that is when I know. I'm entering beyond the realm of the possible. This is the world of the surreal, a world of dreams and of nightmares. I can't put sense to my feelings, but it feels as if the limiters of the world have been removed. It is as if up until this moment, reality was being bound for our safety, but now all restrictions have been lifted. I know that from now on, whatever I see, the standard principles of the logic of my world will no longer apply, as the world itself merges beyond into something greater. Then I'm brought into what feels like a world of a paradox, a world between the world, as if for the first time my eyes have been opened. But it isn't freedom I'm left with, as I might have thought. All I'm left with is terror. Chaos and fear consume me. Higher abstract realities impinge on my mind, the like of which language cannot do justice. I instantly understand that behind this experience is the same source of the many who claim to have received divine revelation. This experience feels more like a potent form of my night visions, a glimpse into the unknowable truths behind the false curtain of our world. And I see it. I don't know what it is. I simply have a sense of understanding. I know, yet I don't know. It's a knowledge beyond knowledge, a form of symbolic knowing, true resonance, unfiltered reality untainted by lower dimensional thinking. I can't put thoughts to these impressions, though if I were to try, it's as if I feel like I'm a cell in a wider body. I play a small, determined role as part of this existence. A cell isn't special on its own. It is a small part of a whole. It barely understands its own function in relation to the body it is part of. In fact, a cell is completely blind to its own function, even whilst it is carrying it out. Yet somehow it innately knows what to do, as do all other cells of a body. Though without consciousness, they all unknowingly follow their given roles, acting out their pattern of design. It is obvious in and of itself to the higher order system it is part of, though it's the superstructure it's oblivious to that it is, in reality, what is determining its actions. Should the cell within the body claim no such superstructure exists, simply because it cannot gain the perspective needed to understand it? So I instantly understand in this moment I am but a cell in something greater. I cannot even begin to understand my role in relation to the whole, though I begin to intuit that it exists. I could fight it, try to refuse it, but it doesn't change who I am nor my role. Though this isn't all, another reality crystallizes into form before me. Single cells, or all the minute parts of the body, they all have their turn to contribute something of significance to the whole. At some level, it was individual neurons firing at the synapse that changed all great moments of human ingenuity, such as Einstein having this world-changing revelation about space-time. Similarly, without individual cells delivering the oxygen around the body, none of humanity's greatest athletic accomplishments would exist. If a cell could feel, should it feel special, as if it was all because of them these events took place? It is nonsense to say such things. These small parts just fulfilled their role and fit the pattern assigned to them, to be utilized by the preordinance of the superstructure they were a part of. If one cell hadn't played its role, it simply would have been taken up by another in its place. And so, they were utilized accordingly, though not to their own credit. Nonetheless, the superstructure still relies on their contributions to carry out its will, as am I. I understand in this moment I am a cell of a greater whole, though it's not without consequence. I fit a role, a pattern in the superstructure that transcends my understanding, not because I'm special, but because I simply fit the pattern. I intuit that I'm taking part in reality's process of self-selection. This is a true reason for the emergence of consciousness. The will of all minds, of all worlds, poured into a final moment of testing, the crucible of which I am a pawn, of which I am about to play a pivotal role. I have no choice in this. The daunting realization grows on me as feelings of terror grow. I'm still caught in this spiral even as I reach its end. The fog in my mind clears as my mind relocates itself amidst a sea of resonance swirling in this chamber. The experience is what I would imagine it to be like to come down from a powerful but short-lived psychedelic trip. It was like my night visions were only a taste of the reality of whatever this was. I have a strong desire to write off the bizarre occurrence as some stupid or grandiose delusion, but I know I can't do that. This experience was more real than real. My mind is scattered and confused from what I just experienced. I calm myself and take a moment to refocus on my surroundings. As I take note of the scene before my eyes, I am stunned by the sudden beauty and tragedy before my eyes. What is this? What is she doing? And how did her appearance change? She looks like she did in her dream world, her hair matching what she looked like before her accident.
Have you begun to see now? This is a miracle only made possible at convergence. The power of the wills of all people from all worlds are being conferred to those who resonate one to one. For it is not one, but two.
What? I feel a pressing weight increase on me. You mean me and Ayako?
Did you not consider the sum of your R values and how they were locked to one another's?
I did. I fucking did. I might be a turtle, but goddamn if I don't come up with stuff sometimes.
Surely you already realized, did you not? Had I not laid it out for you?
This was why my R value never went up, because Ayako's and mine were locked together in perfect resonance. Does that mean we were always destined to reach this moment? But how? At Dr. Snow's command, another visual wave of resonance hits me.
These are the opposing world lines of the spiral, the final two lines that dance as opposites. Attractors and vectors that have drawn everything else into its spinning vortex. Lines identical, but for their endings. A positive and a negative, a male and a female. Never able to touch, longing to reach one another but never able to. Not until the final cataclysm. This is the true abstract longing of all reality. A transcendent law that became doubled in the events of your life. As you match the pattern at the appointed time in history, so you unlock the key to the chromatome, the source of the spiral itself. Yet your union shall also bring destruction. This is the unending cycle of samsara, that which I have also walked through.
I'm left in disbelief at the scene before me.
This is the tragic tune to which we dance, unable to free ourselves from its grip.
Damn it, what is she doing? Ayako, stop. Ayako is oblivious to my cry. Instead, she moves to a tragic waltz, a resonance of submission to the sorrows of the world. The will of the multitudes that begins to resonate within this chamber. A final battle of darkness and light that pours through our beings.
Now you see, the chromatone is where the will of all become fused to the will of the two. And so the cycle is repeated, as the balances always remain weighted to repeat themselves, for all eternity. Sorrows and joy, fulfillment and longing, life and death. An unending war of opposites that throughout the eternal cycles has remained perfectly locked. The spiral of spirals. No matter how much the two wish for an alternate ending, they cannot overwhelm the will of the many. So in this deadlock, the cycle is doomed to repeat itself.
As Snow speaks, I feel as if my will and emotions are being torn, invaded by foreign influence, yet not to the stripping of my individuality. Instead, it's to the multiplication of what resonates the strongest, as if I'm being sharpened and blunted the will of others. I look out to Ayako. If the same thing is happening to her, then is this her will being expressed? Has she been consumed by the weight of this requiem? As she moves, I can't help but sense the weight of pain and grief expressed in each motion. All of her hardship, her pain, all the torments of her life. It is finding its rest as it connects to the will of others. Each movement amplifies the resonance, and as I watch, I too am drawn into it. Ayako, it's me. Stop this. She only opens her eyes, and as I see them, I am struck by the pure desire I see in them. Unity and destruction. I'm instantly drawn into her eyes, as if there is a gravity that's pulling me into their orbit. No. Wait. Damn it! No, this can't be right. If I go to her, Snow is saying reality will start a new cycle, the rebirth of the spiral, and then we will be separated all over again.
You still seek to resist, do you?
You bastard. What are you trying to make us do?
To imbalance the scales, to finally bring about the spiral's destruction through you.
What? Destruction? I thought you were going to rewrite reality. Isn't that what you told Ayako?
It is what I told her. That was my true desire all along. There is someone I likewise wish to see. To that end, I struggled onward to the very stripping of myself. Even still, I never found a way to break the cycles. Such a thing is not possible.
It's not possible to rewrite the world. It's not possible to bring the others back, to give Ayako a new life. Is it really hopeless? No, you're lying. I have to find a way to bring them back.
Such ways of thinking are mere delusion. No miracle awaits us at the end of this path. And so instead I will free this world, and finally put it out of its misery. This reality, forever trapped in an endless cycle of tragedy. If it can't be rewritten like I had hoped, like we had trained for, then it must be destroyed.
As he speaks, I feel my soul drop, as if the weight of the world is being pressed down on my shoulders. The resonance is becoming so thick in this chamber. Are you insane?
No, far from it.
Before me, I perceive a wave of evils, a resonance of darkness that I can't escape from.
Can't you see? Don't avert your eyes. The slaughter, the bloodshed, the trauma, the torture. Dreams destroyed, hope stolen, unending nightmares. Have you not seen it with your own eyes? Aren't you one who has been awakened? I've seen it play over more times than you could possibly imagine. Someone who has lived a short life may be ignorant enough to excuse these realities. I can no longer watch on and allow this to continue before my eyes, so I have endured an age, and upon my failure determined to tip the balance of resonance to break the equilibrium. There's no point resisting now. The lines should now be sufficiently close. The impact is imminent. Go to her. Be comforted and accept the ending of our pains.
Damn it. This resonance, and my will itself, simply desires to embrace Ayako. This girl, always used and manipulated by those around her, never able to be free, never able to live the life she wanted, and she never got the chance to grow up, to make friends, to go on a date, to make her own mistakes, for all the pain she's had to endure. Even now she's being subjected to this crap. I don't give a damn about spirals, resonance, or any of it. It's only her that matters. I can't let it end like this. I can't leave her. I can finally touch her. She is right there. After all this time, it won't just be a resonance illusion, but real. I don't care what happens to me. I just have to save her from this hell. Will it really bring about our destruction if I go to her? If I do nothing, will this whole cycle just repeat into eternity? Will I never be able to be with Ayako? My mind begins to play tricks on me as I desire to simply return to Ayako. What the hell do I do? That's enough. It's time. We've battled enough, Ayako. We all have. Ayako hesitates. Though she doesn't remember our past, she eventually relaxes, returning my embrace.
Zeke.
We can finally be together, Ayako. I feel a strange tug of my own will, and as I speak, I feel the imbalance take hold as the darkness overwhelms the light. Though with the darkness comes a dulling, a strange serenity knowing I can put an end to this struggle.
Is this right?
No, and I won't pretend it is. My mind is flooded with everything we've lost, as the convergence of wills in this place amplifies the weight of all the pain we need rest from. There is nothing right to be found in this place, so let's bring it to a close, together.
Okay, as long as I'm with you, I think it'd be okay.
I simply hold her. For the first time in many years, I feel the warmth of her embrace, and in that warmth begets the coming of oblivion. From a distance, I hear a voice speak as it fades into the void.
Thank you. At last, we can rest.
Darkness descends upon us, upon all things, as everything returns to its rest as it was before the beginning of the cycles. In my final moments, I can't help but feel a great sense of loss, as if there had to have been a better way. Though I let go of this regret, surrendering myself fully to this end, Ayako and I enter an eternal rest in each other's arms. The spiral finally came to its end, though the cost to reach it was everything. Resigned end. Not necessarily a bad end per democracy just a resign end, where we resigned ourselves to the abyss. We're still missing two. That's interesting. Resign end. Zeke, weighed down by everything he has encountered, chooses to heed Dr. Snow's words. He embraces Ayako and accepts that it's the time for all things to end. Resist. Wait a minute. Something is off about all this. Why did he make his plan so clear? Why did he insist that going to her would result in destruction? He is no fool. I would have gone straight over to Ayako if he hadn't said anything, and he must have known it. That's it. That's why he was watching me, manipulating me, and steering my decisions all along. He had to set up all these circumstances to manipulate my will. Just like Dr. Crane did with the letter and his office experiment. He's using my feelings and experiences against me. He's banking on that resonance tipping the scales away from equilibrium when I go to be with Ayako. He needed me to believe that going to her was my act of accepting that destruction, that by going to be with her, I was enacting my conscious reach towards that end. Otherwise, going to her would have only reset the next cycle. The bastard! I almost fell right into it. But that also means my will has an effect on what is happening, even if it is limited. What can I do then? I know what you're doing. I don't accept it. I won't allow everything to be destroyed.
Deny it all you want, Zeke. You cannot suppress the truth of what you resonate with. That is why I needed you to experience it for yourself. This is the right thing to do. To put all out of their misery.
On Dr. Snow's voice is a resonance of pain I could never begin to understand. What really happened to you, Snow? Why are you really doing all this? Before me, I see flashes of what seems to be many days passing in an instant, an unclear visual resonance flowing from Dr. Snow's words.
You can never understand how long I was waiting, of how many years these plans took to unfold, and how many names I've cycled through in that time. When I awoke after the last resetting of the cycles, I was alone. She was gone. At the dawn of the new age, I vowed I would find my way to her, to find a way to endure until I could create my miracle. As one whose pattern was used at the last juncture, I had many forms of resonance available to me, but not the ability to stave off decay. But I devised methods to keep my will enduring. With each transition, I was slowly stripped of myself, shedding memories each time like a snake sheds its skin. A transfer is never absolute, nor perfect. I can no longer even picture her face, or remember the sound of her voice. Even so, I refused to let go of our dream, and despite my faith, the dream only betrayed me in the end. I didn't have the heart to tell Maya the truth, that all we worked towards was impossible in the end. Yes, I have become a monster, but I am only a reflection of the cruelty of this world. You can save yourself from walking this path.
The visual resonance lifts, but the heaviness of Snow's torment lingers. I want to deny him, but something on the inside of me is screaming. The will of all others, pressing stronger and stronger on me from all other worlds. Images of suffering and torment. My own memories of my friends, my life that has been stolen from me. Eyeless smile, Eris's eyes, faces I'll never see again. My will to resist is being stripped further with each passing moment. The world further descends into chaos as another spurt of color fills my vision. I shake it off and focus back on the one in front of me.
These cycles will continue to endure for all eternity. Do you really want to be responsible for all this suffering, knowing you have the chance to end it now?
As Dr. Snow advances towards me, I feel my will being ever stripped away. The world feels like it is going to tear apart. Should I just let it? Let the cycles repeat? Despite these thoughts, I feel the inevitable pull towards Ayako, who remains possessed in her dance of resonance. It's impossible to resist. Why should I keep trying? Haven't we all suffered enough? I just wanted to live a comfortable life with my friends. It was good while it lasted, but all things come to an end. Perhaps this is the best way. Damn it! I cry out loud. My own thoughts betray me as the resonance increases. Dr. Snow's words are like a seed beginning to sprout, the resonance here like the water to the soil. The world descends further into abstraction. The inevitable sense that I would lose myself to the resonance continues to increase. I look around, trying to find some other option, some place of escape. I see the door at the center of the shrine, aware that it is in fact not a door, but an inscription of one.
I once looked at that door as you do now. Don't bother. It stands only as a symbolic representation, a carrot that tempts us beyond the light of our world. One even up until today I was trying to open. We aren't destined for such things. If it were possible, I would have done so and rewritten our logos. Then, our reuniting would have been a reality. Trust me when I tell you, I'm here to put you out of the misery before you.
My time is up. I sense the resonance reaching its peak, where the last world lines will collide. I won't be able to resist at that point. Snow advances further toward me, and as he does, I feel my will being stripped away even further. I try to resist as I crumble down to the floor. This is it. This is as far as I can go. How could I have ever fought against something like this? Yet in that moment, something curious takes place around me. A woman's voice resonates in the dark cavern, the very same one I perceived in the water earlier, and with it comes another wave of resonance I can't make sense of. Dr. Snow freezes, then looks out in thought, as if suddenly shocked out of a haze. Snow looks down in somber reflection.
So, this was my role.
In this moment, Snow is absorbed in a flash of light before a strange scattering of color radiates from where he once stood. No trace is left of him. I don't know how I know, but I could sense Dr. Snow's relief in his final moments. I'm not sure who this woman was or what she said to him at the end, but I could discern a great weight was lifted from his shoulders in his final moments. I can't begin to put together my thoughts on Dr. Snow. I feel I barely knew anything about him. As much as most of me hates him for all he did, a part of me sympathizes with the difficulties that brought him to that twisted place. And so I'm left alone in the room with Ayako, as I feel the weight in the room return to equilibrium. The equilibrium fuses with the will of all the conscious force swirling in this chamber, as it begins to channel even more through myself and Ayako. I understand the time for fighting against these forces has passed. It's time to accept the truth. Yes, this must be the way. It's time for us to be together. Ayako, even if only for this moment. I get to my feet. Ayako. I rush to her. I lock her in a tight embrace. Ayako's body is stiff, my sudden action catching her by surprise. I take notice of the orbs of light that surround us, a product of my synesthesia. Will and memory scattered from across the multiverse manifest itself here at the end. This is convergence. It's far more gentle and surreal than I imagined it, displaying its power in a mystical and underspoken manner. And as it does, I see one orb float towards Ayako, creating a flash of light as it gently alights on her head.
It's you.
Yes, it's me, Ayako.
I remember. Zeke, I remember. I waited so long. Even when I couldn't remember why, I knew I had to keep waiting.
Eventually her tense body relaxes, surrendering to this moment. Then I see it. A single tear drops from her eye. A soft look I hadn't seen since my childhood is painted on her face. You did well, Ayako. Didn't I tell you we were always connected? I stand and embrace her. I can feel her touch. This isn't just a projection. She is really here in my arms. It's okay. I'm here now. You can rest. As I embrace her, the air turns electric. Pure resonance engulfs us. You've caused me a lot of trouble. You know that? Next time, listen to your older brother before you run off down the road like that. A light yet sad chuckle escapes Ayako's
Right.
lips.
I promise. You owe me a new ribbon, though, since it's your fault my old one got screwed up.
My fault.
Weren't you supposed to be watching me?
Right. Well, I'll see what I can do about the ribbon. We stand locked in a tight embrace. The darkness and the light remain in equilibrium around us.
At least, we can spend this one moment together until we are pulled apart for an age.
Is there really no way? Ayako looks off into the distance.
I see no threads. Nothing to make that possible. It was all just a foolish dream.
Ayako closes her eyes and rests her head back on my shoulder. I can't let you go. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you. I won't rest, not until we can finally be together.
Zeke,
We fall further into one another's embrace. Finally, I made it to her. Even still, the will to endure and to remain with her. It resonates even as the light encroaches to separate us once again. And so, we became woven back into the fabric of the world. Perhaps, next time, I'll... Open your mind one final time. Perceive your choice. I won't let go, no matter how much time it takes. I won't allow it to end like this. I won't allow this kind of world to exist. I'll live on until I see her again. At this thought, a strange resonance floods my being as I feel my will reach beyond itself. Next time, I'll reach her. Yes, bodies may fail, but my will won't. I'll devise a way to keep my consciousness alive. At these thoughts, something within me breaks, and within it, it feels like reality itself begins to buckle to my will. No matter what the cost, I'll endure until I can create my miracle. Wait for me, Ayako. And so he becomes Dr. Snow. I have almost no doubt that he becomes Dr. Snow. He just does not remember. Or, the other guy. Let Ayako go. I wonder how many times this has played out. I wonder how many times a guy like me stood here at the end, resigned to this fate just as I am. I don't know how much variation there is between cycles. All I know is that a feeling of inevitability grows as I embrace Ayako, awaiting our final moment together, which is surely any moment now. I wish I could make time in this moment stretch out to eternity, though I know this isn't possible. Then something occurs to me, a word in passing from Dr. Snow. A strange stream of consciousness floods my mind as the dots begin to connect. Wait, this pattern, this has played out before. Then I begin to see it, the way out my subconscious has searched for over many sleepless nights, of what my night visions were trying to confer to me, experiences resonating from prior cycles. Right, that's who she was. She was trying to show me the truth. They weren't my thoughts at all. I see now. Ouroboros, the pattern representing the source of the cycles, the serpent that unknowingly devours itself to be born anew. As it meets itself, its blind journeying brings about its own demise and subsequent rebirth. Then he was, and I am. I get it. I am responsible. I created this. Or, more accurately, I will create this. But if he and I are iterations of the same pattern, then what causes us to keep converging on these choices? How could I ever have become so blind? I see. Then there's only one counterbalance, one thing that can stop the eternal repetition, one expression of our connection that can never be twisted or corrupted, a way I intuit will open a new path. How did I not realize this sooner? It's time I let go. I'm sorry, Ayako. There's something I have to do. Forcing myself with all the will I can muster, I let go of her embrace.
Where are you going?
I know you're not going to understand, but there's something I have to do.
I'm coming with you.
I have to do this alone. I have to break this cycle. You need to be free to live your own life. This will never happen if I become...
What are you talking about? You're going to leave me now, after all this?
I'm sorry, Ayako, for everything. I wish there was another way. I'll always love you. I force myself on towards the door. As I do, the resonance grows, an inevitable knowing I also cannot explain. I stare at the closed door before me. I begin to let go. And as I approach, something like two golden threads begin to materialize before me, ushering in the new path. The will of others who have surrendered themselves to hope beyond hope, those who became knitted into the fabric of this world. The truest connection is what you pass on beyond yourself, what you give, what you leave behind for the world. I was never alone. This is the truest convergence of wills. I was too blinded by my own desire to see the golden thread of timing, the golden thread that brings all into harmony. No? Okay, interesting. I intuit their role as I approach, an aid to achieve the impossible I never could reach alone. This is the moment they were reserved for.
How?
I turn my back to Ayako as I face the open door before me. I will take them and be the sacrifice to rewrite the world, a place where Ayako, Eris, Isla, where all the others can live in peace, where the cycles will finally end, a world with an open future. This is the only way you will truly be free of it, Ayako. I let go of my will. I let go of that which will go on to only become twisted and corrupt, of what will come to doom all subsequent cycles. It all ends here. I will break this cycle.
You idiot! You never once asked me what I wanted.
You don't understand, Ayako.
No! You don't understand!
Ayako yells, sending a shockwave of resonance through the chamber.
How could you ever understand what I've been through?
At Ayako's pleading, I looked to the door before me. I can intuit what it represents, the backwards flow of the conscious field into the abstract. I understand that by walking through, I'll be untying my consciousness from the physical world and tethering it to the world beyond. This will grant the power to shift reality, but I'll lose my connection to the physical world in the process. I'll likely remain forever adrift as an abstract entity knitted into the fabric of the world. Though terror seizes me at the thought, I won't waver now. This is the only way.
Why? Why does it have to be like this? This isn't what I wanted.
I'm sorry, Ayako. It's time you were finally free. As she reaches toward me, one final golden thread appears, the final reach of our combined will. The final golden thread that ties and binds. This is perfect resonance. With it, the chamber's strange markings are flooded with color in my vision. Just maybe, it really is possible to rewrite the world. I step towards the opening, to the light beyond this world.
Wait! Don't leave me! I'm coming with you.
I look to the door before me. It's only open to one of us. This was the necessary sacrifice. This was the condition. The only way to break the cycles. Ayako, do you trust me? Do you trust me?
Yes.
Then don't you remember what I told you all those years ago? Whatever the circumstances, even if we're far apart, we're always connected.
But why does it have to be like this?
In response to her question, I again peer through the door, and through an incommunicable resonance, I understand the tightrope of the task before me. Paradoxes, logical consistencies, and inconsistencies, the cause and effect of tugging at the threads of reality. This isn't a world of magic. To make a new logos, and one that is better for us, it isn't clear if such a thing is even possible. But I'm not alone. I look to the threefold resonance I take with me. I must trust them. I must trust there is a way, that their will brought me here for a purpose, that as restricted as my choices may be, there is a way for them to live on into an open future, and that my very presence in this world will sustain it on into the future. Trust me, Ayako. No matter what, I'll make it work. I'll create a world worthy of you.
Zeke!
Goodbye, Ayako. Ayako. If it's possible, let's meet again in the new world. A spiral revolves, but always leads to a point. Each cycle seemed like a repeat, but in truth it was revolving until I was able to see something in the journey to prepare me for the point of arrival. I could view each trip around as a descent, if I wish, a stagnation I'm forever trapped in, this belief then becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. But I could equally view it as a stairway leading to some greater future I would otherwise be unprepared for, if only I take notice and learn along the winding path. I had to learn the hard way. This stairway was only ascending by what I learned to let go of, by turning away from my inward-facing prison. The truth lies in looking beyond, into the eyes of others, and how we thread ourselves into the greater tapestry of what endures beyond ourselves. What does this say about the nature of reality? That the way forward is only found when we are subjected to such paths. And where will all these threads lead in the end? Even as I have crossed over to this side, I haven't arrived yet. My journey is not complete, nor are things quite the way I wish them to be. But I have succeeded at least in part. A new era has arrived. The old cycles are done away with. This chapter is at its end. Ayako, Eris, Isla, live full lives for me. Don't look back. Don't even look within. Look beyond. And perhaps one day we shall meet again. The true end. Character epilogues unlocked. Viewable through the extras menu. Threefold resonance. At the end, a realization causes Zeke to look beyond his immediate wants, the route of the cycle. As he does, something strange occurs. A threefold resonance from beyond this world line appears, one that represents the merged wills from other endings. And somehow I'm still missing 88, so that it must be in the epilogue somewhere, right? Spiral end. Zeke rejects Dr. Snow's words, though remains unable to leave Ayako. He vows to see her again. A strange resonance overtakes him as he surrenders himself to the resetting of the cycles. True end. Zeke realizes the true source of the cycles, understanding there is only one way to escape them without causing absolute destruction. Zeke lets go of Ayako, choosing to give himself up for her future. And there's 3 more, and that's probably the extras. The epilogues, yeah, probably. We're missing 3 CGs, and that's probably the epilogues too. Okay. My name is Eris Lucine. Though I have been here in Kakurita for over a year now, something still feels mismatched. I feel like things are better here than they should be, almost like I'm expecting the floor to drop out from beneath me. Though at the same time it feels empty, like something is missing I can't put my finger on. So I continue on about my days, busying myself with the normal happenings of my college life. Our first day as second years flew by. With the new influx of first years, the feeling around here has changed a lot from last year. Change is inevitable, yet amidst the change, I've been feeling a strange sense of stagnation. Things in my life feel easier than I think they should be. It almost feels like I went through the war and came out the other side, only to find this life mundane. I know it doesn't make sense. I've never been to war, nor has my life been particularly difficult. But these feelings, and the bizarre images that accompany them in my mind, they are too strong to ignore. There is a gratefulness I feel, yet a distance to something, or someone, I can't explain. When these feelings creep in, there's only one place I know to take them. But on the way to my destination, I'm stopped by my former instructor, who is passing with the flow of foot traffic in the opposite direction.
Eris, welcome back.
Hello, miss.
It's good to see you back here this year, Eris. I was worried you might transfer elsewhere. You must have gotten offers given everything you accomplished last year.
I was only able to do all that thanks to your guidance, miss.
Oh, please. I can't take credit for any of those findings. They were all your discoveries.
But you didn't need to believe it in what I was doing and give me access to the faculties after hours. I was wondering, why did you go so far for me?
Oh, who knows? Making up for the sins of a past life, perhaps? Anyway, you're more than welcome. It's a teacher's joy to see their students succeed. It's just a shame I don't teach any second-year subjects. You won't have me this year.
I'm sure I'll have plenty of questions as I continue my research, so you haven't gotten rid of me yet?
Well, I look forward to more discussions with you this year then, Eris. I had better get to a meeting. Let's talk again soon. I'd love to hear how your theories have developed over the break.
I'll look forward to it. Thanks, Miss. Miss Keller continues on down the hallway, leaving me standing alone. I'm reminded of the discoveries I made last year, ideas that almost felt thrust upon me in moments of inspiration. I don't know what I'm searching for, but it's a feeling too strong to deny. And with all these unresolved tensions, I take them to the only place I find solace. I sit down at the piano in the music room here at the Institute. The backdrop, the fiery afternoon sky. I'm the only person who uses this room frequently, so it feels like it is my domain, my place of solace. I stare down hesitantly at the keys beneath my fingers. I have been working on a piece of music for the last year or so, outworking these feelings of mine. This piece is for an audience of one, and I'm about to give the debut performance. Nerves overtake me. I can't explain why, but I feel the weight and importance of what I'm about to do. I somehow feel I'm not alone. I clear my mind and take a breath. I begin to play and sing. Every thought, every emotion, all my unresolved feelings, they begin to pour through my voice out into the world. And as I sing, I can't help but feel there's someone listening, someone who has been waiting for this performance. I deliver it like it's the last chance I'll ever have, giving it everything. Every note, every inflection of my voice, I fill it with the resonance of my being. I let the song flow freely as my fingers dance upon the keys. I allow the music to not just be played, but to live, adding pauses, improvisations, everything that allows the moment to shine as my soul speaks through this harmony. I'm not sure how long I took with this performance, as time felt it had no dominion in the abstract realm of my song. But at the right moment, I know, and I bring the song to a close. The room comes to quiet as the echo of my voice subsides, leaving me with a strange feeling, a feeling of both sadness and completion all in one. I look to the sheet music before me, to the piece I named Reach for Me. I don't know why I called it this, it just seemed appropriate. These strange experiences I keep having here at the Institute, I trust they will lead me to something, that I'm here for some reason. In the meantime, I'll be content to fill the world with my song as he, whoever he is, would have wanted. This life is a dance, our movements led by the harmony of the music that sets it. It flows from an unknowable world far beyond our conceptions, a world we cannot allow ourselves to become deaf to. So I'll continue to sing until someday he reaches back for me. Eris Epilogue. My name is Ayako Sato. I arrived here at the start of the year to begin my college degree. This research faculty here in Kakurita recently started taking on students as a means to attract potential future employees into the field. In truth, I'm not sure why I applied here, and I'm even more surprised I got accepted. When I saw the ad online and the picture alongside it, I felt drawn to it in a way I couldn't understand. Ever since I was born, I felt I didn't belong. Most would blame my upbringing for that, but for me it went far deeper. It always felt like I was missing something, that a very piece of me was displaced. Is that why I'm here? Do I think I'll find something here? And then there are these strange images that appear in my
Stream
dreams.
elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
No matter how much I try to block them out, they won't go away. I don't know if I'm delusional or if it all means something. I'm always struck by the feeling that this world is just a thin veneer separating me from something else, something I have to return to, something I have to remember. Moments of deja vu, sensations in my heart so strong I can't possibly deny them. They led me here. I take a stroll out behind the Institute to the vast green lands at the center of the city. I arrived early for the first day, so I have some time to spare before lectures begin. It's nice here in the city. It has a different feeling from where I grew up further north. It's lonely, but in a comfortable way, not at all like home. I then gaze into the Kakurita River before me. Ever since I arrived in this town, I've been aware that something here is different. Something in the water speaks of what I can't recover. I walk into the Institute building for the first time and survey its halls. It is busy, a nervous energy filling the place that comes with it being the first day. Yet, to me, it still feels cold and distant. I don't want to stay in this place right now. For some reason I can't explain, I eventually find myself standing atop the roof. I don't know why I was drawn here, but I feel so close to something here. The metal stairway door swings open, and with it the sound of a calling
Oh,
voice.
sorry. There usually isn't anyone else up here.
We can come back if you're busy.
No, it's okay. I'm just looking around. Rather than turn away, the girls look at one another, then slowly approach me.
Are you new here?
Yes, I'm just about to start college. It's my first year.
Oh, cool. That was us last year. We're in our second year now.
So what brought you here? Do you have connections to this town?
Oh no, I don't know anyone from around here. I'm not even that interested in the course I'm enrolled in. It might sound stupid, but I just felt drawn to come here for some reason. Why am I even saying all this to them? The two pause for a moment before the girl on the right responds in sudden sincerity.
I don't think that sounds stupid at all.
You don't?
To be honest, we're the same as you.
You are? There is a short pause before the girl on the left follows on.
Like you, I don't quite know why I enrolled here. It didn't make sense. I'm from a musical family, and because of my parents, I had great prospects in the industry. But when I heard about this place, I just felt I had to come here. My parents were pretty upset I left them to study here. They even helped fund an upgrade to their music facilities, just so I wouldn't fall behind.
Oh, we didn't introduce ourselves. I'm Isla, and this is Eris.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks. I'm Ayako. It's nice to meet you too. What was that? I swear I just saw something flick in and out of my vision.
Who knows? Maybe one day we'll find out.
They saw it too.
Anyway, we'd better get down to our lectures.
They shrugged that off so strangely. Are they really used to such weird things happening around here?
Do you have anyone to hang out with at break?
No, I don't know anyone here.
Come up here at break time. This is where we hang out. We'll introduce you to Jace.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Who's Jace?
Jace is Jace. He's one of our friends.
He's a bit of a headache to be around, but you'll get used to him.
That's really nice of them to invite me. I was so nervous about coming here. I don't even know what I'm doing. This makes it a little bit easier.
We'd better go. You coming?
I'll just be a little longer. I'll come find you later on.
Okay, see you then.
The two girls disappeared back down the stairwell, leaving me alone on the roof. I'm not sure why I stayed back. I probably shouldn't be late, but being here I'm overtaken by a strange nostalgia, and it's then that it happens. Something so seemingly insignificant, yet arresting I couldn't understand it. Out of the corner of my eye, I'm drawn to a fluttering piece of fabric. Someone must have lost it. It must have been picked up by the wind. This is my first thought. Then, as it flutters, it rises high, then gently begins to descend. As it continues to fall, it's almost as if it's calling me out, as it alights gently right in my path. I catch the ribbon, which is soft to the touch and completely unsoiled, and stare at it absent-mindedly. As I hold it, I'm suddenly overcome. Waves of emotion course through me. Fuck! So intense I couldn't hold them back even if I wanted to. I can't make sense of the experience, but it is so powerful I give up trying to. As I hold the ribbon, I know there is something more to my story. I know somehow that someone waits for me. This is a gift from the world to remind me not to give up, to keep looking beyond its boundaries. I have no idea how long I spent in this state. It must have been some time. Eventually, a resolve enters into me, a sudden knowledge I'm struck with. It might seem like I'm alone, but I'm not. I'll find my way back to him. I don't even quite remember who he is. I don't know where he is, but I won't give up. I'll see him again someday. And so I look forward to the day when the walls of this false world will come down and I can see, when I finally get to see him again. This is far from the end. This is a new beginning. It's time to get started. My name is Isla Gray. I've lived in this city for as long as I can remember. I'm familiar with its streets, the locals, the regular influx of people that come and go with the seasons. In this place I have found much and lost much. When it came time to start college, I decided to stay and enroll here at the newly formed institute. In some ways, I'm amazed I made it this far, given the amount of times I wanted to give up along the way. But every time I almost did, it felt like someone was there, watching, willing me to keep going. Even though there are many days where it's still hard to get out of bed, I force myself on. And I'm glad for that. I've made some good friends. Things are starting to get easier and brighter as the days drift on. There is something still missing from my life, or many things really, but I'm getting used to living with these feelings. And that brings me here today.
Ah, Isla, it's been a while. How are you going, kiddo?
Very well, thanks, Gus. How are you?
Can't complain. Business could be better, though. I don't know why you don't publicize these record attempts of yours. We could have made some fine events. It would have been great for business.
Sorry, Gus. I don't know why, but doing that just doesn't seem right.
Don't frown there, kiddo. It's all right with old Gus. Say, you're up to the last record, aren't you? Are you going to do it today?
That's why I'm here. Over the last few years, I've been slowly chipping away at breaking the records here at the arcade, those left by my dad before he passed. I'm not particularly gifted at these games. I don't have any kind of mental or physical advantages, so to get these records has been a huge effort. Despite some pressure from Gus, I've kept it discreet, coming in when it's quiet to break the records. So people around town have noticed the username Queen Eye has been overtaking the records, and though some have approached and asked me about it when I've been practicing, I've denied it and kept a low profile. But here I am, at the end of my run.
Break a leg, kiddo.
I step up to the machine for the final record. Space Enforcers, my dad's most impressive feat. I stare down at my dad's username on the screen. I have a strange moment of pause. This isn't right. Wasn't he supposed to be here too, to watch me do this? Wait, who am I talking
Is
about?
something wrong there?
No, everything's fine. I understand now.
Understand what?
I'll tell you some other time. I've got to go. Bye,
Huh?
Gus.
Alrighty then. See you next time.
My feet take me to the top of the headland overlooking the water. I had the sudden urge to get out of that claustrophobic arcade, to come out to this open space. This was a place I would often come to as a child with my family. It's a short walk from the back gate of my backyard. Though as I look out, I don't feel like I'm looking back. For the first time in a long while, I feel like I'm looking forward. The time will come. A lingering sense impresses itself down into my heart. I don't know why, I don't know where, or who it came from. This sense that someone is watching over me re-emerges. and I suddenly know he will come back, and when he does, I'll break that record with him by my side. Until then, I have to look to the future as he would have wanted. Our lives are a tension between the complete and the incomplete. Stare at one for too long and it'll drag you to the abyss. Like all good music, everything must come at its right time. It's these abstract realities that give life its richness. So I'll wait, content to hold in my heart this sense of incompletion, so that just the perfect time, the crescendo of the sympathy will feel all the greater. That moment when I finally see you again. Isla Epilogue. And somehow we still don't have number 88. I don't know how I feel about that. Ayako arrives at the Institute for her first day after being inexplicably drawn to enroll. There, she makes some new friends before a strange encounter opens her eyes to her path. Air's Epilogue. Air's plays her song to an audience of one. Isla halts her ambitions of gaining the final record at the arcade as she feels compelled to wait for something or someone before she does it. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about number 88. 99% complete. Where is number 88? We have literally completed all the game. And it's a term or event, right? Somehow we missed a term or event. That feels weird. But yeah, that's I do believe we perfected it, maybe, unless there's one for the tips, in which case I will have to find out where number 88 is. But that was Synesthesia. I don't know what we're playing tomorrow. Another VN, probably, of course, because that's I think we'll play Planet Stronghold tomorrow. And no, there is no achievement for the tip, so I don't know what's up with tip number 88, but I do have this game perfected now. So stay safe, friends. Maybe I will see you tomorrow for some Planet Stronghold. That sounds good.